Chapter 421, Joined Forces Temporarily. Chapter 421, Joined Forces Temporarily. As soon as this statement came out, it caused a commotion. Although many people still couldn't believe what he said, there were also a few men who were quite powerful in mental power faintly noticed some clues from Siren King who appeared all of a sudden. Lu Ming was naturally one of them. With his powerful mental power, under his careful observation, although he was unable to gain insight into the cultivation of the young man in white robe in the air, he found that the aura the young man exuded seemed to be resisting something else under the young man's seemingly normal appearance. As Siren King listened to Lan Xi's words, his expression did not change. After his eyes glanced across everyone, he said lightly, "Indeed, I have a situation inside my body. But if you think you can really fight with me by borrowing their power, then you can give it a try." Although Siren King's voice was not loud, it made a buzzing loud noise when everyone heard it as if they heard a shocking news. Most people's consciousness immediately became absent-minded. Some people with weaker mental power even felt a little powerless. But Lu Ming frowned as soon as he heard this, then he acted as if he was fine. With his powerful mental power no less than the crystallization period, as long as Siren King did not specifically use spirit mystic arts to target him, this kind of spirit coercion would naturally not have much effect on him. Although the people soon recovered from the shock, such sudden words made those who were moved look at the young man in white robe with fear in their eyes. Although Lan Xi was also not affected by much, his face couldn't help looking terrible. But after he hesitated a moment he suddenly talked again, "Siren King, although I don't know why you suddenly appeared here, no matter how bad your injuries are and how much strength you still have, this place is the Abyss. You should know better than me what are the consequences to fight here?" "Oh, so what's your suggestion?" As Siren King heard this, his expression looked indifferent. A blue light flashed and a figure appeared in front of Lan Xi. "Since you did attack when you saw us, I think you probably don't want to waste spiritual power on us. After all, your enemies are still the Sea Creature clan. If that's the case, why don't you and I cooperate temporarily?" Lan Xi was surprised. He could not help but step back 2 steps, but he said tactfully. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he finally saw the unconscious woman held in Siren King's arms. It was Jialan. But there was no trace of blood on this woman's original beautiful face. Her eyes are closed and her aura was vague. As he was surprised and doubtful in his heart, the young man in white robe in front of everyone suddenly spoke. "It seems that you know a lot of things. But since you have stayed in the depths of this mineral vein for so long, this time you come to this abyss, this must not be a rash move. You should have a way to determine the other nodes right." Siren King snorted and said, but he glanced at the disc in Lan Xi's hands unintentionally. "In recent years I have specifically studied related mystic arts. As long as there aren't any accidents, it is only a matter of time to find the node." Lan Xi thought suddenly, but he immediately replied without thinking. "Very well, as long as you can take me to find the node to leave this place, I will not trouble you all. If there is any danger on the way, I will naturally help out." After Siren King listened, he hesitated slightly and said, "No problem. But should you tell us about the Sea Emperor pill?" Lan Xi was delighted after hearing Siren King's words, but he immediately thought of something as he said, "I refine these pills, so I of course have a way to dispel it. But how can I bring the antidote with me now? When we leave this place I will tell you the method to dispel it." Siren King snorted and said, "Okay, I hope Sir Siren King will honor this covenant by then." Lan Xi frowned, then he finally smiled bitterly and said. After Siren King sneered, he didn't say anything more. When everyone heard this, they were relieved in their hearts. Some of them even looked joyful. Siren King was obviously seriously injured at the moment, and even his cultivation dropped a lot. Otherwise he would definitely not talk about any deal with him. But everyone still understood the logic that a starved camel was bigger than a horse. This Siren King was a real pellet state powerhouse in any way. Even if his power was greatly reduced at this moment, the ordinary crystallization period was still not comparable to him. With the help of such a powerhouse, the chance of everyone escaping from this place would naturally increase greatly. Of course, there were also some quick-witted people who thought of using escape technique once they were out of the abyss to avoid Siren King. At this moment, someone in the crowd suddenly asked, "Senior Siren King, do you know where my master's junior Yi Tianmei is at this moment?" The person who spoke was Lu Ming. At this moment, he looked at Siren King with a calm face. Siren King was first stunned, but then he glanced at him deeply. He didn't mean to hide it, so he said lightly, "Your master's junior is very vigilant. Before I'm in trouble, she had already escaped from the Sea Emperor Palace. Is that true? Lu Ming was astounded. Do you think I will lie to you as a condensation state cultivator? Siren King finally showed an impatient look on his face. When Lu Ming heard the young man's words, he cupped his fist in joy and he didn't speak anymore. So the following time, after Lan Xi and Siren King discussed the matter of escape, the two parties continued to move forward into the abyss in a rather strange atmosphere. However, no one would dare to get close to Siren King. Although Lu Ming was still surprised why Jialan would fall into the hands of this real pellet state beastkin cultivator, he could not ask anything more in this situation. Fortunately, the young man in white robe hugged her carefully, so he didn't need to worry too much about her safety for a while. In a small cave in the deep-sea mineral vein, Yi Tianmei in a green robe was standing in the middle of the cave with a cold look. 9 cold silver flying swords were hovering around her, causing the temperature in the cave to suddenly drop to the freezing point. After some previous searches in the mine, she couldn't even find Lu Ming's aura through the use of magical weapons. So, the crystallization period sword cultivator woman, as she was furious, grabbed several slave miners in a row and interrogated them. Since Lan Xi was no longer in the mine, no one could stop her. At this moment, there were several slave miners kneeling down in front of her. All of them were the leaders of some small forces, but all of them were anxiously talking about something. Senior, please be mercy. I have seen Lu Ming before, but I haven't seen him again recently. The voice of a slave miner who looked like a sea creature clan man was trembling slightly. It's not just him. During this time, a large number of slave miners did not appear before anyone. Now many people are secretly discussing this matter. Another orc clan slave miner quickly added. Yeah, it seems that the missing people are all of high cultivation. Even a crystallization period senior also disappeared together. Some people said that they might have escaped through some king of mean. A human clan old man also said. After listening to Yi Tianmei, she was naturally surprised. But when she thought about the previous performance of this man, she thought it was very possible. This made the woman feel at ease again. At this time the war above was almost over. She couldn't stay in the mineral vein for a long time to continue looking for Lu Ming. So after Yi Tianmei thought about it, she told the slave miners that the underwater world was in war, and the outside enchantment and mine guards had already been dealt with by her. After that she left. When these slave miners heard Yi Tianmei's words, they were naturally shocked and happy. After seeing the woman leaving far away, they looked at each other, and they immediately ran away without saying anything. It didn't take long for the slave miners in the entire mine to know this news. Hundreds of slave miners swarmed like bees toward the exit in ecstasy. After a few days, in the abyss. At the moment, Lu Ming and his party with more than 20 people were walking like a long snake in the same and wandering in the endless desert. The long footprints left by them disappeared without a trace after a gust of wind. Above the desert, there was still a gray sky shrouded in a cloud of mist. It was just that the sky at this moment was darker than when they first entered this place. The sand that made up this desert was not dark yellow like the desert outside but a fine grayish-white gravel. Therefore, rather than saying it was a desert, it looked more like a lifeless black and white world. Looking around, the desert was empty, lacking the huge black stones in the previous wasteland. However, it was replaced by gray sand dunes of various size, and they moved along with the cold wind, making the desert that was initially difficult to determine the direction even more confusing. Along the way, the people encountered several evil beasts and several crystallization period evil beasts, but with the previous experience, they naturally went through the evil beasts without fear under the effect of the spiritual fluids. At this moment, the spiritual fluids held by everyone were only about half a gourd. However, after Lan Xi promised sincerely, and he showed the disc that was showing the location in his hand, no one naturally questioned him. Just to save spiritual power, everyone was walking instead of flying. After all, in the desert where cold winds were blowing from time to time, flying was a high consumption and dangerous move. Lan Xi naturally still held the disc and walked alone at the forefront, while Siren King, who reached an interim agreement with him, hugged Jialan and walked behind with a blank expression. The rest of the people kept some distance from them and followed behind. Chapter 422, Crystallization Period Evil Beast. Chapter 422, Crystallization Period Evil Beast. In the middle of the team, a young man in a gray robe with a blue spirit sword in his waist was walking forward step by step. The man was Lu Ming. At the moment he looked calm but his thoughts were turning fast. In the 2 days since they entered this desert, they had never encountered the evil beast sea as before, and the frequency of the small group of beasts encountered had gradually decreased. However, the level of evil beast was getting higher, and the evil beasts of condensation period later stage had become common. In this regard, not sure whether all of them were numb or they didn't notice this at all, no one actually brought it up. Lan Xi would naturally not explain about it with initiative. Judging from the various performances of Lan Xi after seeing Siren King, he must know what happened to the Sea Emperor Palace, but no one knew how he got these news. What happened in the outside world that could actually force real pellet state powerhouse like Siren King to run like a dog into the abyss? While Lu Ming was thinking, Lan Xi at the front of the team said suddenly, "Stop moving forward and quickly consume the spiritual fluids. The 2 evil beasts have appeared in front. Their cultivation should not be less than the crystallization period." Lu Ming was shocked in his heart. After that he saw 1 big hurricane and 1 small hurricane appeared in the sky in front. They were whirling toward them. After a few seconds the hurricanes became clear, and there was an astounding aura exuding from them. The others were frightened as well. When they were about to act according to Lan Xi's instructions and took out the black gourd to drink the spiritual fluids, another attractive voice said calmly, "Save your spiritual fluids. One of the crystallization period evil beasts of the intermediate stage has apparently found us. Leave this one to me. I will lead it away later. You all just focus on the early stage." It was Siren King who had stopped talking behind Lan Xi. As he said, he had shifted Zhao Lan to his left hand, while the other hand grabbed in the air. He took out a crystal-clear ruler, and he disappeared after his figure blurred. While they were talking, the hurricane had reached not far away from everyone. A loud whistling sound occurred. In the middle of the hurricane, countless gray wind blades shot at once. There were thousands of them. This gave people a sense of impossible to dodge. Everyone was frightened. They retreated as they summoned their spiritual weapons to resist the wind blades. The monotonous desert was suddenly filled with colorful lights. A black gas surged out of Lu Ming's body as he moved his mind, and it protected him in it. Purple scales also appeared on his palm, then his palm turned into countless claw shadows that rushed out of him. For a while there was a loud breaking sound. Those seemingly sharp wind blades were all shattered. Xan Yuan, who was not far away, was wielding the huge iron rod until there was no gap. With his great strength he almost blocked most of the wind blades. There were only a few wind blades brushing past his body due to the wind blade's angle, but he was hurt under the protection of his protective aura. Several people beside him were not so lucky. Except that one person only received some minor injuries with the help of a small shield spiritual weapon and the more agile movement. The others were dead in an instant under the endless wind blades due to insufficient spiritual power or inability to dodge. In just a few seconds, half of the 20 slave miners were dead. When the rest of the people just recovered from the wind blade attack, the 2 hurricanes vanished. 100 meters long python-like evil beast appeared instead. It was wrapped by a black-yellow gas. There was only 1 vertical eye on its head, and it was emanating a strange light. In the distance a little further away, Siren King, who was holding a woman in his hand, condensed numerous huge blue ice spears, constantly attacking the other 1,000 meters long giant python-like evil beast. Even though the evil beast seemed to be vicious and fierce, its body was constantly frozen. As it struggled to break the ice, there were blood holes on its body. It couldn't fight back at all. Lu Ming was shocked by this. But at this time, Lan Xi had turned into a blue light and rushed out, fighting with another smaller evil beast. A bronze ancient mirror appeared in his hand out of nowhere. It immediately transformed into a few hundred yellow mirror shadows. The dense wind blades vanished into the ancient mirror as they contacted each other. As Lan Xi groaned, clusters of golden light shot out from the mirror shadows, blasting toward the opposite evil beast. The python-like evil beast made a sharp sound, then its giant body turned and released countless wind blades, that were thicker than before at the golden clusters. In the continuous bursting sound, the wind blades and golden lights were intertwined immediately. The momentum was astonishing. Seeing this, Lu Ming shook his sleeves without saying anything. The blue sword immediately flew out with a clear voice. After it hovered in the air, it turned into a blue crystal rainbow. Although Xian Yuan and others did not dare to get close, they also waved the weapon in their hands to release various long-range attacks. This python-like evil beast was originally only able to barely defend against Lan Xi's spiritual weapon. Now so many attacks were launched at once, it naturally couldn't resist anymore. But there were also several clusters of golden light rushing out of the wind blades and hitting the python-like evil beast's body. It immediately released circles of dazzling golden light and hit on its protective aura, leaving a few 10 meters holes on its body. The python-like evil beast roared violently. It spurted out several yellow liquids from its body. And at this moment, another black crystal rainbow also rushed out of the wind blades. It flashed and opened up a circle of deep wound around the evil beast's neck. More liquid gushed out immediately. Such a scene surprised many people. Lan Xi glanced at Lu Ming subconsciously, and his eyes flashed a peculiar light. After this evil beast suffered such a painful attack, it was completely irritated. It made a sharp scream, then gray light flowed on its body surface. The wounds on its body actually recovered gradually. At the same time, it swung its tail and smashed like a giant rod. Seeing this, Lu Ming's figure flashed and rushed out a few hundred meters away, leaving an afterimage behind him. Xan Yuan and others immediately dodged in horror. But there were still 2 slave miners who could not dodge in time, and they were hit by the huge python-like evil beast's tail. They immediately turned into 2 balls of meat sauce. At this time, Lu Ming and others launched the attack again without hesitation. Countless sword lights surged toward the python-like evil beast. Although the evil beast wasn't hurt by the attack, its wound recovery was stopped by the attack. As Lan Xi saw this, his 10 fingers blurred. The bronze ancient mirror once again blasted a round of golden light attack which caused a few more blood holes in this beast. At this moment, Lu Ming looked ruthless. He made a sword gesture with one hand. After the blue little sword buzzed, it followed the few golden light clusters to hit on the evil beast, and it went into one of the blood holes at an incredible angle. Then as he moved his mind, the flying sword went rampage in the evil beast's body. The evil beast made a heartbreaking growl, then its body fell from the sky, and it kept rolling on the ground desperately. Lan Xi and the rest of the group were delighted when they saw each other. They immediately used all their spiritual power to cast various spiritual weapon mystic arts. In a blink of an eye, the evil beast had countless holes on its body. The yellow and black gas on its body surface only had a thin layer left. At this moment, at the top of the huge head of the evil beast, a blue little sword suddenly pierced through its head skull. The evil beast screamed in pain, then it fell on the ground as it could no longer move. However, Lu Ming was shocked when he saw that the evil beast wasn't dead after suffering such a deadly injury. At the same time, Lan Xi formed gestures with his 10 fingers and condensed more yellow mirror shadows in the nearby air. As the evil beast was in severe injury, he waved his sleeve and countless golden light clusters rained down at its giant body. Xan Yuan and others naturally attacked desperately. When the golden light was gone, the 100 meters python-like evil beast was scorched and motionless on the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief, and Lan Xi looked at Lu Ming deeply. Lu Ming looked as usual. He waved his sleeve and retrieved the blue flying sword in the air, then he cast his gaze on another battle that was slightly far away. At this time, the battle between Siren King and the Crystallization period intermediate stage evil beast also came to an end. Under the almost endless blue ice spear attack of Siren King, even though the Crystallization period intermediate stage evil beast had mighty spiritual power, before it could unleash its might power, it was already covered in wounds until it couldn't stand still. Several times this evil beast tried to find a chance and ran away, but it was forced back by Siren King's ice spears. Finally, this evil beast, once again turned into an ice sculpture, but it couldn't break through the ice immediately. Siren King's eyes flashed, then he grasped in the air. Under the violent space fluctuation above the huge ice sculpture, a blue palm of several 10 meters flashed and slammed down. A bursting sound spread out. The vil beast's huge head and the blue ice on its body surface were smashed easily by a slam, turning into crystal light spots that vanished into the air. At the next moment, a nearly 1,000 meters evil beast's corpse collapsed into the desert below and set the rocks and sand flying. Lan Xi's eyes were flickering slightly as he saw this situation. Lu Ming couldn't help but exhale lightly. Chapter 423, Stone Forest Altar. Chapter 423, Stone Forest Altar. Others who saw this situation also couldn't help feeling fear for a while. The real pellet state powerhouse, who was under severe injuries, was able to exhaust all the spiritual power of a crystallization period intermediate stage evil beast, then killed it easily. From beginning to end, the evil beast never touched his sleeve. If they really attacked as Lan Xi proposed, the consequences could be imagined. In this way, after a few people disposed of the 2 crystallization period evil beast corpses, they immediately continued their journey. However, due to the fact that many people died in the previous fight, the atmosphere in the team naturally became more depressed. After a few more days, seeing that the spiritual fluids in the gourd were about to run out, everyone finally walked out of the endless desert under the lead of Lan Xi. Without the disruption of the cold wind, everyone naturally began to fly in the low altitude to hurry. After flying past a small piece of rare plains with unknown low shrubs and a swamp filled with miasma, they entered a gray hilly area. They stopped in front of a dark mountain not far away. The mountain peak was not too high. It was about 7,000 to 8,000 meters high. It was pitch black. The surrounding was filled with layers of gray-white fog, making the mountain vague. It gave people a weird feeling. At this moment, the disc in the front of Lan Xi's hand suddenly burst out a low buzzing sound, and it was flickering slightly. Seeing this, Lan Xi immediately looked down at it, then he announced with joy, "I have finally found another node. It's as I expected, this node should be at the back of this mountain." Then he rose into the air and flew forward impatiently. Others had already seen there was something odd on the disc in his hand. Most people had some speculations in their hearts. After they got the confirmation from Lan Xi's words, they were naturally overjoyed and flew over. But Siren King saw this and suddenly looked down at Jialan, who was still in a coma. He frowned slightly without saying anything, but he still followed the group after a flash of blue light. Lu Ming looked at the black mountain in the distance, but his pupils shrank uncontrollably. For an unknown reason. The moment he saw this mountain, his heart suddenly had an inexplicably uneasiness. However, since the others had already moved forward, Lu Ming only hesitated for a moment, then he braced himself to follow. After all, in such a dangerous place, it would be too impractical to walk away from the group. But he secretly moved his position, who was in the middle initially, to the last one. His lips was slightly moving a few times as well. Xan Yuan, who was also flying in the middle of the team, suddenly heard Lu Ming's voice in his ear. After his figure paused slightly, he continued to move forward as if nothing happened, but his speed was slowed down unknowingly. Not long after, he went to the back. However, Siren King turned around a moment later and glanced at Lu Ming unintentionally, then he continued to move forward without expression. Lu Ming's heart was shocked. Judging by Siren King's unfathomable strength, it was not impossible to say that he had a way to detect the previous voice transmission. As he thought so in his mind, his expression still looked usual. He just quietly followed behind the team and flew side by side with Xan Yuan. Half an hour later, everyone finally bypassed the previous black mountain and came to an open land behind the mountain. Whereas in front of the eyes, there was a gray and white stone forest standing. Looking from a distance, it seemed endless. When Lu Ming saw these pillars, he couldn't help but be stunned. This stone forest even vaguely gave him a familiar feeling. It reminded him of Yunchuan continent Yuanma Sects location. Yuanma Sects was also located in a large area of stone forest, and there was a strange black mist in the stone forest. It was just that the stone forests of Yuanma sect were all huge stone pillars imprinted with many black runes, and the mist came out of these rune spirit patterns. The stone forest here were just some irregular tall rocks, and there was no artificial sign at all. But even so, it made Lu Ming feel a little worse in his heart. But at this moment, Lan Xi stopped in front of the stone forest and looked down at the disc in his hand. He pointed to the direction of the stone forest without hesitation. Then he said with certainty, "The node we are looking for is somewhere in front. As for the exact location, it should be known when we enter." As he spoke, he took the lead and flew in the direction of the stone forest. The other slave miners were excited. They followed closely. When Lu Ming flew into the stone forest, his eyes flashed quietly, then he released a trace of mental power. As a result, the stone pillar seemed to be naturally formed, and it was disordered. There seemed to be no patterns at all, and there wasn't anything strange with this place. This made him slightly relaxed, then he and Xan Yuan followed the rest without saying anything. As a result, they came to an empty place in the stone forest after a while. There was a boxy tall altar with the height of 200 to 300 meters. The altar was covered in a thick layer of dust. It seemed to be here for a long time. At the center of the altar, there was a black stone monument with vague dark purple spirit patterns on it. What is going on? How can there be such a weird thing here? At the sight of the thing in front of them, someone was naturally surprised. He could not help but question Lan Xi. How do I know? I'm also here for the first time, maybe it's just a coincidence. but I can be sure that the node is above this altar. Lan Xi shrugged and denied. Afterward, he flicked the disc in his hand over the altar and made a gesture. A white light flashed into the round disc. Runes appeared on the surface of the disc. After a tremor, a white light beam shot out. It flashed and went above the altar. Poof! There was a violent space fluctuation in the air, and immediately a hazy white vortex vaguely appeared. But after a blur, it condensed into a layer of light curtain. Sure enough, it was where the node was. According to my experience, this node is already very fragile because it is there for a long time. You don't need to save spiritual power at this time, just attack with all your strength. The exit is right in front of you. Lan Xi said solemnly, then he waved his hand to signal everyone to attack. After the slave miners saw the white vortex just appeared in the air and clearly felt the space fluctuation emanating from it, they no longer doubted Lan Xi's words. Everyone immediately channeled all their spiritual power as they were excited. They cast their spiritual weapon mystic arts and launched a fierce attack at this node. For a time, various lights shone on the spot. The rumbling sound was deafening. Various spell, blade lights went into the light curtain, causing a light to flow on its surface. However, while others were attacking with all their power, there were still a few who did not do it. In addition to Lu Ming and Xan Yuan standing behind the crowd, the third person was the Golden Scale clan woman named Ji Ming. The fourth person who didn't make a shot was naturally Siren King holding Jia Lan. Except that when she first saw the ancient altar, her eyebrows trembled slightly, then she stood there without moving. Lu Ming looked at the dark purple spirit patterns on the monument that seemed familiar, and his eyes were flickering. Seeing this, Lan Xi's face looked sullen. After slowly glancing at the four people, his gaze finally stopped at the Golden Scale clan girl, and he asked coldly, "Ji Ming, why didn't you attack yet? Don't you want to go out?" The sea creature clan girl, who seemed to be very respectful to him, looked a little uncertain after hearing him. After looking at Lu Ming, Xan Yuan and Siren King who were not far away, she suddenly sneered and said aloud, "Attack? Is it that you want to kill us easily when we expend all of our spiritual power, then you can sacrifice all of us?" She didn't speak very loud. Her sound was almost overwhelmed by the crowd's attack, but it was as loud as thunder when the other slave miners heard her. The people who were attacking were shocked, and they stopped their attacks in unison. They all looked at Lan Xi with a doubtful look. "What sacrifice? What are you talking about? You don't want to leave this place anymore." Lan Xi's face did not change. He just said lightly, "At this time you still want to deceive me. You really think no one knows that you were secretly building that altar in the secret cave? I have seen this altar myself before. As compared to this one, it is smaller. Except there is a monument on top of it, the other characteristics are obviously generally the same." The Golden Scale clan girl said with sarcasm. As Lan Xi heard this, his face changed slightly for the first time. But before he wanted to say anything, Siren King, who had been silent beside him, suddenly said, "Lan Xi, just summon that thing. Although my spiritual power is now greatly reduced, I can still clearly sense its existence." As soon as the young man in white robes said, his eyes glanced below the altar. At almost the same time, the seemingly solid ground near the altar suddenly became soft like sand. Under a violent tremor, boom, a giant deep hole appeared in a collapse with the altar as the center. But the altar itself still stood steadily. A few slave miners who were at the front immediately retreated in shock. But at this moment, a sizzling sound came out. A black light flashed. Countless black silks suddenly shot out from the depths of the ground, and the silks penetrated the bodies of a few slave miners like lightning. Suddenly, several miserable screams came out. The few slave miners immediately fell to the ground. Chapter 424, Guili. Chapter 424, Guili. Several people's bodies were entangled with black silks in an instant, and a strange black gas was emitted between the constant twists and turns. Before the few people could struggle a few times, then their eyes looked dull as they no longer moved. The flesh of their bodies quickly shrank, then they became a dried corpse. The entire altar suddenly became very soft, making a booming sound. The dust on the surface began to fall off, and there were countless creeping blood-colored meat pieces. The monument in the middle surged out, then it pulled the dried corpses into the pit in the tumbling black gas. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and the other slave miners a little further away were of course frightened and angry as they saw this. They all stepped back. Only Lu Ming and others standing a little further away saw clearly everything happening ahead. But in the open land in front, a huge gruesome face made of sand and stone suddenly appeared. Its appearance looked like a ghost, and the huge deep pit in front was just its giant mouth, while the altar and monument were transformed by a tongue. But at the moment when the other slave miner just retreated, Lan Xi, who was standing still, suddenly waved his arms with blue light flashing. Two invisible powerful forces were launched at the closest people. His figure flickered and disappeared on the ground instead. At the next moment he appeared on top of the giant ghost face. He was looking at the crowd with a blank face and with his hands behind his back. A few exclamations. Those slave miners were struck down by the force in the air as they were caught off guard. The black silk spurted out from below and wrapped these few people tightly, then a giant phantasm flashed through. These people disappeared as they exclaimed. They were actually brought away by the giant tongue below. The seemingly clumsy tongue was as fast as lightning. At this time the eyes on the giant face opened, and at the same time, there was a crunchy chewing sound in the mouth. Seeing this in the distance, Lu Ming's face changed slightly. With his eyesight he didn't even see the movement of the tongue just now. It wasn't until this time that the remaining few slave miners reacted. They immediately scolded in rage. The two confidants of Lan Xi were even furious as they escaped from death. By this time, everyone knew that Lan Xi had ill intentions by bringing them here. However, the sky above was indeed a space node, so they were very reluctant to flee immediately. After all, they didn't know how to find the node in this vast abyss. Moreover, they would only be dead when they encountered the evil beast sea without any spiritual fluid left. For a while these people hated Lan Xi, but they were in a dilemma. At this time Lan Xi spoke lightly. The old man promised to take you away from the underground mineral vein and find a way to leave this place. Now that the node is here, how can that be a lie? As for whether you can leave this place alive, it depends on your own skills. Regardless of the people on the opposite side, he suddenly bowed his head and said very solemnly to the huge face below, Senior Guili Jr. has brought you enough blood essence according to the agreement. Should you fulfill the promise you made previously? Hehe Boilan, you can really do this. When you accidentally contacted me, I didn't really have much hope. You can rest assured that as long as I get these essence blood, I can dispel part of my seal on my body. By the time I can help you break through your bottleneck. With my help, you can advance to the real pellet state easily. The huge face below made a weird laughter after wriggling for a while. Then the whole face suddenly condensed toward the center after a rumbling sound, then it floated from the ground. It turned into a giant head with 800 meters tall, and it was made of mud and stone. On the surface of the body, black spirit patterns were looming on it, and it was exuding a faint black gas. The two giant eyes had two clouds of silver flames dancing in them. Very good. Junior would like to thank Senior Guili first. But among these people there is a real pellet state powerhouse. Seniors need to be more careful. As Lan Xi heard this, his expression was relaxed, but he still reminded. Sut a real pellet state? You are talking about this Beast King clan brat? Not to mention that his body has a problem right now. Even if he is in his peak, I will not put him in my eyes. In my memories this little brat is like ant to me. I can easily eliminate him in an instant. The huge face turned slightly and looked at the young man in white robe in the distance. He snorted as he said. His tone was very arrogant. After he said that, the slave miners including Xan Yuan were astounded after listening to him. They couldn't really believe these words. In his words, the only real pellet state in the sea region had become a little brat. Then wouldn't these condensation state cultivators be not worth mentioning at all? Since Lu Ming discovered the appearance of this huge face, he stared at the black spirit patterns on the surface. His eyes were flashing as he was thinking about something. No matter what kind of existence you were at that time, now you only have the strength of the crystallization period later stage. You actually dare to be so arrogant. Young man in white robe in the sky heard this, and his face suddenly looked gloomy. At the next moment, a crystal clear short ruler appeared in his palm as he caught in the air. He waved slightly and a 10 meters long blue ice spear appeared in front of him. As it trembled, it launched at the giant head in a whistling sound. As soon as the crystal light flashed, the ice spear blasted to the huge head in close proximity. The huge mudstone head looked ferocious. It opened its mouth and vomited the ice spear, and it was making a weird laughter while chewing. The taste is not bad. You can throw a few more at me. Come on, let me feel better. Siren King saw this and his eyes flicked. His expression finally became dignified. Although it was just a tentative move, the power of the ice spear could reach the peak of its strength. It could crush 6 pseudo-pellet state powerhouses with a huge advantage, but now it was swallowed by this monster in this way. It was really shocking. Lan Xi saw a scene, but he breathed a sigh of relief. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes. The other people couldn't help but feel terrified as they witnessed such a scene. Suddenly, 2 slave miners blasted away. They planned to escape from this place. Seeing this, Siren King's eyes flashed coldly. He suddenly waved his crystal-clear short ruler, then 2 ice spears blasted out in a flash. Poo-poo. The ice spears quickly penetrated the bodies of 2 slave miners and turned them into 2 crystal-clear ice sculptures. Everyone who dares to run away will be killed. Now, we can only deal with the monster in front of us and Lan Xi together. Only then you all can truly leave this abyss. Do you really think that this monster would let you leave easily after wasting so much effort to get all of you here? Siren King glanced at the slave miners including Xan Yuan and Lu Ming and said without any expression. As he was speaking, the giant tongue surged forward without giving the time to think. The 2 ice sculptures that were falling from the sky were brought into the mouth by the tongue. The face revealed a face of tasting something delicious as it was chewing. This made Lu Ming have a chill down his spine after seeing this. Several other slave miners even looked pale after witnessing this scene. In a short while, even if Siren King was counted, together with Lu Ming and Xan Yuan, there were fewer than 10 people. In order to regain their freedom, these slave miners passed all the obstacles and came all the way from the deep-sea mineral vein. They thought they could successfully escape from this place. Who would expect to encounter such a scene? Lan Xi, the culprit of all this, retreated when Siren King attacked the giant head. He was smiling faintly like he was waiting for them to die. Do it. Before waiting for the rest of the slave miners to think about anything, Siren King suddenly groaned after frowning. At the same time he threw Jialan behind him, then his other hand hit the air. Suddenly a blue demon wind suddenly raised together, turning into a layer of light curtain to wrap the woman tightly. It was floating in the air after that. Young man in white robe. After doing all this, the crystal-clear short ruler emitted a dazzling light. He shook his wrist and countless ruler shadows were launched. Countless ice spears that were doubled in size appeared. After they trembled, they were launched into the air. Siren King's move this time was obviously using all his strength. At the same time, Lu Ming, not far away, squinted his eyes and shook his sleeves. The blue little sword appeared in his hands. He made a gesture instantly. The blue little sword made a clear sound, emitting a dazzling aura, then it turned into a rainbow that surged at the giant head. He turned out to be the first to make a move after Siren King's attack, and he used his strongest sword controlling technique when he made a move. The entire process was smooth as if he had already prepared for it since the beginning. On the other side, after Xan Yuan raised his eyebrows, he put the iron rod in front of him, then he wiped it with his glowing hand. After a thumping sound, golden glow rolled out at the tip of the iron rods. A sharp golden spear tip was condensed out of nowhere. He groaned and blue veins burst open on both his arms. He shook his wrist, then a dazzling spear shadow appeared in front of him. After the shadows condensed, they became a wave of densely packed dazzling golden light, and it was bursting out at the same time. At this time Xan Yuan finally showed his true strength. The Chaos Essence refined iron rod in his hand was obviously not just a weapon with heavy weight. Chapter 425, Joint Attack. Chapter 425, Joint Attack. The girl of Golden Scale Clan solemnly took a crystal ring from her finger, threw it to the top of her head and made a gesture. The ring rolled around in the air and turned into a cluster of blue mist that wrapped her body. She was instantly being curled up by bluey rays. The woman flicked her 10 fingers quickly, and the blue rays turned into blue anacondas that pounced forward. Seeing this, the remaining few slave miners also mustered up their courage and cast their most powerful attack. A sea creature clan slave miner's eyes flashed as his one hand grabbed forward. A giant bone bow appeared in his palm, and a purple arrow appeared in between his fingers as he shook his hand. He swiftly pulled and released. The arrows became a 10 meters long purple ray that blasted out. A slave miner patted the leather bag on his waist, then he released several animal-shaped bones. He bounced up again upon landing, pouncing forward with a black gas on his body. There was another person who pulled out a broken talisman with a painful face. After he threw it out and made a gesture, it immediately turned into a green giant blade in the middle of the sky. After a thunderous sound, it struck down across the sky. And a Beastkin clan slave miner immediately revealed his true form after rolling on the ground. He was actually a flame lion with red mane. As he roared, he shot out giant fireball continuously. The last person took out a bag full of black spirit patterns. After throwing it in front of him, a large group of black demon worms flew out from the bag. After hovering in the air, they became a dark cloud and swept forward. The buzzing sound kept coming. Being able to follow Lan Xi into this place alive, they were naturally not a weakling. After seeing the brutal means of this monster named Guili in front of them, plus the threat of such existence as Siren King, they naturally decided to fight desperately, and they no longer planned to reserve their strength. What's more, they had no other option except death. Going all out might have a chance for living. After all, Siren King dominated the sea region for so many years, so he was naturally more threatening than the monster in front of them. Seeing this situation, the huge head laughed wildly. It immediately spurted out black-purple rays that fluttered indefinitely like chains. As the rays passed through, the blue rainbow lost its light and fell after a flash. The dense ice spears shattered in the air. The golden light that Yuan released even dissipated silently. As for the puppets, light arrows, mystic arts, insect swarms, etc., they were swept away by the light without even the slightest struggle. They were all devoured. Then the silver flame suddenly froze in the eyes of the huge head. It opened its mouth and spurted out endless black silks as if a black tide that swept through. Seeing this, Siren King's face changed. He waved the crystal ruler in his hand, and layers of blue cold light swept out, freezing the imminent black silks into giant ice. But at the next moment, these black silks came out of the ice with a tremor. However, at this time, after the young man in white robe blurred, he had already bounced backward. Jia Lan, who was wrapped in blue light in the air behind him, was following him closely like she was being enchanted with some kind of mystic art. Lu Ming already knew it was bad when he lost connection with his flying sword. He immediately for 100 meters and dodged the black silks before reaching him. He was also secretly holding a bone wind awl, looking at the front with a sullen face. Yuan shouted. He was swinging the iron rod in his hand, turning it into a dense golden light that slightly trembled the black silks forcefully. He then took the chance to retreat not far away from Lu Ming. His back was drenched in cold sweat. The Golden Scale Clan girl was panicking. Although she used the water wall formed by the ring in front of her to resist it for a moment, it was penetrated by the black silks at the next moment. She was being bound tightly. The other few slave miners were shocked, and they also cast their spiritual weapons and talismans to resist desperately. With only one strike, the spiritual weapons and talismans all burst open after the black silk flashed. The moment these slave miners touched the black silks, they all passed out strangely. The huge head then dragged back these people, including the Golden Scale Clan girl. The slave miners were being swallowed one by one. The giant head was chewing carefully as if it was tasting some kind of world delicacy. Lu Ming was so shocked at the moment. He immediately gave up the idea of summoning the flying skull and bone scorpion. As he thought quickly, he instantly had the idea to escape far away. Since this monster called Guili really had a strength far beyond its imagination, even Siren King, real pellet state, had no chance to win, so he naturally couldn't wait to die here. And as long as he was alive, although his hopes were very slim, he may still be able to find another node in the abyss. Lu Ming's face looked uncertain. When he was about to take action, he and Yuan's ears had the voice transmission from the young man in white robe. I have something that can definitely damage this monster. But before that, you have to help me distract that Lan Xi's attention. Otherwise, if he reminds this monster, we will be in trouble. Lu Ming and Yuan were surprised when they heard this. Lu Ming was somewhat suspicious. Yuan, who was not far away, actually nodded slightly after his eyes flashed. He threw the iron rod in front of him and made a gesture, then the two ends of the iron rod bent. After its surface was being wrapped by runes, it actually became a giant black bow. Yuan groaned. As he exerted force on both his arms, he pulled the bow. A dazzling golden light arrow appeared on the giant bow. It was exuding a powerful aura that even a crystallization period powerhouse dared not to ignore it. Lan Xi, who was on top of the giant head, immediately looked shocked. Because the direction of the golden light arrow was aiming at him. Seeing this situation, Lu Ming laughed bitterly and kept away the bone wind awl, which was originally in his hand. He took out and then quietly took out the yellow turban soldier talisman from Sumeru's snail and threw it out. At the next moment, a golden armor puppet that looked like Lu Ming appeared while holding his fists on the side. Siren King couldn't help but be surprised as he glanced at it, but he turned and looked at the giant head indifferently. The crystal ruler in his hand was emitting layers of faint blue light. He seemed to be charging some kind of power. Lu Ming did not look at Siren King much. He just took one step forward, then there was a dragon roar and tiger growl coming within his body. After a black gas surged out of him, the black gas transformed into Black Mist Dragon and Black Mist Tiger. After circling the top of Lu Ming's head, they went into his two arms, forming two black marks. Lu Ming's wrist shook, and both his arms enlarged after a snap sound. The two fists even had layers of dragon scale on them which made the two fists look ferocious in black-purple color. After they turned blurred, countless black-purple fist shadows appeared and surged toward Lan Xi wildly. On the other side, a golden light flashed in Yuan's pupils, and he released the bowstring in his hand. Puchi, a dazzling light arrow shot like a thunderbolt under a violent gale. Even though Lan Xi knew that the other party was just the existence of two condensation period intermediate stages, he didn't dare to take them lightly. After a groan, he turned his hand, and a 10 meters long big flag that was embroidered with an unknown silver flower. As he waved, palm-sized silver flowers bloomed immediately, and they flashed and transformed into layers of silver light curtain, protecting him in it. He didn't intend to counterattack at all. Obviously, this crystallization period powerhouse was only thinking to defend this wave of attacks, then he could let Guili deal with them. At the next moment, the golden rainbow transformed by the golden light flashed and hit on the light curtain released by Lan Xi. A loud, deafening loud noise. The place where the light arrow landed had an explosion in an instant. Golden light and silver light appeared simultaneously. But in just 1 second, the silver light was diminished sharply and was completely overwhelmed by the gold light. Several crisp sounds came out. The light curtain in front of Lan Xi was being smashed for 6 layers in a moment, and the remaining light curtain buzzed wildly. And when the golden light disappeared, countless fist shadows hit at the remaining light curtain along with a dragon roar and tiger growl. There was a continuous bang sound on the light curtain. In a moment, these layers of light curtains simultaneously showed numerous white marks. After a loud explosion, all the light curtains burst at the same time. Seeing this, Lan Xi was so shocked that he couldn't think about it. He turned the big flag in front of him. He poured all his spiritual power into it and cast numerous silver flowers again. Only then he could barely withstand the remaining fist shadows. However, his body was also blown back by the residual power. With the combined efforts of Lu Ming and Yuan, they almost hurt Lan Xi, the crystallization period powerhouse. However, because of this, Lan Xi couldn't care about Siren King for a while after his cold sweat came out. He was just staring at the direction of Lu Ming and Yuan with a vigilant face. He then waved the blue flag in his hand again, casting several layers of silver curtain to block in front of him. At the same time, the huge head underneath ignored what happened at the top of its head. It was just simply tasting the good food in its mouth. After it swallowed the last coma slave miner into the mouth and chewed, 7 slave miners including the Golden Scale clan woman were all dead. At this moment, Siren King, who had been looking at this side coldly, finally made a move again. Chapter 426, Putuo Flame. Chapter 426, Putuo Flame. Siren King suddenly waved the short rule that was already shining brightly, and a faint blue light flashed in front of him. His figure vanished after a blur. Seeing this, the giant head on the opposite side didn't care, but it was making a giggling laughter instead. After the head turned slightly, its mouth opened and spurted out black silks that surged like a tide. It was targeting the air by the side. As a result, an earth-shattering noise sounded. A cluster of several 10-meter silver flames rose up from the black silk net. It actually eliminated all the seemingly invincible black silks. In the center of the flame Siren King in a white robe appeared while holding a lotus-like silver lamp flame with one hand. After making a strange smile at the giant head, he suddenly threw the lamp flame in his hand, leaving a series of silver phantasms in the air. His body was flying away as he was using a strange gaze looking at the opposite. The huge head almost subconsciously sucked in the silver flame, then it laughed and said, "I have cultivated this filthy divine light for God knows how many years. It can contaminate anything in the world. Once it touches any spiritual weapons, they would lose their spirituality. What else do you have? Just use all of them on me." "No. Senior Guili, that thing is Putuo Flame of the Buddhist. You can't swallow it." After a huge movement happened below, Lan Xi, who was in the air, finally glanced below him. He saw the giant head swallowing the silver lamp flame, then he exclaimed in shock. "Putuo Flame." After this giant head heard him, it was obviously startled. But before it could respond, there was a burst of Sanskrit music in its body. As soon as this voice came into the ears of the people present, all their worries were swept away. This Sanskrit sound seemed to have an incredible effect of purifying the mind. And at the same time, on the surface of the giant head, faint silver Sanskrit appeared one by one suddenly. They intertwined and condensed silver lotus in bowl size. Every lotus bloomed and turned into clusters of silver flame. They combined and turned into a fierce silver flame sea. Silver flames were launched continuously, instantly overwhelming the entire head. The rock surface quickly melted at a rapid speed visible to the naked eye. Lan Xi, who was in the air, saw this scene in shock. He immediately turned around, then a silver light flashed and blasted away into the distance. However, Siren King snorted coldly, then he suddenly waved his sleeves and drew with his crystal-clear ruler in the air. 8 blue long spears were cast. They formed a line that blasted at Lan Xi's direction. But after a few crisp breaking sounds, a poo came out. The light curtains on the surface of Lan Xi's body were smashed by these several ice spears that were connected into a line. After the last spear penetrated Lan Xi's shoulder, half of his body turned into an ice sculpture. Even though Lan Xi was extremely painful, he still crushed a jade pendant in his sleeve instantaneously. His body was wrapped in 5-color silks and he continued to fly away. But at this moment, a shrill sound came from the nearby air. A white light was blasting at him suddenly. After a flash, it directly penetrated the 5-color glow in Lan Xi's protective aura, and it went through his head and came out the other side with a trace of blood. The white light kept spinning until it turned into countless bone fragments and shattered. After screaming, Lan Xi fell directly from midair and fell heavily on the ground. At this time, Lu Ming in the distance took a long sigh of relief and retrieved the other few inches long spiritual weapon in his hand. This Lan Xi was killed by a bone wind all unexpectedly. The young man in white robe witnessed this scene with some surprises. However, he snorted, then he flicked his sleeves and launched an ice spear like a meteor. Boom! The green gas that just flew out of the mouth and nose of Lan Xi's body was instantly blown away by the ice spear. Lu Ming's expression was slightly moved as he saw this, but when he noticed that there wasn't any sound coming from the silver flame, he couldn't help but be horrified. What kind of divine thing is this Putuo flame? With just a touch, it easily destroyed this seemingly invincible monster. I didn't expect. There are really Buddhist relics such as Putuo flame. I thought it was only fabricated by those ancient believers. The nearby Xen Yuan put the giant bow beside him, and he murmured with a surprised expression. When Lu Ming heard the words, his heart was moved. As he was about to ask, the young man in white robe who was standing in front of the silver flame, suddenly changed his face. He stomped on one foot suddenly, then his body flashed backward in a blur. With 2 flashes he returned to his original position, and he held Jialan who was floating in the air and turned into a rainbow that flew toward the direction he came from. Siren King's movements were extremely fast. It happened in a split second. Just when Lu Ming and Xen Yuan were surprised at this, the strange laughter of the giant head came out again from the fierce silver flame. Zuzu, I didn't expect you to have a Buddhist spirit flame in your hands. If my body is really a pure ghost creature, I'm afraid I can't escape from death. But what a pity is that my current look is just an avatar condensed by the negative chi of this place. As it spoke, a buzz sound suddenly came from the silver flame. After that, it shot out a black rune chain that traveled for 1,000 meters in just a flash. It was pursuing the young man in white robe who had run far away. Siren King, who was holding Jialan, was channeling all his spiritual power to escape. Feeling the wind behind him, his face looked terrified. The crystal-clear ruler appeared in his hand again. As he injected it with spiritual power, he threw the ruler behind him. It became 100-meter huge. Then, it spun wildly and raised a monstrous blue cold wind that went toward the incoming black rune chain. As the crisp sound kept coming, the black rune chain was frozen by the gale. It became a glittering blue icicle like a long dragon that exuded a faint cold air. Siren King took this opportunity to use a talisman, and his escaping speed increased several times. In an instant he flew out 1,000 meters more distance. But at this moment, there was a series of crisp sounds not far behind him. The icicle shattered in just a second. After the black rune chain became blurred, it disappeared into the air again. The young man in white robe was shocked. But before he could react to it, the black rune chain came out in a space fluctuation nearby, and it transformed into phantasms that pursued him. Siren King felt that his arms were tight and his body was stagnant, then he and Jialan were bound tightly. They could no longer move. Then they were pulled back by a strong force. In just a few seconds, Siren King and Jia Lan appeared again in the position before they escaped. At this time, Siren King's pale face was very gloomy. After being tied up by the rune, an astounding aura burst open from his body for a few times, and his body also flashed wildly in blue light, trying to break out of the binding. But this chain was strange. Whether it was his powerful physical strength or the pure spiritual power in his body, they couldn't be used. His power was disappearing like a mud cow falling into the sea. At the same time, the monstrous silver flame that was burning fiercely suddenly vanished. A cloud of black mist appeared in it, then it condensed into a large and distorted face. Only this time the face was condensed by the black gas. It was showing a smug smile, and it seemed a little vague. Such an astounding change naturally exceeded Lu Ming and Xan Yuan's expectations. However, the two were not ordinary cultivators. They also responded quickly. When Siren King ran without notifying them, they also immediately turned around and ran. A black mist surged on Lu Ming's body. It wrapped him in the golden puppet and flew away in a cloud of black gas. Xan Yuan shook the black giant bow in his hands without thinking, then it turned into the black iron rod again. With a groan, he bent his arm and threw toward another direction. Whoosh! The black giant rod blasted away in a black phantasm, then it increased in size along the way. Xan Yuan's figure was blurred. The next moment he had appeared on the giant rod 100 meters away. He was shooting away like a crossbow. Go! This time the black giant face didn't say any nonsense. It groaned, then it spurted out 2 rune chains from its mouth. The chains disappeared in front of it immediately after that. Xan Yuan only heard a whistling sound, then he was bound tightly by the rune chain that appeared in the space nearby. After the spiritual power in his body condensed, he fell from the sky with the giant rod. After Lu Ming sensed a spatial fluctuation coming from behind, he was startled immediately. He made a gesture, then the golden armor rune soldier instantly grew in size. Its arm became blurred and it pounced backward. At the same time, countless golden fist shadows were launched. It vaguely formed a golden hurricane that blocked behind Lu Ming. Poof! The black rune chain that came from behind flashed through the golden hurricane like it was nothing, and it penetrated through the head of the golden armor rune soldier. After the chain turned blurred, it strangely appeared behind Lu Ming and retrained him together. Chapter 427, Troll Head. Chapter 427, Troll Head. When the golden armor rune soldier was being penetrated, the golden hurricane in front of it also scattered. It then returned to a talisman and fell down. Yellow Turban Soldier Talisman. The black giant face seemed surprised and delighted when it saw the spirit patterns and little golden man picture on the yellow talisman from afar. A light surged from its mouth and brought this talisman for it to swallow. After a few seconds, when Lu Ming and Xan Yuan appeared again in front of the black giant face, they were like the previous Siren King. They couldn't move at all. When the three of them looked at each other, they couldn't help showing a bitter smile. Jia Lan, a woman who was being bound by the rune chain, was still unconscious. She didn't seem to know anything happening in the outside world. At this time, Lu Ming had naturally recognized the chain that bound him. It was exactly the same rune chain of the ancient troll giant foot that he met in the secret area of Yuan Ma Sect Monster Holding Tower. It was just that the previous rune chain was 7-colored and this one was black. Other than that, the two were almost identical. Lu Ming's face looked uncertain. He vaguely thought of something in his mind. But then, after losing the original stone body, this giant face did not seem to be interested in immediately eating Lu Ming and others. After it glanced at the prey in front of it, there was an undertone chant in its mouth. Lu Ming only felt that his body was light, and he immediately floated up, following the giant face to the mountain peak not far away. Lan Xi's body was actually rolled up by the rune chain, and he also followed behind them. When the huge face approached the peak, suddenly, a black and purple light surged out of its mouth and flashed into the peak. The huge mountain made a violent rumbling sound. A stone face that was 10,000 meters high appeared on the mountainside. It looked the same as the black face. It slowly opened its mouth and revealed a deep green stone tunnel with 10 meters high. The black giant face shrank in size after all this. It became 10 meters in size and flew toward the entrance. Lu Ming and the others entered the tunnel together involuntarily as they were pulled in. When several people entered, the light from behind suddenly became smaller and the entrance to the mountain gradually closed. Lu Ming and others then slowly flew along the tunnel when they were pulled by the black face. Several people went down and forward suddenly. After quite some time, their vision became bright after a few turns. They had arrived at 1,000 meters giant stone cave. According to Lu Ming's judgment along the way, this place should be in the center of the mountain's belly. In the center of the stone cave, an island-like black altar, that was the same as the altar in Yuan sect that sealed the giant foot, was hovering in the air. Above the altar was a giant array with countless giant spirit patterns. Above the array, a ferocious head in the size of an attic, with its eyes closing, was being sealed there. The giant head had a black horn. It had long silver hair. A layer of black scale covered most of the head. There was a hint of gray gas lingering on it which made it seem mysterious. There were rune chains penetrated at many parts of the head. 1/3 of them had turned into black color. The huge array below was vaguely incomplete, and at the edge of the array there were several deep claw marks. The marks were a few meters deep which looked very eye-catching. When Lu Ming clearly saw the giant head in the altar, his heart thumped. This is indeed the place that seals the ancient troll, and it is also the most important troll head. It seemed to have woken up as it clearly got rid of part of the seals. It was no wonder that it could use Avatar to wreak havoc outside. Siren King and Xan Yuan were naturally shocked when they saw this huge troll head. Obviously, both of them also recognized the origin of the sealed troll at a glance. Siren King's face instantly became abnormally somber. Xan Yuan's face was instantly pale. After the black face brought the crowd to this place, it turned into a black mist and went into the head. A few bangs sounded. Lu Ming and the other 4 people, plus Lan Xi's body, suddenly fell to the ground heavily. At the same time, the space where the black face was at had fist-sized blood clusters. There was a feint of black gas on them. They were actually the blood essence of the slave miner that was devoured earlier. In addition, at the center of the blood clusters, a yellow talisman was floating among them. It was the yellow turban soldier talisman. After the black mist went into the giant head, the head opened its eyes slowly. 2 silver flames were lit up. Its gaze was the same as the previous black giant face. The huge head glanced slowly over Lu Ming and others, then it finally stopped on the blood clusters in the air. Suddenly, its mouth opened and a black-purple light surged out, sucking in all the blood clusters. As a result, the giant head would flash a blood light as a blood cluster went into it. Its aura also increased slightly. As all the blood clusters were swallowed, the troll's head's eyes were flickering, and it began to struggle like crazy. The original static array on the altar was buzzing immediately. White rune chains were emitting 7-color crystal light, and it began to shrink quickly. The huge head suddenly appeared painful, but there was a thunderous roar in its mouth. Bang, bang, bang. After a few minutes, the 3 white chains were forcefully broken by the giant head. The giant head opened its mouth and spurted out a few faint black demonic flames. The flames instantly rolled up the broken chains and refined it on the spot. The original glittering white rune chain began to expand and shrink rhythmically under the black demonic flame. The rune chains became dimmed bit by bit. In just a few moments, these broken chains became black. After the giant head laughed strangely, it sucked the demonic flame that refined the rune chains. The spiritual weapon that the ancient cultivator used to seal the troll's head actually turned into the head's weapon. This turns out to be the place where the head of the ancient troll is sealed. Siren King and Xan Yuan were shocked and angry as they knew the origin of the chains that restrained them. However, Lu Ming's thoughts turned quickly. He simply closed his eyes and focused his mind into the sea of consciousness. He immediately re-examined the celestial tablet. At the moment, on the black and white stone tablets, the lower part of the golden hourglass pattern was already covered with thick silver gravel, but only a quarter of the upper part was left. After Lu Ming had the 2 experiences of absorbing the energy of the troll's limbs, he naturally knew that his only hope of being alive now was whether he could activate the mysterious tablet. He poured all his spiritual power into the celestial tablet. At this time, after the 3 talismans were refined by the troll head, it looked at Lan Xi's corpse. It opened its mouth and sucked Lan Xi's body. It was chewing vigorously, making a terrifying snapping sound. After a while, the troll's head shook and opened its mouth again. It spat out a 10 meters bloody meatball. A pungent, bloody smell suddenly filled the cave. Such an astounding scene, not only Siren King's and Xan Yuan's eyes flashed. Even Lu Ming opened his eyes abruptly to carefully look at the meatball. On the surface of the bloody meatball, there were dense bloody veins on it. As it fell and rolled on the ground, it stopped on the spot after a tremble. Then the bloody meat ball contracted as if it was alive, and the sounds of heartbeat coming from it. After a few seconds, the beating sound became clearer and clearer, and the frequency became faster and faster. In such a weird scene, even Siren King's face couldn't help but turn a little blue. As the bloody meat ball trembled, its surface started to shoot out several bloody light beams. As the light beams became more and more dense, it gradually formed a cluster of bloody light that wrapped the bloody meatball in it. Boom! The bloody light faded away, and the original bloody meatball was gone. However, there was a pungent blood mist in its original location. In the blood mist, there was vaguely a thin figure struggling to stand up. When the blood mist drifted away, Lu Ming and others were stunned to find that Lan Xi, who was certainly dead, suddenly stood up again in front of everyone. At this moment, Lan Xi's original body was completely intact, but his gray robe was already worn out. There were many sticky bloodstains on it. He was surrounded by waves of black gas. His appearance looked much more ferocious than before. The skin on his body was covered with light black spirit patterns. A thin layer of green scale appeared on his arms and legs which flickered in a strange light. However, his eyes looked dull, there wasn't any vigor in them. As soon as Lan Xifang appeared, he made a beast-like roar. Looking at Lu Ming and the others who were restrained in front of him, it was filled with bloodthirsty impulse. He had completely lost his mind. He even lost his ability to speak. He was actually half demonized directly. At this time, the giant head devil sneered and spoke to the demonized Lan Xi. "Friend Lan, I promised you that as long as you help me, it will help you to become a real pellet state cultivator. Now that you are dead, I will use the puppet that is transformed by your flesh as my first avatar. In the future, you will have the strength of the real pellet state. By that, I'm not really considered as lying to you." Chapter 428, The Demonized Lan Xi. Chapter 428, The Demonized Lan Xi. Lu Ming and others discovered that the demonized Lan Xi in front of them not only preserved the realm of the crystallization period early stage, but the aura he exuded was more powerful than before. After the giant head said, it looked up and down at Lan Xi smugly for a while, then he glanced at Lu Ming and the others. When it looked at the young man in white robe, a smile appeared on its face and he nodded with satisfaction. When it looked at XN Yuan, it ignored him, but when it looked at Yang Ming, its nose moved a little, then it suddenly exclaimed. Lan Xi, who originally had a dull look, suddenly walked up to Lu Ming, ripped the leather bag around his waist and opened it on the spot. As a result, two black gas burst out. Bone Scorpion and Demon Flying Skull appeared from it. As soon as Bone Scorpion landed, it generally knew the current situation after seeing Lu Ming's appearance now. Two clusters of green light flashed. As it made a strange hiss, it turned into a phantasm and flickered. The snake head, behind it blurred and turned into countless black silks that launched at the demonized Lan Xi. Demon Flying Skull also looked ferocious as well. Its hair turned into a net that covered the demonized Lan Xi. The demonized Lan Xi groaned as he saw this. His arms became blurred under two black lights. Bang, bang, two consecutive loud noises sounded. Bone Scorpion and Demon Flying Skull were knocked out for several 10 meters after being hammered by the knuckle full of black spirit patterns. The two rolled in the air a few times which made them look embarrassed, but their hidden ferocity was also evoked. They adjusted their direction and charged at Lan Xi. But at this moment, Demon Flying Skull that was being bound by the rune chains glared, and a black gas rolled out of it. It released a terrifying demon pressure which made them breathless. Bone Scorpion and Demon Flying Skull paused in the air and fell down heavily. The demonized Lan Xi walked slowly without expression. His two giant palms easily grabbed Bone Scorpion's tail and Demon Flying Skull's hair. He lifted them up, then he shook his arms, releasing a terrifying shockwave. As the two were paralyzed, he turned around. When he reached the giant head, its two arms stretched out. Bone Scorpion and Demon Flying Skull could no longer move. The giant head flashed a silver light in its eyes. After it carefully assessed Bone Scorpion and Demon Flying Skull, it murmured in a weird expression, "It's incredible. It's just a low-rank demon but it actually has my aura. The other is just a low-rank ghost creature but it gives me a feeling of closeness. It actually gives me a sense of my descendant. Let me think. Right, my little finger was cut off by a powerful enemy in the place with negative chi. This ghost creature must have swallowed my little finger. Only then there will be such a variation. Boy, have you ever seen my other parts being sealed in other places?" In the last sentence, the giant head was actually shouting at Lu Ming fiercely. Lu Ming heard this and he felt a little enlightened. It turns out that Bone Scorpion can be so outstanding because of such opportunity. Not only it can continue to evolve, but it can also summon an abnormal thunder calamity. It is far from comparable with other similar ghost creatures. Yes, I did see your other parts that are sealed, Lu Ming admitted after being silent for a while. As soon as he said this, Yuan next to him couldn't help but look surprised. Siren King also glanced at him in surprise. When the giant head heard the words, it immediately moved its attention away from the demon flying skull and bone scorpion in front of it, and it hurriedly asked, "Very good. You quickly tell me the whereabouts of my other limbs. If you tell the truth I may let you live. But if you dare to lie I will make you suffer a living hell." The huge head seemed a little nervous, but there was a hint of excitement in the words. Lu Ming saw this and there was a trace of strangeness in his eyes. He slowly answered, "That was when I was traveling in a place called Yunchuan Continent, earlier. When I was exploring a secret place with others, I accidentally found a space node in a remote corner. I was curious and wanted to enter. After all, as a result, an altar similar to the one here was found there, and a giant foot was sealed on the altar." Lu Ming casually spoke half-truthfully to delay some time, while carefully recalling the situation when he encountered the huge troll foot in the Yuan Sect's secret realm. At the same time he was a little uneasy in his heart. Now that he saw the troll's real body, why the mysterious bubble didn't appear this time? Looking at the current situation, he didn't seem to have much time to delay. "Yes, that must be my foot. Go on, have you found the others?" The giant head nodded and a smile appeared on its face. "After discovering it with my companions at that time, we were amazed by the powerful aura it exuded, so we didn't dare to get close to it. We just made a little observation, then we left the place directly. In addition to this, we didn't." Lu Ming's appearance did not change, but he finally released a mental power toward the celestial tablet in the Sea of Consciousness and activated it. Although he did not know whether this approach was really effective in the current situation, this was the only chance to wake up the mysterious bubble. As a result, at the next moment, a soft sound, "pooh," came. Then, there was a movement in his Sea of Consciousness. A bean-sized clear bubble appeared in a flash, and it was spinning quickly after flashing. The celestial tablet in his Sea of Consciousness suddenly shined. A strange purple rune appeared on the tablet, and it was fluttering wildly. "Junior, you are looking for death." The giant head that was still smiling immediately sensed the strange aura from Lu Ming. It shouted in anger. As it opened its mouth, a thick black silk was shot from it. After a few flickers, it was already in front of Lu Ming. It was about to penetrate his head and kill him. At the same time, the black rune chain that originally restrained Lu Ming also tightened suddenly. A huge force was about to tear his body into several pieces. Lu Ming's body trembled and suddenly a black flame rolled out from his body. The rune chains were burned to ashes with just a touch. Then his forehead shined, a bubble that was slowly spinning appeared there silently. The thick black silk flashed and went directly into the bubble phantasm after a pooh sound. It disappeared completely. The giant head saw this scene and it was shocked. There was an ominous hunch in its mind. It groaned without thinking much, then it released all the purest true demonic qi that had accumulated in its body for many years. A wave of black gas condensed on top of its head, then it circled and turned into a monster black current that surged toward Lu Ming. For a time, the entire huge cave was filled with an incredibly powerful tyranny aura. Siren King's face looked stern in sight of this. And Yuan could only snort under such a terrifying breath, then his face became red. However, the clear bubble phantasm in front of Lu Ming's forehead just spun, then the black current was being sucked by a strange force when it got close to the bubble. It flowed inside the bubble endlessly. This monstrous true demon qi was absorbed in a blink of an eye. Yuan and Siren King couldn't help but look relieved when the demonic qi was absorbed. Yuan looked at Lu Ming's eyes with a hint of horror, while Siren King's face remained unchanged like he was thinking about something. "It's impossible." The giant head was shocked. It couldn't believe what it saw. But at this time, the mysterious bubble phantasm just made a tremble, and it released a crystal-clear white light that covered the giant head in it. The white light pulled out a little green man forcefully from the top of the giant head. The little man's face looked the same as that of the giant head, but its body surface was wrapped with a dozen black mini-rune chains. It was desperately resisting the pulling of the white light, but it still flew toward the bubble bit by bit. This little green man was the soul that was left in the troll's head previously. It grew to such a powerful strength after training for such a long time due to the seal. It only had part of the memory of the ancient troll. The giant head who lost its soul, the silver flames in its eye sockets vanished. Although it still looked horrifying, it lost its original vitality. The little green man's face was full of disbelief. After it groaned, the demonized Lan Xi, who was originally standing still, slammed Bone Scorpion and Demon Flying Skull to the ground, then it pounced right toward Lu Ming after turning into an afterimage. Obviously, the soul of the giant head also knew that the crisis could be solved as long as Lu Ming was dead. For some reason, the mysterious bubble phantasm didn't respond to the demonized Lan Xi who was rushing toward Lu Ming, and it was still just pulling the little man unhurriedly. Lu Ming only a malicious wind, then the demonized Lan Xi had appeared in front of him. His demonic hand blurred and went straight to Lu Ming's chest like a sharp blade. It was quick as lightning. Lu Ming was unable to react to it. A loud sound. Lu Ming felt hot in his chest. His body was like being crushed by something, flying out like a sandbag. Chapter 429, Being Controlled by Demonic Thoughts. Chapter 429, Being Controlled by Demonic Thoughts. At the same time, the crystal bubble phantasm shook slightly. The initial white glow became slightly dimmed. It actually enabled the little green man, that was originally transformed by the giant head soul, to struggle in it. The little green man was overjoyed to see this. He shouted at the demonized Lan Xi again. While Lu Ming was about to hit the wall behind him, he channeled his spiritual power in anger. The flying body stopped in the air, then he looked down to see that his chest was already bleeding badly. Those crimson hydra scales that were covering his vital points just in case were actually shattered by the force. He couldn't help being shocked seeing this situation. But as soon as he raised his head, he saw that the demonized Lan Xi once again appeared in front of him. He stretched his arms and clawed at Lu Ming's chest. However, fortunately he was able to throw his punch that was covered by the scales in time. After a collision sound, he only felt that his fist was hot, and the outer layer of scales on the surface was clawed off by the demonized Lan Xi. At the same time, a rampaging force surged from Lu Ming's front, and it sent him flying. Poof! Lu Ming's body slammed heavily on the wall behind him, then fell to the ground below. Fortunately, his physical body was also very sturdy. He wasn't hurt much by this slam, but his mind was shocked. He actually had a hint of dizziness. But his heart thumped, then it kept sinking straight. With his current physical strength, plus the assistance of Tiger Dragon Hell Prison and Crimson Hydra Scales, he was actually defenseless against this demonized Lan Xi at all. This was really incredible. If that's the case, wouldn't he be dead here? At this moment, Lu Ming's ear suddenly heard an almost inaudible cold voice, "Demonize." Lu Ming suddenly felt a boom in both ears. He felt something ignited in his body. After falling heavily, a black flame came out of his body and burned fiercely. The next moment, there was a trace of pain on his face. After his body burst out with a crackling sound, his body grew bigger. The wounds on his chest also recovered as if he was never wounded. Faint purple spirit patterns appeared on his skin one by one. From a distance, Lu Ming at the moment turned into a ferocious look that was somewhat similar to Lan Xi. At this time he only felt that there was a bloodthirsty violence in his brain, but his body was full of endless power. He actually looked up and roared unconsciously. At this moment, Lu Ming, although was very conscious of his own mind, he could no longer control his body. And just at the moment when he just finished transforming, the frenzy Lan Xi had appeared before him. He clawed down on top of Lu Ming's head at a lightning speed, leaving a trail of black mark in the air. After the demonization, Lu Ming's eyes flashed fiercely. He almost moved his arm without thinking, then it became an afterimage that launched at the enemy. His arm had already hit Lan Xi's chest even though he launched his punch later. Boom! A gray shadow flashed in front of Lu Ming. The demonized Lan Xi's body shook and flew out for several 10 meters. In this scene, not only Siren King and Xan Yuan were stunned, but the little green man in the white light was even more shocked. Before it could command Lan Xi to do anything, the next scene shocked him even more. As soon as Lan Xi stabilized his body, Lu Ming blurred and appeared again in front of the demonized Lan Xi. He raised his hand and punched again. When the demonized Lan Xi saw this, he groaned and waved his two arms swiftly as well. His one palm took Lu Ming's punch while another one clawed toward Lu Ming's waist. A weird scene appeared. Lu Ming's body shone in black light. His punch penetrated Lan Xi's palm without any hindrance. Lan Xi's arm burst open inch by inch. His flesh and bones were spreading around. At the same time, Lan Xi's claw was only able to barely penetrate Lu Ming's body protection aura and grabbed his waist. But then Lu Ming only flicked his skin, and it instantly became smooth. The seemingly sharp fingers brushed past his skin as if the force couldn't be exerted on his skin. Lu Ming's other arm suddenly made a popping sound, then it suddenly went behind Lan Xi's neck at an incredible angle. He suddenly grabbed and twisted Lan Xi's neck, then he threw him into the air at light speed. The demonized Lan Xi's head suddenly twisted for 180 degrees, then his body was flying away in the air. Then Lu Ming stomped his legs and appeared in front of Lan Xi. He revealed a hideous smile, then his arms turned blurred. Both palms that had sharp nails clawed down under a series of claw afterimage. Popping sounds kept coming from the air. The demonized Lan Xi's body instantly had blood scattering around. After a few moments, the figure in the air flicked, and Lu Ming appeared with blood all over his body. In the air above, the demonized Lan Xi had been torn to pieces. His broken limbs, flesh and bones rained down. The entire air of the cave was suddenly full of bloody scent. From Lu Ming's demonization to getting up to fight back, then killing Lan Xi, it only took a few moments. And Lu Ming himself witnessed the whole process of this bloody battle between himself and Lan Xi from a strange angle similar to bystanders. The battle between them was extremely simple. They were just throwing punch and claw at each other, but this powerful battle made Lu Ming shock deep down his heart. For the first time, he knew that the power of his physical body could be so powerful. A hidden door in his mind was being opened unconsciously. The Xan Yuan near the altar was stunned by the fierce bloody battle just now. Such a powerful existence like Siren King also looked at Lu Ming with doubts and fears. No. The little green man that was covered by the white light shouted loudly. His voice was terrible. The nearby white light also surged violently, making him unable to stable its body. It was being forcefully pulled by the clear bubble phantasm that was on the altar. And at the moment when the little green man phantasm disappeared, Lu Ming glanced coldly around. At this moment, even Siren King couldn't help looking terrified after being glanced at by Lu Ming indifferently. Xan Yuan's face turned white a bit. He was cold, sweating on his back as if he had fallen into an ice cave. At this time, the two of them had already noticed that Lu Ming had lost his mind at the moment. Based on the cruel means after he transformed, they wouldn't be surprised if he immediately tears them into pieces. However, Lu Ming just hurriedly glanced at the two in Jialan who was still unconscious next to Siren King, then he finally set his gaze on the giant head that was sealed on the altar in front of him. The demon flying skull and bone scorpion that were thrown in front of the giant head had regained their mobility after the little green man was absorbed. But demon flying skull looked at Lu Ming in awe at the moment. It was actually trembling slight and it didn't dare to move. As for bone scorpion by the side, the two green lights on its head looked at the master in front. It wanted to jump over, but based on its instinctive fear, it didn't dare to step forward. Lu Ming didn't look at the spiritual pets for a longer time. His figure flashed and appeared on the altar. His arm moved and pierced into the eye of the giant head. After he withdrew his hand, he took out 8 fist-sized purple crystal stones. As Lu Ming shook his hand, he put the purple crystal stone into his mouth and started chewing. He actually ate all of them. Every time a purple crystal stone was swallowed, the purple spirit patterns on the surface of Lu Ming were clearer under a burst of purple light. Although Lu Ming still couldn't control his body, he could clearly sense that every time he swallowed a purple crystal stone, the bloodthirsty intention in his body grew stronger at the same time. He knew that this was not a good sign without making a clear understanding of the current situation. However, he was helpless no matter how he channeled his spiritual power madly. He couldn't gain control of his demonized body. He was horrified in his heart. He could only see himself swallowing the purple crystal stones into his stomach helplessly. This was repeated for several times. When Lu Ming's arm pulled out from another giant eye and took out 4 more purple crystal stones, the crystal stones inside this giant head were being consumed completely. After Lu Ming had swallowed all the crystal stones, he did not bother the giant head anymore. The facial skin of the giant head seemed a little bleak as the crystal stones were gone. The black gas around it also became thin. At this moment, after the purple spirit patterns on the surface of Lu Ming flowed, he suddenly roared into the sky, which made the others feel a chill down their spine. He then turned his body and looked at the young man in white robe not far away. Although the demonized Lu Ming was rampaging due to the bloodthirsty murderous intention, and his logical mind was completely lost, he still subconsciously had a great hostility to Siren King. When a murderous intention flashed in the eyes of Lu Ming, he walked toward the young man. Siren King looked a little pale in sight of this. Before waiting for Lu Ming to get close, a blue light flowed in his eyes. A powerful demonic energy erupted from his body, the black rune chains were broken free after his arms turned blurred. The young man in white robe moved and he immediately stood up from the ground. Chapter 430, Defeating Siren King. Chapter 430, Defeating Siren King. As soon as the young man in white robe leaned over, he grabbed Jialan in front of him. It turned out that after the little green man was absorbed into the mysterious bubble phantasm, the rune chains that it refined had instantly lost its spirit. It was no longer able to trap Siren King after its power was greatly reduced. But at this moment, Lu Ming had turned into a purple shadow and rushed in front of him. His fingers were already clawing at Siren King with a strong wind. Even if Siren King had higher cultivation than Lu Ming, he couldn't help having a cold sweat under this claw. He couldn't bother Jialan who was on the ground. He could only dodge backward to barely escape from this claw. As he dodged, he let out a dragon roar. His body shone in great light, then he turned into a 100 meters long dragon that was covered with blue scales. Siren King had no choice but to do this. Initially, with his real pellet state cultivation, if his spiritual power was in its heyday, even if the demonized Lu Ming was powerful, he would not be afraid at all. Not only was he seriously injured at the moment, but he was also affected by a terrible poison. He needed to use most of the spiritual power to suppress the spread of the poison in the body. The battle in the stone forest with the giant troll head had exhausted most of his spiritual power. So, he could only use his true form to battle desperately with the demonized Lu Ming. This real pellet state powerhouse was really unfortunate. His most reliant treasure, Shenyi Needle, if it was not in the critical moment of advancing to a higher level, he would use it now. Not only he couldn't use it to defend himself, he must also carefully cultivate it in his body. Otherwise, the results of the battle with the Sea Creature clan might be different. Of course, even so, Siren King with his real pellet state and dragon body, his powerful strength could be imagined. Lu Ming missed his attack. Facing the blue dragon that suddenly appeared in front of him, the purple spirit patterns on his body still flashed. Once again, a purple shadow was charging at Siren King again. The pair of sharp claws went straight at the blue dragon in the air. Several whistling sounds blasted out. The blue dragon's arms lifted, and the blue clear claws blocked in front of it. Bang, bang, two loud noises. The space around the two was shaking violently. Although the dragon blocked the demonized Lu Ming's claws, 5 bloody claw marks could be seen as the claws swept through. Under the groan of the blue dragon, the tail full of scales turned a blue shadow that swept past. At the same time, it opened its mouth and shot a blue light beam at the demonized Lu Ming. But the purple spirit patterns on the surface of Lu Ming flowed for a while, and his body shook slightly, then his body was twisted into a strange angle, causing the light beam to miss in the air. The other hand extended forward in the air. Suddenly his claw flashed. The dragon tail that was sweeping past was knocked flying for 100 more meters away. Lu Ming relaxed his 5 fingers and several light blue scales fell to the ground along with a large flesh. As soon as the blue dragon stabilized its body, its eyes flashed a hint of fear under the great pain of its tail. At this moment, after the purple figure flashed in front of its eyes, Lu Ming appeared again with a grin. He waved his hands and the claw light went forward with a whistling sound. The blue dragon had a dull face. It hissed and ignored the claw lights. Instead, it swung its arms. A pair of dragon claws struck toward Lu Ming's head. Before the dragon claws reached the opponent's head, 2 muffled sounds came. The blue dragon felt pain on its body, then it felt cold. Several scales were being scratched down again. At the same time, Lu Ming made a strange laughter. His body blurred and appeared several 10 meters away. At this time, the dragon's claws only missed the hit. Soon after, there was a sudden loud noise outside the Black Mountain peak. After a burst of flying sand and rocks, a large hole of several 10 meters was burst out of the surface of the mountain. A blue dragon and a gray-robed young man covered with purple spirit patterns flew out one after another from it. It was Siren King and the demonized Lu Ming. The two actually battled all the way from the Black Mountain peak to the initial stone forest. In a blink of an eye, the two chased out for thousands of meters in tandem and appeared again at the location of the previous altar. On the rocky ground, the silver flame caused by Putuo flame was still burning fiercely. It wasn't weakened at all. There was still a thick layer of white light curtain on top of the flame. A group of Lan Xi flashed by, and the blue dragon figure was easily exposed under the light curtain of the node. Previously in the cave, after the two fought briefly, the dragon transformed by Siren King was seriously wounded under the ghostly attacks by the demonized Lu Ming. Many scales on its body were even clawed off by him. Therefore, Siren King saw that the situation was back, he could retreat while battling. After failing a few attempts to bring Jialan with him, he could only break through the mountain wall to escape first. The demonized Lu Ming chased out without hesitation. Siren King was covered in wounds at the moment. This was the first time for him to lose so badly since he advanced to real pellet state. As he just took a deep breath, the figure behind him flashed out. An arm with purple spirit pattern enlarged and thrust into his vital spot. This arm appeared from a weird angle. It was almost thrusting in an extremely close distance. Siren King was so shocked that he couldn't avoid it at all. He could only grit his teeth and barely changed his pose in a hurry. Bang! Lu Ming took back his bloody claw and caught the dragon's tail, then he held it with both hands and started spinning. The blue dragon was caught off guard. It turned in a blue phantasm in the rotation. It was getting faster and faster. It actually made a strong whistling sound. Siren King only felt that the surrounding scenery was blurry. He was so dizzy that he couldn't control himself at all. Whoosh! Lu Ming suddenly let go of his hands and threw the dragon into the sky. A loud trembling noise came. The blue dragon hit the light curtain at the space node, causing the light curtain to shake violently. After that, it fell heavily on the ground. It was motionless with its eyes tightly. At this time, Lu Ming raised one arm. The 5 fingers suddenly amplified. A few inch-long purple lights were released from the tips of the claws. He appeared beside the dragon in an instant and clawed down, wanting to dig out its heart. But at this moment, the dragon opened its eyes and spat out an unknown golden rune. It hit on the demonized Lu Ming at an incredible speed. Under the flash of rune, it turned into a burst of golden light that burst open. Lu Ming was shocked. He was knocked back after making a muffled sound. Then Siren King no longer hesitated. He spat out another golden rune, and it turned into a silver lightning arc in the air. At the next moment there was a thunder. The silver lightning arc struck the node behind it. The white light curtain had an irregular big hole after being pierced by the silver lightning arc. The blue dragon body transformed by Siren King below turned into a blue rainbow that flew into it. The demonized Lu Ming in the air stabilized his body in the air. His body flashed a purple light, trying to go into the same node. But at this moment, the surface of the light curtain was fluctuating. The big hole was closed instantly. Lu Ming was stunned at first, then he burst into anger. As he was about to attack the light curtain, there was a thunderous noise in his ear. His face suddenly changed, then he became unconscious and fell down heavily. On the way down, his body suddenly shrunk in size. The purple spirit patterns covering his body also disappeared. The 10 sharp fingernails were gone as well. He actually returned to his original appearance. Boom! Lu Ming fell heavily on the ground and smashed out a big pit, then he was motionless. Inside a huge cave on the Black Mountain peak. Yuan stared blankly over the altar. He seemed like he couldn't believe in what he just saw. Jialan, who was lying beside him, was still unconscious, but her ring finger moved slightly inadvertently. The bone scorpion and demon flying skull, that were previously suppressed by the giant head's pressure, then they didn't dare to move due to the powerful aura released by the demonized Lu Ming, regained their freedom and rushed to the altar in the air after Lu Ming left. Demon Flying Skull's green hair suddenly blasted out, and it suddenly flashed into the giant head's nose, ears and mouth. It tore out a dozen of bean-sized purple crystal stone, then it started eating them delightfully. After making a few crunchy sounds, all the crystal stones were being eaten. Then it flickered and jumped on top of the giant head. It bit on the giant head's skin to suck the remaining blood essence. On the other side, Bone Scorpion used a pair of giant pincers to tear apart the giant head's loose skin, revealing the crystal-clear bones in it. Then it bit without hesitation. The seemingly hard troll skull was softened by the erosion of purple venom that was secreted from Bone Scorpion's mouth, and Bone Scorpion swallowed them into its stomach. Of course they could do so because the demonic chi of the troll head was absorbed by the bubble phantasm. Now it was just an empty shell. Otherwise, the 2 spirit pets couldn't even hurt this troll head a little no matter how sharp their teeth were. Yuan was dumbfounded looking at what the demon flying skull and bone scorpion were doing on the altar. Lu Ming looked at the gray mist in the air and the black and white stone monument that was 20 meters high in front of him, and he couldn't help laughing bitterly. This time he entered the mysterious space again. Chapter 431, Luo Hu. Chapter 431, Luo Hu. The scene of his previous battle with Lan Xi and Siren King was still fresh in his memory, and it gave him a very strange feeling. On the one hand, he was still immersed in the former pleasure of possessing incredible physical power. On the other hand, he began to feel deeply afraid of the fact that he could not control himself after being demonized. When he finally pulled his thoughts back from the previous scenes, settled his mind and turned around to think about something, his expression on his face froze. He saw a young boy who looked around 14 years old, was looking at him with a blank face not far away. The boy was dressed in green clothes, and his face was astonishingly the same as Lu Ming a few years ago, except that the pupils of his eyes flashed with gold and silver lights. This gave a coldness that warned the others from getting close. What was even more shocking to Lu Ming was that when he used his divine thought to scan the young boy, he couldn't find anything, as if there wasn't anybody there. "May I ask, sir, for your name? Why are you here?" Lu Ming was not an ordinary person after all. Although he was shocked in his heart, he finally recovered and asked while forcing a smile. At the same time he stepped back silently. "Who am I? I don't know, but since the day I was born, I have witnessed this thing constantly changing its host. Among them are beastkins, human and ghost creatures. Among them the longest could persist for thousands of years. The shortest one had their spiritual power and blood essence being drained completely the moment they were possessed. However, including you, there are only around 8 people among the hosts who can see me after being accepted by this thing. You can call me Luo Hu." The young man's eyes were glittering gold and silver lights as he looked at Lu Ming. He said slowly. His words had a strange feeling of emptiness, as if the person was near yet far away. "It turns out to be Senior Luo Hu. However, it should be Senior who reminded Junior, right? If Senior didn't help me, Junior would most likely be killed by the troll." Lu Ming looked understood as he heard the young man, and he replied respectfully. "Hehe, I didn't help you at all. I just aroused the true demonic power hidden in your body. But the consequences of doing so also speed up the process of your demonization. Before that, if you let your body demonize by itself, it will take 5 or 6 years. In addition, if you cannot suppress the backlash of the power of the true demonic power one day and truly become a mindless demonic creature, I will seal your soul in this thing and find the next host." Luo Hui grinned suddenly after hearing Lu Ming's words, showing his white teeth. True demonic power. Host. Demonic creature. Even though Lu Ming was well informed, he couldn't help being a little dumbfounded when he heard this series of amazing words. "Don't worry. Since I'm willing to show up in front of you, I will naturally answer some of your questions. So, as the price for you to find so many true demonic energy this time, I can answer your 3 questions and give one good thing for you. Hehe, the last time I talked with a host who could communicate was thousands of years ago." The young man said lightly. "Since Senior said so, Junior will not be polite. Junior want to know what the existence of this thing is, and what is its origin." Lu Ming was surprised after listening to the boy's words, but his face looked uncertain before asking. "You're so smart. You actually asked these questions directly. Unfortunately, I don't know the origin of this thing either. You can only speculate yourself. It is probably some kind of treasure that was forged by a powerful individual." Luo Hui first complimented him, but then he gave the answer that made Lu Ming dumbfounded. "Isn't Senior's answer too casual?" Lu Ming said with a wry smile. "How is it casual? I answered what you asked, but if I don't know about it, it's useless even if you ask. Alright, you can ask the second question." The young man snorted coldly and replied with a stern face. "In this case, Junior want to know what is the specific effect of this thing?" Lu Ming was silent for a while before gently stepping lightly on the ground with one foot and asking. "Seal." Luo Hu just uttered 2 words for this question. This made Lu Ming completely speechless. When he wanted to ask carefully, he saw the young man looking up at the sky. He was obviously reluctant to answer related questions. As for the previous 2 questions, one was almost unanswered and the other was almost equal to no question even though it was answered. Lu Ming still understood nothing in the end. As a result, Lu Ming naturally had to be more cautious about the 3rd question. After repeated consideration, he spoke very solemnly. "Junior wants to know what the demonization that Senior said earlier is all about? In addition, when does the so-called true demonic power exist in Junior? I wonder if you still remember the experience of being soul-stealing?" This time, the green-clothes young man stared at Lu Ming's face and asked slowly. Junior naturally remembers. Is there any relationship between the soul-stealing person and the true demonic power in Junior? Lu Ming was startled when he heard the words, then he thought of the disappearance of another, Lu Ming, in the mysterious space. He still had a lingering fear in his heart. He nodded and answered. The creature that was trying to steal your soul was actually an alternate mind of a demonic soul that was sealed here. It's just that it underestimated the might of this treasure. Its alternate mind could temporarily occupy your body, but it was still being sucked into this space and got killed on the spot. However, it was still unwilling, so when you entered this space, you saw the scene of the demonic soul trying to escape out of the seal. Although its alternate mind was crushed on the spot, there was still a remnant of demonic thought going into your divine thought and lurking in there. This demonic thought later went to your physical body by following the divine thought visualized by you. After it absorbed the aura of the outside world, it produced a pure true demonic power. The young man in green clothes said slowly. It turns out to be the case. I was wondering why the thing that was trying to steal my soul disappeared all of a sudden. Moreover, that day there was indeed a black gas went into my body in this space. Lu Ming's face changed greatly. The pure essence of this demonic thought was completely destroyed by the seal power, and it no longer had a will of its own. It completely got rid of the control of the demonic soul. However, it will follow its instinct to keep producing true demonic power, and it slowly becomes stronger in your body. Of course, this process is initially very slow. Your first demonization would only happen a few years later. No, your situation is a little special. You will only be half demonized, which is different from the demonic slave, Lan Xi, that you killed. However, with the precedent of the first demonization, there will be a second time, third time. Every half demonization, although it will make you extremely powerful, maximizing your strength, it will also let your temperament become bloodthirstiness. At the same time, it will be harder for you to return to being human. In the end, you will finally lose control of your own body. One day, if you can't suppress the true demonic power from triggering, the demonic thought in your body will follow its instinct and directly devour your soul, becoming a true demonic creature. Luo Hu said so with a blank face. Lu Ming's face had already turned blue when he heard this. Although he had a bad hunch after hearing demonic thought, demonic soul, he never expected the real situation would be so bad. But having said that, if Luo Hu didn't trigger the true demonic power in his body, he would likely be the food of the giant troll head. How could he get to this place and know about these things? After thinking about it this way, Lu Ming finally calmed down a bit, and immediately continued to ask without holding much hope. Since Senior knows the reason for Junior's demonization of the Junior, do Senior have any way to deal with it? Out of Lu Ming's expectation, this young man named Luo Hu glanced at Lu Ming and replied, "There is no other way but to forcefully suppress it with spiritual power. In this way, Junior will increase my own cultivation to ensure it to be more powerful than the true demonic power produced by the demonic thought. Otherwise it is not a suppression at all." Lu Ming sighed and said with a wry smile. This time he was demonized, and he was lucky enough to be able to restore his sanity, indicating that the power of this true demonic power was definitely not beyond the ability of his own cultivation. After all, according to the young man, it would take several years for his half-demonization to be triggered. But if he couldn't improve his realm as soon as possible, how could he know whether he could return normal after the next demonization? The young man in green clothes glanced coldly at Lu Ming, and he no longer answered anything. Does Senior know if there is a way to extract this demonic thought? Lu Ming thought in his mind quickly, then he asked after taking a deep breath. Luo Hu was silent for a while, then said lightly, "The origin of the demonic soul that previously impacted the seal is extraordinary, so even it is only a remnant of the demonic thought, it is very difficult to be dealt with. Generally speaking, there is nothing you can do. However, if you one day can advance to the mystic comprehending state, maybe you will have a way to expel the demonic thought yourself." Mystic comprehending. Lu Ming was startled again after hearing this. "Oh, I forgot. Your current cultivation is too far away from this realm. Besides, this sea region should be a remote corner of cultivation realm. There are not many real sects at all. It is normal if you haven't heard of it. The highest level you know must be the real pellet state, right? In fact, above the real pellet state, there is also the celestial state, and above the celestial state is the mystic comprehending state. If you can cultivate to this level, you should be able to get rid of this demonic thought." Luo Hu replied. Celestial, mystic comprehending. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and couldn't help muttering after listening. Chapter 432, Prison. Chapter 432, Prison. Among the countless islands and Forgan races in the entire sea region for so many years, only a real pellet state powerhouse like Siren King had emerged. According to the news from Master Yen and the Sect Master, Siren King didn't have many subordinates. They couldn't be compared with the sea region royal family, not to mention that there were many vassal sea creature clans such as the 3 clans of Yuan. This Siren King alone was able to suppress the original overlord of the sea. They did not hesitate to make an agreement with Yuan continent's human race and went all out to fight against Siren King. It could be seen that this real pellet state was horrifying, and his achievement was only obtained through the usage of 3 holes of inferior grade real pellet. Lu Ming now heard that there were actually 2 higher realms above it. This was naturally far beyond his imagination. He had never heard of it before and he had no impression of it at all. Most of the highest level practice classics recorded in the various sect classics were mostly stopped at the crystallization period. Even the cultivation of the real pellet state was rarely heard. In this way, this mystic comprehending state was naturally a little too far away for him. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. Now it seems that Junior finally has a glimmer of hope. Lu Ming finally replied with a wry smile after changing his face several times. Okay, you have asked your 3 questions. I will give you a little present next. The young man in green clothes flicked after saying. He appeared next to the celestial tablet at the next moment. He lifted his palm. After touching the stone tablet, a black vertical eye pattern suddenly appeared above the golden hourglass. This celestial tablet is actually part of this treasure. Only after you have experienced more than 3 times of absorbing spiritual power and helped it find enough true demonic aura, the stone tablet will officially appear. This means that you have been recognized by this thing. Initially, I should have appeared the last time this tablet appeared, but because the energy provided by the previous host was insufficient, I couldn't condense this body in front of you, so I could only sleep longer to make up for it. Next, I will give you a few words of advice, which may make you live longer. Senior, please give me some advice. When Lu Ming listened to this, he became spirited. You don't have to be polite. It's my duty to tell you these things. Besides, it is not easy for this thing to find a suitable host. I just found a host that can talk so that I can know more about the outside world. I don't want you to be dead due to the depletion of spiritual power the next moment. If this happens, I will be forced to fall asleep again. Alright, I will only say once for the advice. I'm only allowed to tell the information that is allowed to be told. My appearance seems to serve as a guide for hosts like you. My words and actions will have a great restriction. It's impossible even if I want to tell you more. The young man in green clothes said, then his face turned gloomy as if he thought of something bad. Lu Ming listened. Although he was surprised, he still nodded naturally. Seeing this, the young man in green clothes continued expressionlessly. First of all, although I don't know the origin of this thing, I always call it a prison. Because to both me and the demonic souls that are sealed here, this is indeed a special cage. And my advice to you is, first, do everything possible to quickly improve your spiritual power cultivation. Second, try to find some true demonic aura as much as possible. The former can provide more energy for me in the prison, and it can allow you to stay in this space longer so that you can get more benefits. Among them, the function of changing the flow of time. I think you should have experienced the wonder of it. I don't need to remind you of that, right? However, the absorbing of spiritual power is reacted according to certain rules of this treasure. I can't control it. Besides, the process can only happen earlier but not later. When the sand in the hourglass above the celestial tablet is done flowing, it is the time for the treasure to absorb power. Moreover, the amount of spiritual power needed every time will be double of last time. But the cage will also return half of the spiritual power after the celestial tablet refines the spiritual power as a reward for providing the spiritual power. When you can't fulfill the amount needed for absorption, your lifespan and blood essence will be drained until you are emptied out. Even your soul can serve as the energy for this treasure. Of course, if you want to temporarily enter this space, you only need to inject spiritual power into this celestial tablet, then you can naturally get here. But you can only stay for a while. Lu Ming listened carefully. His expression was a little uncertain at first, then his brows were furrowed. He then looked understood. When the young man in green clothes said this, his voice paused for a while. He then said with a solemn tone, as for the true demonic aura needed by the latter, it can be used to repair the sealing power of the prison, to prevent the sealed demonic souls from escaping. This prison seal is very special. I don't know what it is made of that made it only reparable by true demonic aura. It has been created for such a long time, there was already a flaw the day I was born. Therefore you would only be soul-stealing last time, and witnessing the scene of the demonic soul impacting the seal. If it is properly sealed, these situations will not happen at all. Moreover, it was done by the alternate mind of the demonic soul in here. The main soul is still being sealed tight in the deepest place. But the seal is now repaired through your efforts. It should be fine for a while. But it's hard to say when the time progresses. The only way for them to escape out of this prison is to steal the soul of the host, which is your physical body. Therefore, you need to get more true demonic aura to repair the seal if you don't want to be the vessel of the other. Don't even think that you can stop the soul stealing through talisman and spiritual weapons. Once the demonic soul breaks the seal, even if you have the upper-grade spiritual weapon that is specialized in preventing soul stealing, you can't defend from it. What's more, I will give you a great advantage if you can repair the seal. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. After a while he smiled bitterly and said, in this way, although Junior is acknowledged by Senior Luo Hu, apart from knowing that I might be sucked dry or being soul-stealing by the demonic souls, I actually don't get any benefit at all. Who said you don't? Didn't I say I'm going to give you a small gift? Luo Hu raised his eyebrows and patted the black vertical eye pattern on the celestial tablet with one hand, and said with a weird face. This is... Lu Ming looked at this weird pattern and he revealed a strange expression. Hee, don't ask too much, you will know right away. Luo Hu smiled. His finger suddenly pointed at the vertical eye pattern of the stone tablet. Immediately, the celestial tablet shook slightly, and the black vertical eye came alive at once and opened slowly, revealing the silvery pupil inside. After turning around, it just stared at Lu Ming in front of it. After Lu Ming subconsciously raised his eyes to look at the vertical eye, he immediately felt an impact in his consciousness. He felt that his body was light. It was actually a strange feeling of the soul leaving the body. After his vision became blurred, he appeared again in front of the altar that sealed the giant troll head. In front of him, the demonized Lan Xi, who was covered with black spirit patterns, stared at him with fierce eyes. As soon as Lu Ming saw this situation, he was naturally shocked. He almost subconsciously kicked the ground, and his figure bounced back violently. At the same time, several vital points on the body's surface were covered with several layers of crimson hydra scales. At the same time, the demonized Lan Xi's figure suddenly became blurred, and he appeared in front of Lu Ming like a ghost. He lifted his hand and whoosh, a black light flashed. A demonic claw with black spirit patterns inserted into Lu Ming's chest. His movements were as fast as lightning. Although Lu Ming, who was in the air, knew it was bad, his hands couldn't keep up with the opponent's movements. He could only quickly thicken the scales on his chest. There was a loud bang. Lu Ming suffered a pain in his chest as if he was pushed out by a huge force. Under this blow, his figure that was retreating flew out for 100 meters more, slamming heavily on the stone wall behind him. A human-shaped pit was formed on the stone wall. He was actually embedded in it abruptly, and he was dizzy after enduring such a huge force. His chest was bleeding badly. He couldn't move at once. As a result, before Lu Ming could settle down and wanted to get up, a black shadow flashed in front of him. The figure of the demonized Lan Xi appeared in front of him. Lu Ming's expression suddenly changed. He lifted his hand that was full of scales to try to block it. Clack. He only felt a coldness on his shoulder, and an unbearable pain came. He looked sideways and one of his arms was torn off and thrown away by the demonized Lan Xi. His heart sank. Before he had time to think about it, there was another bang in front of him. The body protective aura was instantly broken by something. A palm covered with black patterns thrust into Lu Ming's chest like a sharp blade, then the palm drew out and brought up a bloody mist. Lu Ming only felt a sharp pain in his chest, and he immediately fell into darkness. When he was startled, the five-color glow in the darkness rolled again. After his divine thought buzzed again, he opened his eyes and woke up. He suddenly discovered that he was still in that mysterious space, and the black vertical eye on the stone tablet in front of him was slowly closing. It finally returned to the initial state where the eye was closed. The young man in green clothes stood beside the stone tablet while faintly looking at him. It was just that his face looked paler than before. Chapter 433, Elusive Demonic Pupil. Chapter 433, Elusive Demonic Pupil. Lu Ming stretched out his hands to look at them and touched his chest. After giving a little thought, he looked enlightened. It turned out that the thrilling experience he had just now was just a dreamlike illusion, and all this seemed to be due to the black vertical eye on the celestial tablet. Although Lu Ming's time in the illusion was only a short moment, the process of fighting against the demonized Lan Xi during this period was extremely real. Even the cold and pain when his arm was torn off and his chest was pierced, he could still feel it clearly. He still had some lingering fears. At that moment he really thought he was going to die. At this moment, the young man in green clothes in front of him coughed lightly and said, "How do you feel after experiencing the elusive demonic pupil? This gift is not bad, right? This thing can replicate any fierce battle you have experienced before, and it can drag your consciousness into the illusion created by it to re-experience the previous fierce battle. There is actually such a treasure." Hearing Luo Hu's explanation, Lu Ming couldn't help being overjoyed. No matter how good one's spells, mystic arts and spiritual weapons were, if they were not tested in actual combat, their true power couldn't be exerted fully. No matter how good a cultivator was, he or she often couldn't perform well in actual combat. If one could exert 10% to 20% of his actual strength, it would be considered fine. If one was facing the critical moment of life and death, he probably couldn't even make a gesture successfully due to panic. This showed the importance of actual combat. And generally speaking, the stronger the opponent, the more inner potential it could arouse when facing a life and death danger. It might even let them break through the bottleneck. If it was true as Luo Hu said that this elusive demonic pupil could repeat the previous actual combat scenes at will, it could be imagined that it could improve personal strength. To achieve the repetitive effect of the elusive demonic pupil, there are actually many restrictions. One is that a large amount of mental power must be injected into the black vertical eye on the celestial tablet, because the existence of the illusion depends on the maintenance of the mental power. Once the mental power isn't enough, the illusion can collapse at any time. The stronger the opponent is, the more mental power is needed. Second, the things that this elusive demonic pupil can copy are only those that have a deep impression of the fierce battle scene. Moreover, only those abilities that were revealed in front of you can be copied. If there are any trump cards or hidden cultivation, those can't be copied. The young man in green clothes looked at Lu Ming with a smile and added. Then Luo Hu casually told Lu Ming that there would be some ramifications after demonization, so he needed to take care of himself. After Lu Ming heard these words, he still wanted to ask something, but the other party suddenly flicked his sleeve, making his vision turn dark. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself reappearing in the pit below the abyss node. He just regained consciousness. Immediately he found that his body was painful all over. He didn't have the slightest strength, and his spiritual power was hollowed out to the extreme. He could only barely maintain his cultivation to be just above the spiritual disciple stage. Lu Ming grinned and calmed his mind. He smiled bitterly in his heart. This is probably what Luo Hu mentioned by half-demonization ramifications. He took out a few recovery elixirs and consumed them. After adjusting his breath, he barely stood up. At this moment, the black mountain peak not far away trembled slightly, then an astounding noise came. In an instant, cracks appeared on the surface of the mountain. Lu Ming was shocked and he quickly stabilized his body. He suddenly raised his head. He found that the white light curtain near the node in the air was slightly flickering. After a crack sound, a fissure appeared. Lu Ming was shocked and immediately realized that he shouldn't stay this place for long. He immediately used all his spiritual power to fly toward the Black Mountain range. After a while, he appeared again in the sealed land in the heart of the mountain. In the cave at this moment, Yuan had also broken free from the rune chains on his body. After seeing Lu Ming suddenly appear, he was startled and stepped back a few steps. But after carefully looking at Lu Ming, he was relieved again. He said, "Brother Lu, are you okay?" After Lu Ming demonized just now, the bloodthirsty and tyrannical scene had been deeply imprinted in Yuan's heart, so now seeing Lu Ming again, he couldn't help but feel a little unnatural. "Brother Xian, hurry up, this place is about to collapse and the space node outside is also going to collapse." After Lu Ming yelled, his gaze quickly swept the surrounding. He immediately noticed the bone scorpion and demon flying skull, which were motionless for some reason, on the altar. After the mental power glanced over quickly, he immediately sensed that these two spirit pets were fine. They seemed to be falling into a deep sleep. He moved above them, then he waved his big sleeve and collected the two into the leather bag. He also kept the yellow turban soldier talisman that fell on the edge of the altar away. Then he grabbed Jialan, who was unconscious, turned around and flew outside. Yuan naturally felt the vibration of the mountain. After listening to Lu Ming's words, his face changed drastically, and he quickly followed. At this moment, the Black Mountain range already had the sign of collapsing in the tremor. The two of them rushed out of the mountain in a short time, Then they appeared at the stone forest below the space node. At this moment, in the air, there were countless tiny cracks on the white light curtain where the space node was located. A space vortex that was trembling slightly could be seen. In desperation, Yuan channeled all his spiritual power into the Chaos Essence refined iron rod. With a loud shout, he shook his arms and launched a series of iron rod shadow. Boom! It hit on the white light curtain. The white light curtain was on the verge of breaking. Under this powerful blow, it broke apart immediately, revealing a big hole. Go! Lu Ming moved his arms swiftly and threw out the unconscious Jialan. Her slender body flashed and flew into the big hole. There was a loud bang. Lu Ming turned his head and glanced quickly, and he immediately found that the black mountain peak finally began to collapse in a rumble. This place that sealed the troll finally met its end. After taking a deep breath, he flashed into white light just like Yuan. Immediately, the light flashed in front of the two of them, and they were surrounded by a burst of violent spatial fluctuations, feeling very dizzy. Over an unnamed emerald green mountain peak, a light flashed suddenly. Two figures suddenly appeared in the air along with a space fluctuation. It was Lu Ming and Yuan who had escaped from the stone forest. As soon as the two appeared, they quickly stabilized their bodies and landed firmly on the mountain peak. Looking at the scene in front of them and recalling what they had experienced along the way, both of them took a sigh of relief. They looked greatly relaxed. No matter what danger they had experienced before, they finally escaped. Finally, we left the underwater mineral vein. The air outside really smells more comfortable. Yuan took a deep breath and said with a smile on his face. Yeah, it's weird, why isn't Jialan here? Up to this moment, Lu Ming nodded first, but looking around, his expression looked stern. Before he escaped from the spatial node, he obviously sent the unconscious Jialan out first, but there was no sign of her aura on the mountain peak. Not only Jialan but Siren King, who also came out of the same space node, also disappeared. You were talking about the Siren King and that woman? Did they land somewhere else? Yuan looked around, and his divine sense swept the neighborhood in a daze. Within a few miles, there was only the aura of the two of them. Lu Ming thought about it for a moment. After turning around and looking at the destroyed space hole in the sky, he vaguely understood what was going on. It seems that the space node may be a very rare living node. Its exit links multiple external spaces, and the coordinate will change every moment. Therefore, Siren King and Jialan who escaped first should be teleported to different places. Because we two entered at the same time, we were sent to one place. Lu Ming said slowly with his eyes flickering. You should be right, otherwise it won't make sense. Yuan nodded in agreement after blinking a few times. She will be safe, right? Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a little worry. Brother Lu, don't worry. This world is so big, how can the lady just happen to be teleported to the dangerous place? Although Yuan was a little curious about the relationship between Lu Ming and Jialan, he was very sensible to not ask much. I hope so. Lu Ming could only think so. It's just that we don't know what is this place. We have little spiritual power left. We should meditate and rest first, then we will plan our next move after recovery. Yuan suggested. That's good. Lu Ming naturally agreed. At the same time, Jialan, who had been in a coma, was in the open space in the center of an island surrounded by sea water. Her beautiful eyes trembled slightly and she finally woke up. Miss, you are awake. A gentle voice came into her ear. Jialan was startled and quickly sat up. Not far in front of her, a nun was standing there, wearing a green robe and a gray hat on her head. Her appearance looked delicate, and her expression was very amiable. Who are you? Where is this place? Jialan looked at the nun with a dazed expression. Her mind was blank. After a while she asked in a daze. Haishin Island here is where I usually cultivate hard. May I know how to address Miss? Why would you appear here all of a sudden? The nun was slightly startled, then she asked with a gentle smile. Chapter 434, South Sea Region. Chapter 434, South Sea Region. Who am I? Why am I here? Facing the nun's question, Jialan couldn't help but froze. Her mind was almost blank. Not only could she not remember her name, but she also had no memory of the current situation. Seeing this situation, the nun's expression moved slightly. She was surprised in her heart. After staring at the other party for a moment, she realized that Jialan didn't seem to be pretending. As her mind quickly turned, she launched a symbol into Jialan's body with her hand, Then she grabbed Jialan's wrist to start diagnosing carefully. After a long while, the nun's expression moved. She already knew that although Jialan's body was intact, her spirit was somehow trembling abnormally. She obviously suffered from soul dissociation. What surprised her even more was that during the diagnosis, she discovered that although this woman was only at the condensation state, her mental power was unusually powerful. She also had a rare succubus physique. "Miss, there seems to be a change in your sea of consciousness that caused your memory to be lost. Can you really not remember where you came from at this moment?" The nun's voice was not loud and it was gentle and melodious. Jialan frowned slightly after hearing it. She still shook her head a moment later. Her eyes looked a little confused. The nun smiled slightly, then she helped Lan Jia to stand up. She said softly, "It's okay, I'm quite proficient in medical skills. If you trust me, you can follow me back to my sect. I will definitely help you to recover your memory." Sect. Jialan couldn't help but wonder. "Yes, I'm from the Qingshui nunnery. May I know if you are willing to join my sect?" The nun nodded, then she asked again as if she thought of something. Although Jialan had lost her memory, she still instinctively felt that the nun in front of her didn't have any ill intention. Moreover, she was in an unfamiliar place which made her feel afraid for no reason. However, this nun seemed to be able to give her a sense of security. She then nodded after a slight hesitation. "If this is the case, then I will have to trouble Master." The nun was overjoyed and said, "That's good. Let's go back to sect first. I believe that the sect master will definitely welcome Miss when she sees Miss." After that, she waved and cast a green light that carried them. They hovered in the sky and flew in a certain direction. On the way, Jialan learned from the nun that this place turned out to be the South Sea Regain that was the closest to the Middle Sky continent, and Qingshui Nunnery was one of the top 10 sects in the South Sea region. On a sea surface not far away from the island where Jialan was located, a crystal blue light flashed by very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it had traveled for 1,000 meters away. Although the travel speed was fast, there were some signs of shaking and instability. Looking closely, a handsome young man in white robe was in the blue light. His face looked pale, his white robe was full of blood, his hair scattered on his shoulders, there were even a few blood marks on his face. It was the Siren King who escaped from the endless abyss space node. At this moment, there was a weird chirp from the sea 1,000 meters behind him. The voice was hoarse and at the same time, a fierce and powerful aura radiated. A huge silver eagle in the size of an attic was dashing rapidly with its wings spreading out, and it was pursuing the young man in white robe ahead. The pair of silver giant eagle wings was 100 meters long. A flap of the wings was enough to set off a few hurricanes and stirred up a turbulence on the sea surface. Its speed was about the same as Siren King's speed. On the back of the giant eagle, there seemed to be a vague figure sitting on top. Although the distance between the two was far, the man let the giant eagle follow behind unhurriedly. Just like this, the two silhouettes disappeared at the end of the sky in an instant. Another place of the sea region, above the Emerald Mountain Peak, Lu Ming and Xan Yuan were meditating here to restore their spiritual power. Although the natural aura here was relatively thin, it was many times better than the deep-sea mineral vein they had stayed before. After the two of them recovered some of their spiritual power after meditating for a while and through the help of elixirs. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of fighting under the mountain, and there was also a faint crisp sound of weapon collision. Lu Ming and Xan Yuan suddenly woke up. After looking at each other, they seemed to see a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. Listening to this voice, it seems that someone is fighting and there seems to be a lot of people. Xan Yuan raised his iron rod and said vigilantly, "This is the first time we have seen other people here since we came here, so it's better to go and take a look first." Lu Ming's face changed for a while, then he stood up suddenly and said slowly. The two of them flew down the mountain quietly. Soon they came to the vicinity and saw that there were more than a dozen Qi cultivators fighting with each other in the middle of the dense forest below the mountain. These people are mostly low-tier and intermediate-tier Qi cultivators, and most of the things they hold were ordinary spiritual weapons. Judging from their clothes, they seemed to be divided into two factions, and they were fighting together in a chaos. But everyone on one side was dressed in red flame-like clothes, and most of them wielded a red spiritual weapon in their hands. With the chanting sounds in their mouths, scarlet sword lights, mixed with fireballs, were constantly blasting to the other group. On the other side there seemed to be a lot more people. However, their attire was different, and their spiritual weapons were strange and different. In the center of the fighting crowd, two leader characters were fighting fiercely. One was a muscular man in red with a hideous face. He wielded a red spear in his hand. As he waved, a red light blasted out. The other was a woman. Her weapon was a pair of emerald green dual swords. Her figure was quite light. She moved around in the battle to dodge, which let her be able to rival the muscular man. Seeing that these people were not even spirit apostle, Lu Ming couldn't help but be secretly relieved. It seemed that these people were the low-tier cultivators of this place. They were fighting for something here. Since this group of people had such a low cultivation base, the two of them naturally didn't bother to hide their figures. They directly walked out from the tree to the battlefield slowly. After a while, a muscular man in red with a lot of blood splashed on him saw the existence of Xan Yuan. After shouting loudly, he charged over with the 10 meters long giant blade. Xan Yuan didn't look at the big man. Only when he approached and the machete in his hand was about to hit, Xan Yuan raised his hand and punched out. As the punch shadow passed, a fluctuation occurred in the air. A strong force shattered the giant blade, and the muscular man's figure was blown back far away in a miserable scream. Then Xan Yuan's expression suddenly changed as he changed his fist into palm. He waved at another man in green clothes, and a strong suction made him fall down in front of the crowd. An aura belonging to the condensation state suddenly burst out of Xan Yuan, and the man in green clothes was stupefied. He collapsed on the ground. When Xan Yuan snorted and wanted to ask, Lu Ming turned to a forest near him and said loudly, "Fellow friend, you've been watching for long enough. Why not show up?" Xan Yuan's expression changed, then he held the Chaos Essence refined iron rod in his hand. "Haha, please don't misunderstand me. I'm not peeping down here, so I hope you don't blame me." A hearty laughter came, and a middle-aged man appeared from the forest as a green figure flickered. This man was in a faint green long robe with a tall hair bun on his head. Looking at his attire, he seemed to be a middle-aged scholarly man. Judging from the aura that he exuded, he was also a condensation state cultivator, but it was hard to determine his actual cultivation without him releasing all his spiritual pressure. As soon as this person came out, the two gangs who were fighting fiercely suddenly stopped the fight after the muscular man in red clothes and the young woman shouted. The two groups obviously also discovered the difference between Lu Ming and Xan Yuan, and they couldn't help but look at each other in shock for a while. "I'm really impressed by your strong mental power. I'm a guest of the Changfeng Association, Wei Yun. Nice to meet you too." The man in the green robe ignored the two gangs, walked in front of them in a few steps, and smiled while cupping his fist. "Mr. Wei has overpraised me. It was just a coincidence." As Lu Ming saw this, there was no peculiarity on his face, and he also politely replied. Seeing this, the man in green robes smiled slightly and continued to say, "May I know who these two misters are? This Xiaofen Island is the jurisdiction of my Changfeng Association. It is now blocked from the outside by the enchantment. Logically, one will definitely trigger the enchantment when he comes in, but I didn't receive any warning. This is pretty weird indeed. To be honest, we didn't know how we came to this island. This was really a coincidence. I'm afraid I can't tell clearly." Xan Yuan glanced at Lu Ming, then he kept away the iron rod and replied with a laughter. The man in the green robe was startled at first when he heard the words, but he immediately frowned. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "So, it seems that you two should have come here from the space fissure. It was no wonder that you didn't trigger the enchantment. There are quite some space fissures nearby. There are often outside cultivators that are stranded here." The man in green robe said it lightly, but Lu Ming and Xan Yuan were shocked after hearing it. Space fissures were extremely rare in the sea region. Lu Ming only occasionally read it from the ancient books recorded by the sect. But seeing that the middle-aged man still had a casual look, this was really out of their expectation. "In that case, we are really ignorant. May I ask if this palace is the sea region?" Xan Yuan asked politely. "Sea region? I have never heard of this name. Xiaofen Island was an island of the Middle Sky continent. It is located in an archipelago somewhere in the South Sea region." The man in green robe assessed them and replied with a smile. Chapter 435, Qingyu Island. Chapter 435, Qingyu Island. Middle Sky continent. The two Lu Ming looked at each other in shock. They are all well-informed people, even in remote places like the sea region, they naturally heard the name Middle Sky continent. Middle Sky continent could be said to be the real prosperous place of cultivator. It had a vast area and countless cultivation sections. It was the birthplace of the human race since ancient times. In Lu Ming's heart, he yearned for Middle Sky Continent even more. Grandmaster Luin, the Grandmaster of Savage Ghost Sect, was born in the Middle Sky Continent Tai Ching Sect. Then he later settled on Yunchuan Island and created the Savage Ghost Sect. The Hell Bone Code, Tiger Dragon Hell Prison that he practiced were also originated from the Middle Sky Continent. However, even though the two of them are both acquainted with the Middle Sky Continent, they also had the urge to go to the Middle Sky Continent to see it. But they now appeared near the sea of the Middle Sky Continent. It still shocked them. If you really came from the other area through the space fissure, it might not be an easy task to go back. Wei Yun looked at the expressions of the two and asked faintly. He could guess the situation of them. Xan Yuan nodded with a wry smile. He did not deny anything this time. It's nothing. Our Changfeng Association is one of the major local forces. It is originally formed by a large number of casual cultivators, and we don't reject foreign cultivators. The man in green robe said with a smile. Oh, since your association can seal the entire island, it seems that the power is indeed not small. These people are... Lu Ming's heart moved when he heard the words. After slowly looking to the Qi cultivators not far away, he asked seemingly casually. These people are just two groups of human forces attached to my Changfeng Association. They are fighting here today to fight for the mining rights of a spirit stone mineral vein, and this matter happened to be under my supervision. I'm really for disturbing you too. Wei Yun followed Lu Ming's gaze and looked around. He answered casually, then he waved at the two groups of people. The man in red robe and the young woman in green shirt immediately understood this and hurried over. They saluted Wei Yun respectfully. Senior Wei. You two are in a duel but you didn't control your members. Now that you offended the two guests, why aren't you apologizing quickly? Wei Yun snorted with hands behind his back. Their expression immediately looked shock. They immediately leaned over to Lu Ming and Xan Yuan in fear and trepidation to bow to them, and they apologized repeatedly. This is just a trivial matter. I don't blame them. Lu Ming said with a calm face while Xan Yuan was indifferent by the side. Fine. This time is just your first offense, so I will spare you this time. However, starting from this month, the monthly payment for the mines mined under your group will increase by 10% as a punishment. As for the duel, find another time for it. Now take your people and retreat. The man in green robe waved his hand and said coldly. The muscular man in the red robe and the young woman in green shirt looked bitter when they heard the words, but they didn't dare to argue. They nodded and retreated. They were obviously afraid of this man in green robe. After dismissing these two groups of people, Wei Yun's unhappy face returned normal. He turned and talked to Lu Ming and Xan Yuan, and they also took this opportunity to ask the situation about the South Sea region. In general, the South Sea region islands have different forces. If you don't join one of them, it is not easy to survive. I see that your cultivation is quite extraordinary, and since it is your first time visiting the South Sea region islands, why don't you be a guest in our association? Our association produces a kind of spiritual tea named Black Star. It has the magical effect of nourishing the meridians. You too can have a taste of it. After Wei Yun talked to the two of them, he finally revealed the purpose of building this friendship. Brother Lu, what do you think? Xan Yuan glanced at Lu Ming and said with a smile. We are here for the first time, so we should be careful in everything. However, this person doesn't seem to have any ill intentions to us. He is probably trying to invite us to join his association. I think we can go and take a look. If we really need to settle here, I think we definitely have to join a force. Lu Ming pondered for a moment, then he sent a voice transmission. Since you are so kind, we will accept your kindness. Xan Yuan said to Wei Yun with a flash in his eyes. How is that so? It's the pleasure of our association to be visited by two guests. Wei Yun was also overjoyed upon hearing this. Having said that, an inch-sized large round ring flew out from his sleeve. It spun in the air, then it was caught in his hand. His other hand launched a symbol at it. A burst of green light suddenly appeared in the ring. After a clear chirping sound came, a green light surged out. It transformed into a 10 meters green spiritual bird. It was actually a green crane. After the three of them got on the back of the spiritual bird, the man in green robe groaned. The green crane flapped its wing and soared into the sky, turning into a green light that flew away from the island. On the back of the spiritual bird, Wei Yun probed on the background of them in the sea region, but they naturally weren't willing to talk about that and brushed him off. Seeing this, the man in green robe didn't ask any more questions, but he started to introduce the Changfeng Association. Our association has a history of more than 100 years since its founding. In addition to the chairman of the early stage of the crystallization period and the 2 vice-chairmen of the condensation period later stage, there are also some hall masters and guests. There are about 30 or 40 of them, all of whom are the intermediate stage of the condensation period. The others are just some small forces. So, our association is one of the largest forces in the archipelago. I didn't expect your master to be in the crystallization period. It seems that your association is really full of talents. Lu Ming replied with a faint smile. The strength of this Changfeng association was almost the same as that of Savage Ghost Sect. Not at all. Brother Lu has overpraised, but among the forces of the South Sea region islands, our Changfeng association is the organization that has the most casual cultivators. Unlike other gangs where there are many rules to restrict their members, and the benefits are also quite a lot. Once you become a guest elder, not only you will be able to read the ancient books in the library, you can also buy different resources for cultivating in the association's shops at a cheaper price. Moreover, the condensation period cultivators will also practice to gain experience regularly. Master will also attend and give some advice to us. That is why there are so many people joining us. As the man in green robe said this, he paused and said sincerely, with the cultivation of you two, if you are willing to join, you will definitely be able to be a high-level guest with generous treatment. What do you guys think? I really thank Wei Dao Yu for your kindness, but I'm used to having my own freedom. I'm afraid I can take any kind of restraint. Lu Ming yawned and replied. Xian Yuan also didn't say much. Wei Yun didn't get annoyed when he saw this. Instead, he changed the topic and introduced the whole situation of the South Sea region. Lu Ming and Xian Yuan learned from the following introduction that the South Sea region was generally ruled by the so-called top 10 sections. These 10 sects had a long history, and each sect had a real pellet state powerhouse. In addition, this South Sea region was only divided by the sea from the Middle Sky continent, and most of them were related to the Middle Sky continent's sects that had tens of thousands of years' histories. Under the top 10 sects, there were many small and medium sect forces under them, and the Changfeng Association was nominally under the Purple Knight Temple of the top 10 sects. This Purple Knight Temple was a famous Taoist sect in the South Sea region for its talisman art. There were even sects from the inland of the Middle Sky continent buying specifically from them despite the long distance. And small and medium forces such as the Changfeng Association must pay a certain amount of offer to the top 10 sects every year, and the top 10 sects would be responsible for ensuring that these small and medium forces were not annexed or threatened by other major sects. It was worth mentioning that the South Sea region had nothing special as compared to the other regions of the Middle Sky continent, but there were several rare water attribute minerals and some special products of spiritual medicine, which were not available in other places. From the introduction of the man in green robe, Lu Ming and Xian Yuan gradually had a general understanding of this South Sea region. Wei Yun was a very talkative person, so the three were bored while rushing back. In this way, after the giant bird flew over some islands, half a day later, it finally arrived on a huge island with a radius of more than 100 miles. Below is the main base of our Changfeng Association, Qingyu Island. Wei Yun pointed to the island below with a hint of contentment on his face. Lu Ming and the two looked in the direction he was pointing at. They saw a luxuriant and green scenery. The island was long with one end wider and the other narrower. From a distance, the entire island looked like a big green fish. Qingyu means green fish in Chinese. What was more special was that a long narrow strait in the center of the island divided the head and tail of the big island into two from the middle. Wei Yun controlled the spiritual bird to continue flying as he introduced. This Qingyu Island is separated into West Island and East Island with this strait. East Island, which is the fish head, is the headquarters of Changfeng Association. It is said that there is a spiritual vein deep in the ground here. Most of the Changfeng Association's disciples and guests live here. On the West Island it's rather messy. It is mainly occupied for the casual cultivators. Hearing Wei Yun's description, they found that most of the buildings on the island below were built of green boulders, but the strange thing was that they all had a dome. It was almost dusk now. Under the reflection of the setting sun, the domes of the entire island structures could not help but glow with a faint halo, like the scales of a fish. Not long after, the spiritual big landed slowly on the easternmost part of the island, a clearing in front of a tall building built on the hillside. Please come in. After Lu Ming got off from the green crane, Wei Yun also flew down in a flash. He then threw out the round ring to call back the spiritual bird. Then, with a smile on his face, he led the two to the huge building. Chapter 436, Changfeng Association. Chapter 436, Changfeng Association. Looking around, the Changfeng Association's headquarters were quite majestic. The main building was made up of huge bluestones that were several 10 meters high. The building itself was about 100 meters tall. There were also many densely packed and low-rise buildings around, among which people come and go. It seemed quite lively, and it seemed to form a small town in the periphery. Outside the headquarters, it was surrounded by a circle of black stone walls, and there were 2 soldiers in green costumes standing in front of the gate. Under the leader of Wei Yun, Lu Ming and Xan Yuan entered the city gate without any hindrance. After a few turns, they came to an elegant courtyard besides the headquarters. A large green stone stood in front of the courtyard gate, on which was written Changfeng Yuan in lacquered gold. This is where our association entertains the distinguished guests. You can rest and have a taste of our spiritual tea. After Wei Yun took the 2 to an elegantly furnished stone pavilion, he clapped his hands. After a while, a beautiful maid served a pot of fragrant tea, then Wei Yun instructed a young man who looked like a servant and let him leave first. Lu Ming and Xan Yuan were drinking tea in the pavilion, while chatting with Wei Yun about some special customs on Qingyu Island. Lu Ming listened to Wei Yun talking about some strange things in the South Sea region, while drinking the spiritual tea. Under his witty words, it was not boring at all. In other words, the spirit tea called Black Star was not only fragrant, and the tea itself was black in color. The tea leaves were like stars in this black-colored tea which had the expression of peeking into the night. After a long time. Ah, Mr. Wei, I heard that today you invited 2 guests with extraordinary cultivation. The president is not on the island now, so I have to come to see you first. A hearty laughter came from outside the courtyard. A yellow figure appeared at the door in a flash, and a brawny man had already appeared in front of several people. Vice President Fan. Wei Yun stood up quickly. Lu Ming looked at the person hurriedly. He saw the brawny man in a yellow robe. He was very tall and had a square face. His face looked a few years younger than Wei Yun. But according to what Wei Yun called him, this person was impressively the vice president of the Changfeng Association, a character with the condensation period later stage cultivation. As soon as the brawny man walked into the 3 of them, they felt a massive aura, as if it was not a person standing in front of them but a towering hill. He must be training some kind of special techniques. Only that would give such a peculiar feeling. Vice President, these 2 are Lu Ming and Xan Yuan. Wei Yun introduced with a smile on his face. Nice to meet you. Lu Ming naturally stood up while cupping his fist and saying, Haha, you don't need to be so polite. I'm Fan Zheng, the vice president of Changfeng Association. The man in yellow robe laughed. Then the 4 people sat down in order, and naturally someone came to serve the tea. After they chatted for a while and introduced their names to each other, Wei Yun also briefly talked about his encounter with Lu Ming and Xan Yuan. Fan said in a serious manner, in this way, it is the first time of the 2 coming to the South Sea region. Since this is the case, I won't beat around the bushes. I think Mr. Wei should have mentioned to you that our association is looking for talented cultivators. Are you 2 interested in joining our Changfeng Association as guests? After hearing this, Lu Ming glanced at Xan Yuan. Just as he was about to speak, Fan Zheng waved his hand again and said, Don't reject me yet. Please wait until I tell you more about it. I want to emphasize 2 points. First, the Changfeng Association can be considered to be prestigious among the islands of the South Sea region. Becoming a guest can not only get to train in our spiritual vein cave house, but you also get a large amount of training resources every month. Second, compared with other organizations, our association won't assign any specific roles to you. We only have a few restrictions. If you aren't satisfied, you can quit at any time. As long as you promise not to join the forces that are against us, you will be fine. Why not stay in our association for a few months? If you aren't used to it, you can leave any time. No one will ever stop you. Xan Yuan couldn't help but feel a little moved after hearing these words. Lu Ming hesitated before asking, the conditions offered by your association are indeed generous, but I would like to ask, if the Changfeng Association fights with hostile forces, does the guests have to participate in it? Fan Zheng was startled when he heard the words, then smiled and said, if the association really encounters any trouble and requires the 2 to take action, the 2 can decide whether to agree or not. We will never force you, but if we are willing to contribute, we will offer a reward after. Lu Ming finally showed a hint of satisfaction when he heard this. After sending a few voice transmissions to Xan Yuan, he nodded, In this case I can agree to join your club temporarily and become a guest. Fan Zheng was overjoyed when he heard the words on his face. After all, Wei Yun had told him earlier that both Lu Ming were condensation period intermediate stage cultivators. For the Changfeng Association, once 2 such cultivation-based guests were added, the increase of their power was a matter of quick results. For Lu Ming, the 2 have just arrived in the South Sea region where they were not familiar with. The most important thing now was to get acquainted with the situation as soon as possible, restore spiritual power, and make follow-up plans. As for the so-called top 10 sects in the South Sea region, they were definitely not easy to enter. As for other small and medium-sized sects, when the 2 of them were unfamiliar with this place, naturally they wouldn't be easily restrained by the sect's rules and be dragged into the dispute of the forces. In the following time, the brawny man in yellow robed briefly introduced the specific treatment of becoming a guest. The guests of the Changfeng Association also had high and low ranking. The condensation state early stage could become ordinary guest elders. Lu Ming and Xan Yuan were both at the condensation period intermediate stage, so they naturally became the senior guest elders. Senior guests received more rewards. They could receive more than 100 spirit stones per month. The spirit stones on Lu Ming and Lu Ming had been consumed in the underground mines and the abyss. There were not many spirit stones left. It could solve their urgent needs for the moment. In addition, the independent cave houses that the Changfeng Association promised to allocate to each elder guest were all built on the underground spiritual veins in the east of Qingyu Island, which meant it was excavated on some of the mountain cliffs near the Changfeng Association's headquarters. In addition to a quiet room for cultivating in the cave house, there was also an acre of medicine field in it. The closer to the cave house to the center of the spirit vein, the stronger the aura. As the senior guest elders, Lu Ming's and Xan Yuan's cave houses should be in a good position. After the introduction, Fan Zheng asked Wei Yun to take Lu Ming to go through the formalities of joining the association and selecting the cave house. Wei Yun readily agreed and left with Lu Ming and Xan Yuan. An hour later, the 2 of them were in a hall and selected their cave houses. Lu Ming chose a cave with heavier negative qi because of his special method in cultivation. In this regard, the hall master in charge of this matter seemed to have received the advice of the vice president Fan beforehand, and he readily agreed. To the surprise of the 2 of them, the Changfeng Association also thoughtfully matched them with 2 young and beautiful maids to serve them in daily life. Of course, these maids were not cultivators. They were only normal qi cultivators. Seeing this, Xan Yuan laughed and immediately selected 2 of the plump maids and hugged one in each of his arms. After saying goodbye to Lu Ming, he went straight to his cave house under the lead of a spirit apostle. Lu Ming smiled slightly when he saw this. He also took the other 2 maids who were also somewhat charming, and he flew directly away from the headquarters under the lead of another man. Not long after, Lu Ming landed in front of a cave house on a mountain wall. He opened the door with the enchantment token and walked directly in. The whole cave was not small. It was several acres, and all the facilities such as medicine shops and secret rooms were available. The natural aura and negative qi here were quite thick here. It was very suitable for cultivation. Lu Ming was satisfied and immediately sent away the spirit apostle. He instructed the 2 maids, went straight into the cultivation secret room and closed the door. This secret room was not big. It only had around 8 meters in size and the furnishings were quite simple. Apart from a light yellow futon and a white wooden bed, there was nothing else. Lu Ming was also satisfied with all these arrangements. After slightly checking the silver spirit patterns imprinted on the surrounding stone walls and the ground, and after confirming that they were just some ordinary defensive partition enchantment, he was relieved and sat cross-legged on the futon. Lu Ming flicked his sleeves, then several formation flags flew out one by one and neatly inserted on the ground in the surrounding corners, forming another layer of pale white light curtain to completely isolate everything in the secret room from the outside world. He sat cross-legged in ease. While adjusting his breath and absorbing the spiritual aura from the outside world into his body to restore spiritual power, he also used his divine thought to check the situation inside his body. In that mysterious space last time, Luo Hu once said to him that although his body was extremely powerful when he was demonized, once he returned to normal, it would leave a lot of ramifications on his body. Lu Ming never had the opportunity to check it out on the way. When his divine thought swept through his body, his face couldn't help but look a little unsightly. At this moment, the condition in his body was a bit worse than originally expected. Not only was there a lot of meridians throughout his body that had been damaged and atrophied because of the unknown energy overflow, that was several times the limit of the meridians could handle during the previous demonization. There were also a lot of hidden injuries in his muscles and bones. This was also fortunate that his physical body was strong enough now, and his ability to recover was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Otherwise, at the moment he returned normal from the demonization, his physical body would immediately collapse. It was not impossible for him to be still fine. Lu Ming couldn't help smiling bitterly in his heart. These traumas might take some time to recover now. He could only nourish his body with the gentle spiritual power for a long time together with the help of elixir, and it shouldn't be delayed any longer. Fortunately, he had joined the Changfeng Association. Under the current situation, these conditions could be easily met. Even so, it probably took 2 to 3 months for him to recover. Chapter 437, Undercurren. Chapter 437, Undercurren. Lan Xi had lifted the bloody enchantment that was planted by Qingqin in Lu Ming's body when Lu Ming entered the bottom of the abyss. However, the black mist that was caused by the Sea Emperor pill still existed on his internal organs. There was no obvious change. In the past, by consuming the eggs that were distributed by Lan Xi and snatched from the dead slave miners in the abyss, it was able to protect him for half a year. However, if he wanted to completely cure it, he could only search for another way after his injuries recovered. Then he checked on the bone scorpion and demon flying skull in his waist leather bag again with his divine thought, and found that they were still unconscious. He was anxious to escape from the node previously, so he did not carefully check the specific situations of the two. But now in retrospect, their unconscious state must be related to the disappearance of the huge demonic head on the altar. Both have had similar precedents. When Lu Ming thought of this, he was relieved. He looked forward to the amazing changes that demon flying skull and bone scorpion would have after they wake up. Lu Ming calmed his mind and silently channeled the spiritual power in his body. The next moment, a black mist appeared and instantly enveloped his entire body. Not long after, the news that the Changfeng Association recently accepted 2 more guest elders of the condensation period intermediate stage had soon spread on Qingyu Island. Not only some normal forces, but even some of the hall masters and guests in the association began to secretly inquire about Lu Ming and Xan Yuan. However, as soon as the 2 newly promoted guest elders entered the cave, they immediately began to cultivate behind closed doors, disappointing some people who were interested in getting acquainted. Naturally, Lu Ming had no knowledge of these things, and he was immersed in cultivation and recovery. As the saying goes, there was no time for cultivation. In a blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. During this period of time, Lu Ming really didn't get out of the cave, and he was completely focusing on recovering his injuries. The 2 maids didn't even dare to disturb him. They just planted a batch of seemingly commonly used herbs in the medicinal field according to his instructions. This day, in the secret room, Lu Ming, who sat cross-legged, opened his eyes suddenly. A black gas rolled out from his body and spread out, filling the entire secret room. After a short while, it condensed again, and it turned into a black mist dragon and a black mist giant tiger. They danced around his body, faintly making dragon roar and tiger howl. With a thought in his mind, the mist dragon and mist tiger suddenly turned into tumbling black gas and went into the top of his head. Only then did Lu Ming retract his gesture. After he exerted force on his hands, a dense cracking sound burst out. Feeling the enormous strength from his body, he couldn't help smiling. To this day, his spiritual power had finally fully recovered. The wounds in his body caused by the demonization finally healed completely. As for the bloody light cluster residue in the sea of consciousness, it finally disappeared without a trace under his effort. During the period of his time in the mineral vein of the sea, although his spiritual power did not increase at all, after eating those evil beast jerky, he further stimulated his physical strength potential. Now after his injury was recovered, he actually felt that his Tiger Dragon Hell prison wasn't far from advancing to the 2nd tier. And when he cultivated the 2nd tier of this technique, it should be a good opportunity for him to hit the condensation state later stage. As Lu Ming thought like this in his heart, he immediately flicked his sleeves and gathered the surrounding formation flags. He stood up and walked out of the secret room slowly. Walking outside, Lu Ming was taken aback. However, he saw a girl in green clothes sitting in the outer hall of the cave house, dozing off with a hand supporting her hand. This girl who was sleeping was one of the maids assigned to him by the Changfeng Association, named Lian Er. Lu Ming practiced behind closed doors usually. He just instructed her to reject all visitors, and he didn't allow them to walk into the secret room, then he didn't talk much to the maids. And another maid named Hong was in the medicine garden now. At this moment, suddenly from the entrance of the cave, a familiar sound came through the enchantment. Brother Lu, you are finally out. This is my third time here. Lian who was dozing off, woke up in shock. She looked up in a panic with her bright eyes, and she saw Lu Ming standing in front of her with a faint smile. She exclaimed and stood up hurriedly. Her ears were blushing. She bowed her head to Lu Ming in a panic. Lu Ming waved his hand and motioned to her to greet the visitor, then Lian walked toward the entrance in a fluster. In less than a moment, a tall and thin figure appeared in front of Lu Ming. This person was dressed in a pale blue robe. He was exactly Xan Yuan dressed as Changfeng Association's guest. After Xan Yuan glanced at Lu Ming, he sneered and said, Brother Lu, you have been staying behind closed doors for a long time. If your maid didn't tell me, I really thought you have left. Lu Ming waved his hand to let Lian retreat, then he smiled calmly, Forgive me, Brother Exa. I suffered a lot of internal injuries previously, so it took a lot of time to recover. Seeing Brother Xan like this, I assume your injuries have healed long ago. I didn't suffer any major injuries at first. It's just I exhausted too much spiritual power, so I took a month to recover. Xan Yuan replied honestly. Next, the two talked cheerfully, but when they talked about the experience in the underwater mineral vein, they felt quite emotional. Now in this unfamiliar place, South Sea region, Lu Ming and Xan Yuan would only seem to be acquainted to each other. After all, they were from the sea region, and they could be regarded as companions who went through difficulties together. After a while, Xan Yuan's expression looked stern, and he talked about some news he inquired after his recovery. After all, based on his personality and cultivation with a few tricks, he quickly became acquainted with many guests of the Changfeng Association. After these 2 or 3 months, he also inquired a lot of information from other guests. It seems that Wei Yun and Fan Zheng of the Changfeng Association were so eager to win over us, and they also provided such generous conditions, there must be a reason in it. Lu Ming frowned after listening. Of course, they recently clashed with another major force in the archipelago, the Golden Jade League, because of a rare water jade vein mine. The Golden Jade League is affiliated with one of the top 10 sects, Tianxiang Pavilion. The leader of the Golden Jade League is also a crystallization period cultivator. His power is not weaker than that of the Changfeng Association, so naturally he will not be afraid of the Changfeng Association. However, the president of the Changfeng Association went out a few years ago, and he hasn't returned yet for some reason. People in the Changfeng Association feel insecure for this. Some even suspect that the president might probably be dead. Xan Yuan snorted and said slowly. Lu Ming sighed and said, As the saying goes, things are impermanent. The road of cultivation is like this. Never mind, it is the cultivator of the crystallization period, even the real pellet state cultivator can't get everything as he wishes. Xan Yuan moved in his heart and knew who Lu Ming was referring to. After thinking about it, he continued, Because of this, the 2 vice presidents of the Changfeng Association have been desperately developing the forces in the association for the past 2 years. On the one hand, they have taken the condensation period cultivator as a guest with favorable conditions. On the other hand, they were also looking for help from Purple Night Temple in case of unexpected events. However, it is a different matter whether the cultivators they got by giving heavy rewards will be useful in real war. Lu Ming said lightly. As far as he was concerned, he had no sense of belonging to the Changfeng Association. As for the other guest elders, they presumably wouldn't try their best in helping Changfeng Association. The vice president and the hall master also know that the guests are unreliable, but they have no other way to do this. After all, there is no crystallization period powerhouse at the moment in the association. They can only gather as many condensation state spirit masters as possible to keep up a strong appearance. Xan Yuan nodded and said. And for this matter, we only need to adapt to the circumstances and act on the occasion. Lu Ming nodded thoughtfully. Of course. By the way, I have also inquired about Sea region information with others during this period. Xan Yuan sneered, turning the thread of discussion again. When Lu Ming heard the word Sea region, he couldn't help but moved. He said quickly, Did Brother Xan find out anything? No. I have asked most of the guest elders and I also inquired with the 2 vice presidents, but no one actually knows about the Sea region. Xan Yuan gave a wry smile and said. Lu Ming heard this and naturally frowned again. However, as I was helpless, I went to the library of the Changfeng Association and tried desperately to look up some ancient records. Fortunately, I found a record. Yuan took out an old book and turned to a page, then he handed it over. Lu Ming reached out to take the book and read it carefully. According to the records in the book, this information was written by a predecessor of the crystallization period of the Terran for thousands of years. This predecessor, like Lu Ming, also used space fissures and accidentally ended up in the South Sea region. However, Lu Ming's face became gloomier the more he looked at it. According to the senior in the book, the sea region was extremely far away from the South Sea region. If he wanted to go back, he had to cross more than a dozen huge sea areas. Each of these sea areas wasn't smaller than the sea region, and there were many regions controlled by the foreign races. In general, it would be a journey of death if they wanted to go to the sea region from the South Sea region. The crystallization period senior could only dismiss the idea of going back. After wandering around in the South Sea region for hundreds of years, he could only settle down in an island. Lu Ming closed the book. He was obviously a little speechless. Yuan recounted some of the things he had seen and heard on the island during this period with Lu Ming, then he got up and left. Lu Ming sent Yuan away, and he returned to the secret room with a gloomy face. He sat cross-legged on the futon for a long time before he suddenly gave a wry smile. The joy of restoring his spiritual powers had long since disappeared. Although he had some ideas about how to return to the sea region, this news had ruined his plans. If he rashly embarked on the return journey without enough strength, he was naturally tantamount to courting death. His top priority was that he still needed to improve his cultivation and strength as soon as possible. Not to mention the matter of returning to the sea, the suppression of demonization mentioned by Luo Hu also required him to continuously increase his current cultivation level. What's more, the South Sea region he was currently in didn't seem to be so peaceful. If he didn't have the capability to save himself, he probably couldn't hold until the next extraction of spiritual power by the mysterious bubble. After thinking about this, Lu Ming immediately made a decision. He took out a black shield from Sumeru's snail. The 9 skull patterns on it were vivid and weird. Chapter 438, Envoy of the Purple Night Temple. Chapter 438, Envoy of the Purple Night Temple. What Lu Ming held was that superb spiritual weapon 9 Skulls shield. Then he turned his other hand, and his palm was flickering in golden light, which was another superb spiritual weapon, Golden Fallen Sand, which he had obtained from Yenju that day. He didn't have time to refine these 2 superb spiritual weapons after he obtained them. Besides, he had lost his original Golden Moon Sword and Crimson Hydra leather armor, and he could use these 2 superb spiritual weapons to replace them at this moment. 3 days later. In the center of the secret room, a complex array of 20 meters square had been inscribed in the open space in front of Lu Ming. As he launched a few symbols in it, the array was glowing with a gray light. In the center of the magic circle, the 9 Skulls shield was suspended in mid-air. At the same time, there were countless indistinct black runes appearing on the surface. They connected and condensed into a layer of indistinct runes. There were about 35 layers. Lu Ming's eyes flickered, and his gestures stopped abruptly. He spat out a blood essence, and it turned into a blood mist in front of him. Then he pointed into the air. The blood mist disappeared into the 9 Skulls shield in a flash. The next moment, the 9 Skulls shield began to tremble slightly and buzzed at the same time. The outer layer enchantment became clear gradually. Seeing this, Lu Ming's 10 figures kept changing their gestures as he launched waves of symbols. Simultaneously, he let out a muffled chant. This refining method used the technique that he learned from the flame cultivation scripture, which Yenju created specifically for the 9 Skulls shield. As long as the process was not interrupted, the refining process should be very smooth. So he just started sacrificial refinement not long. This first layer of enchantment had already shown faint signs of loosening. The joy in Lu Ming's eyes was fleeting, and immediately accelerated the spiritual power channeling in his body. The gestures of both hands continued to change. After half a month. In the air in the secret room, under a roll of golden glow, the golden sand in the sky was whizzing. It was circling wildly in the air. Under the golden sand, Lu Ming sat cross-legged with a concentrated expression. His hands formed gestures while there was a muffled chant from his mouth. Condense. He shouted as his eyes flashed, and he launched a symbol into the golden sand in the air. The golden light suddenly flourished in the air. As it condensed, it turned into a golden spear that was several 10 meters long. It shuttled back and forth in the air, making a whistling sound and leaving a dazzling golden afterimage. Lu Ming continued to change his gestures. The golden sand in midair suddenly turned into a giant golden fist as it flickered in golden light, then it turned into a majestic golden hammer. The scene was amazing. Back. Lu Ming groaned again, stopped the gesture in his hands, and he waved one hand. As the sand condensed, it whoosh and turned into 11 bean-sized golden sands. They turned in the sky and fell into his palm. Lu Ming looked at the golden fallen sand, and he couldn't help smiling. Then he tossed his other hand. As his mind moved, a black gas tumbling out of his sleeve. It formed a vortex that buzzed in the air. It was the superb spiritual weapon Nine Skulls Shield. Great. Finally, he completed the refinement of the two superb spiritual weapons. Yanju really deserved the name of Forge Master, and the forging techniques he left behind are really easy to use. Otherwise, I don't know how much time I have to waste on it. Lu Ming muttered as he looked at the shield in the sky. As soon as he waved his hand, he called the shield back again. After he looked at it slightly, he retrieved the two spiritual weapons back into the Sumeru snail. The previous loss of Golden Moon Sword and Crimson Hydra leather armor caused his actual strength to drop a lot. Now, after refining these two superb spiritual weapons, not only could he make up the previous loss, but the quality was also better than before. This let him breathe a sigh of relief while he was delighted. The only regret was that this 9 skeleton shield was not a sword weapon, otherwise the power by combining superb spiritual weapon of this level with his sword controlling technique could be imagined. Lu Ming stood up immediately. After retrieving the array, he slowly walked out of the secret room. As soon as he left the house, he found that the maid, Lian Er, was standing outside with an anxious face. When Lu Ming came out, she was surprised at first, but immediately stepped forward with joy. She said respectfully, "Senior Lu, you are finally out." "What's the matter?" Lu Ming asked calmly. "This is the case. Today, Vice President Fan entrusted a message that the envoy of Purple Night Temple is almost arriving on Qingyu Island. The two vice presidents want to gather all the guests that are above the condensation period intermediate stage to accompany." Lian Er said. "Okay, I got it." When Lu Ming heard Purple Night Temple, his heart moved and he replied without thinking. When Lu Ming walked out of the cave house, he found an ordinary disciple of Changfeng Association waiting at the door. When he saw Lu Ming, he walked up and said respectfully, "Senior Lu Ming, the vice president is already waiting in the conference hall. I will bring you there." Lu Ming naturally had no objections. Under the guidance of the other party, he immediately flew toward the tall building that the headquarters were. After a while, he appeared in a majestic hall in the headquarters. The entire hall was quite spacious. It was more than 1,000 meters wide. Both the surrounding walls and ground were made of a whole piece of green boulders, and they were inlaid with several fist-sized luminous pearls, reflecting the great brightness of the hall. There were 2 rows of sapphire tables and chairs in the middle of the main hall. At this moment, 8 people dressed up as upper-rank guests were sitting in small groups. Some bowed their heads and talked softly, and some closed their eyes while resting. Xian Yuan was among them as well. He was talking happily with the people beside him. At the end of the 2 rows of seats, there were 2 muscular men in green robes. Lu Ming had met one of them. The person was Vice President Fan Zheng. The other man had a red face, tall nose, and looked majestic. He should be another vice president of the condensation period later stage of the Changfeng Association. As soon as Lu Ming stepped into the main hall, some elder guests in the hall looked over. "This must be Guest Lu. My name is Chu Ling. I didn't have time to visit you because I was cultivating behind closed door." When the red-faced man saw Lu Ming, his eyes brightened. He immediately got up and cupped his fist at Lu Ming. He announced his name in a loud voice. "Mr. Chu doesn't have to be polite. It should be me who should have visited you." Lu Ming hurriedly replied politely and he spoke casually with him. He then greeted Fan Zheng with a smile. Only then he walked toward Xian Yuan. "Brother Lu, you are so late." Just after Lu Ming sat down, Xian Yuan turned his head and sneered. "Why, is the envoy of Purple Night Temple here already?" Lu Ming smiled slightly and he asked about the envoy. "He should be here soon." Xian Yuan shook his head. "This is Elder Lu, whom Elder Xian often mentions. Nice to meet you." Another guest elder who had just talked to Xian Yuan just now suddenly cupped his fist to Lu Ming. This man had a handsome face. He looked just around 25 years old. He wore a green robe which made him seem like an elegant young man. "Let me introduce you, this is Mr. Guan. He is also the new guest of the association." Xian Yuan introduced Lu Ming with a light smile. After this person smiled slightly, when he was about to say a few casual words to Lu Ming, footsteps suddenly came from the door. A young man in his 20s walked in from outside the hall. "The envoy came from a long way and we didn't welcome you at the door. Please forgive our rudeness." Fan Zheng and Chu Ling, who were sitting in the center, stood up and greeted them. Other people in the hall also stood up one after another, looking at the envoy with a hint of respect in their eyes. After all, to most Changfeng Association guests from the South Sea region, Purple Night Temple was definitely a big shot that made ordinary cultivators awe. "You don't have to be polite." The young man smiled slightly, and he saluted seemingly casually with one vertical palm. Lu Ming glanced at the visitor. He saw that the young man had a very comely face. He wore a purple long robe with a row of curved talisman patterns on the cuffs. Judging from his aura, he was also a condensation state cultivator. As soon as the young man sat down, Fan Jing introduced the association's guests of both sides with a smile. Most of the others were also respectful to the man. The young man seemed to be polite, as if he was very kind to others, but Lu Ming could see a hint of contempt in the depth of his eyes from time to time. In a moment or so, the young man glanced at everyone in the hall, then he chuckled and said to Fan Chu, who was beside him, "Before I came, my teacher was still a little worried. However, it seems that my worries are superfluous. Changfeng Association has been developing very well over the years. With so many cultivators joining, your power has indeed greatly increased as compared to previous years." Fan and Chu looked delighted. As they were about to reply, the man in purple robe turned the thread of discussion and continued. "However, the key to a sect still depends on the core combat power. I assume you two also think so, right?" Fan Zheng was speechless as he heard this, and Chu Ling, who was by the side, seemed to agree on it as well. At this time, Yuan sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming quietly. "Hee, it seems that the Purple Night Temple is full of themselves. They don't even bother with such a force like the Changfeng Association. I'm afraid they may not be willing to help us deal with the Golden Jade League seriously." "You're right. Once the two forces collide, we as a guest will inevitably be involved. Although Changfeng Association has promised that they won't stop us from leaving, we still don't know what their actual moves are. We also have to be prepared." As Lu Ming heard it, his expression still looked calm, but he also replied with a voice transmission. Chapter 439, Changfeng Association President. Chapter 439, Changfeng Association President. Upon hearing the words, the young man said with a soft smile, "Since your president isn't here, two misters will be in charge of the Changfeng Association. Now that the matter about the Golden Jade League has become a big issue, we might as well put this matter on the table and talk about it publicly. Since the guests present are the pillar of your association, they are also qualified to learn more about it." Fan Zheng and Chu Ling both changed their expressions when they heard the words. After looking at each other, they both nodded slowly. Then Fan Zheng took a deep breath and stood up again. He cupped his fist to Lu Ming and the others and said, "Today I summon everyone here. One is to introduce this envoy from Purple Night Temple to you, and there is another matter to discuss with you all." Fan Zheng saw that everyone had settled down, and he stood up and said loudly, "Presumably you all have heard about it. There is originally a water jade vein mine in Jinju Island within the sphere of influence of our association. The mineral deposits were exhausted more than 10 years ago. It's just recently that someone accidentally discovered a spiritual medicine producing area in this mineral vein. There were several rare medicinal materials growing here. There are materials that are 1,000 years old." As soon as this remark came out, it caused a whisper among the guests present. Fan Jing paused, then his expression condensed and continued, "As soon as we learned of this, we immediately dispatched several hall masters with a group of people to check, but I don't know how the news went out. The Golden Jade League also sent several condensation state hall masters to Jinju Island at the same time, and they claimed that they discovered the spiritual medicine production site first. We have been confronting each other for a few months. We are afraid that the spiritual medicine would be damaged during the fight, so there isn't any large-scale battle for the time being." As Fan Jing said, his eyes slowly swept over the guests present, and he finally stopped on the purple-robed man in the main seat. He asked with a respectful look, "Not long ago, our association has sent an emissary to report to Purple Night Temple. I wonder if the envoy has a reply for us this time?" The purple-robed man looked at Fan Zheng, whose eyes were burning, but he just replied with a faint smile, "You can rest assured that I have communicated with the Tianxiang Pavilion once on this matter, and I naturally will not let the Changfeng Association suffer. After discussion between us, we finally decided to let both of you have a match. As for the rule, your association and the Golden Jade League will each send 3 condensation state members to fight. Not only the winner will get this spiritual medicine production site, but the loser will also give away 1/3 of their territory to the winner. When Fan Zheng and Chu Ling heard this, the 2 deputy presidents were startled at first, then they both looked unsightly. Most of the others here were also flickering in their eyes, not knowing what they were thinking. Seeing this, Xan Yuan blinked, then he turned his head to ask the person next to him in a low voice, "Brother Guanyu, since the decision is based on a match, why are the faces of the 2 deputy presidents looked so ugly? Could it be that our Changfeng association is worse than the opponent and we have no chance of winning at all?" Guanyu, who looked like a young master, first smiled bitterly, then he replied in a low voice with a helpless face, "If we are really going to fight a match, our chance to win isn't big. Brother Xian doesn't know that there is a you really want to bet in a fight, we're really unlikely to win. Brother Xian doesn't know that there is a master in the Golden Jade League. He is at the condensation period intermediate stage, but this person has unusual talents and abnormally profound spiritual power. He once killed an opponent of the condensation period later stage. I'm afraid no one here can fight against him, and there are around 6 people of the condensation period later stage in the Golden Jade League, which is far better than our Changfeng association." Although Guanyu lowered his voice, all the people present were at the condensation state. How could they not hear it? The others looked at each other. The 2 deputy presidents couldn't but look gloomy. Seeing this situation, the purple-robed man's expression remained unchanged, but the contempt in his eyes couldn't help being more. Since there is fight, how would our Changfeng association be afraid of the Golden Jade League? We will agree on it." At this moment, someone outside the hall suddenly laughed and said. As soon as the voice sounded, a figure outside the hall flashed, then 3 people walked in. The one who was walking in front was a middle-aged man. His face was white without a beard. He was wearing a green robe with a green jade crown on his head. There was a smile on his face. "President!" Fan Jing exclaimed when he saw the people coming in. He stood up happily and welcomed them at the door. Chu Ling next to him also followed him in surprise and joy. The other guests, except for the 3 newcomers such as Lu Ming, after being shocked, they all stood up and respectfully saluted, keeping saying "President." It is actually Changfeng Association's president who has been missing for several years. Lu Ming was shocked when he saw this situation, but after a glance he looked at the 2 people behind the president. There were 1 young man and 1 young woman. The man was dressed in black. His face was yellow and his small eyes were dim. His appearance was really ugly. However, the aura from his body was actually at the condensation period later stage. He looked at everyone with a proud face. The female was only at the condensation period early stage, but she was graceful and beautiful. She had long black hair that reached her waist. She was a stunning rare beauty. Lu Ming noticed that this woman's appearance was quite similar to that of the Changfeng Association's president, but after a sharp change in his mind, he just stood up and bowed slightly like other people. Xian Yuan and Guanyu also stood up and saluted with surprise on their faces. Under the lead of the 2 deputy presidents, the president brought the man and woman behind him and walked toward the main seat under the eyes of everyone in the hall. When the young man saw the appearance of the Changfeng Association's president, although there was a hint of surprise on his face, he did not show more gaffes. He just stood up and said respectfully, "Congratulations to President Feng for returning to the Changfeng Association. It is really worrying since the disappearance of Senior for a few years. If my master know this, he would be delighted. However, since Senior has returned now, you are confident in this fight, right?" Feng Zhan's eyes flashed and he said with a chuckle, "The envoy must be joking. I just don't want others to underestimate my Changfeng Association, so I accept this match. Let's not talk about this first. Let me introduce you. This is my daughter, Feng Kai, who was separated from me when we were traveling in the Middle Sky continent. We just met by chance a few days ago. The little girl is currently under the 5 Spirits sect of the Middle Sky continent Xuanwu Mountain. The man next to my little girl is her senior fellow apprentice, Wei Zhong." The woman named Feng Kai smiled at the young man after hearing this. Her smile was charming like a flower, which made the young man a little lost for a while. The young man in black did not come forward to greet seeing this. When everyone present heard the words Middle Sky 5 Spirits sect, they couldn't help taking a deep breath. Their eyes were filled with surprise. The name 5 Spirits sect was almost known to everyone present. That was one of Middle Sky continent's true major sections. It has been passed down for thousands of years with countless disciples in the sect. It was not comparable to the so-called foreign sects such as Purple Night Temple and Tianxiang Pavilion. Although Lu Ming had heard of this sect for the first time, seeing this situation he would definitely know the significance of the Five Spirits sect. Seeing this, Xan Yuan next to him was even more interested. It turns out that the two are the disciples of the Five Spirits. I'm sorry for being disrespectful. I'm the disciple of Elder Yuan of the Purple Night Temple Yang Sheng. Speaking of which, our Purple Night Temple and the Five Spirits sect also have some intersection. May I know who is Brother Wei's master in the Five Spirits sect? When the young man heard the name of the Five Spirits sect, he was shocked. He immediately regained his thought from the beauty in front of him, and he said with a smile on his face while cupping his fist. Wei Zhong glanced coldly at the purple-robed young man, but he still said nothing. The purple-robed young man hit the wall, but his complexion was as usual. Instead he turned and talked to Feng Zhan and said after a laugh, "Since Senior Feng's daughter has joined the Five Spirits sect, I think you are confident in winning this now. Junior will go back and report and I will confirm the time for the fight on the way. Since this is the case, goodbye Envoy. Fan Jing, you will see off the guest for me." After Feng Zhan nodded, he didn't mean to hold the envoy back anymore, and he instructed Fan Zheng by his side. Although Fan Zheng was named as the vice president of the Changfeng Association, he did not show any reluctance at this moment. He immediately agreed and sent Yang Xing out of the hall. Feng Zhan watched the young man left under the company of Fan Zheng, then he turned and sat on the main seat. At the same time he gestured to everyone to sit down, and his daughter and the black-shirt young man stood by his side. Feng Zhan's gaze slowly swept across the hall, and after seeing that everyone had sat down again, he smiled slightly and spoke amiably. "Everyone, I have been traveling out there for the past few years without returning. Thank you everyone for taking care of the matters in our association. Not at all, these are our duties. However, our forces have lost a lot of strength due to the conflict with the Golden Jade League. We all feel unease about it." Chu Ling hurriedly stood up and said with a wry smile. Feng Zhan's eyes flashed slightly. He waved his hand to indicate that he did not need to be polite, then said, "This matter is nothing at all. We have so much ahead of us. We can make a plan for it. By the way, these are all newly promoted guests?" Feng Zhan spoke as he glanced at Lu Ming, Xan Yuan and Guanyu. "Greetings to the president." Lu Ming and others quickly got up and bowed. "Good, very good. You don't need to be polite. I'm grateful for you to join when my Changfeng Association is in distress. But now it is different from the past. My Changfeng Association is looking forward to resurgence at this moment, and I still need your help in the future. There will be great rewards in the future." Feng Zhan said so with a faint smile on his face. "Thank you, President. Junior will definitely offer my help." Guanyu couldn't help expressing excitement when he heard this. These casual practitioners joined the Changfeng Association because of the favorable conditions for recruiting here. Before seeing that the Changfeng Association was in trouble, there were quite some people wanting to leave. Now that the Changfeng Association had returned, and he was affiliated with the Five Spirits sect, this naturally made the guests like Guanyu, who had not left, greatly rejoiced. Although Lu Ming and Xan Yuan had their own thoughts, they were naturally full of promises at this time. "Okay, let's stop the meeting here today. After I deal with the matters in the association, I will entertain you all when I have the time." Feng Zhan seemed to be very satisfied with Lu Ming and others' answers. Then he announced with laughter. Chapter 440, Split Up. Chapter 440, Split Up. After Lu Ming got up and left, in the blink of an eye, only Feng Zhan, the two vice presidents as well as the daughter of Feng Zhan and the man in black from the Five Spirit sect were left in the hall. "Kai, you and Mr. Wei should be tired for traveling such a long way. Go and get some rest first." Feng Zhan hesitated slightly, then he spoke to the two behind him. The woman in colorful clothes lightly said yes. The man in black shirt naturally had no opinion about it. In a blink of an eye, only Feng Zhan and the other two presidents remained in the hall. The three of them were in the hall discussing the latest affairs, but Feng Zhan didn't mention a word about the match with the Golden Jade League. Although the two vice presidents were a little strange, they didn't say much. More than half an hour later, when the discussion was about to end, Feng Zhan picked up his teacup and prepared to see off the guests. When Fan and Chu both stood up and left, the Changfeng Association's president suddenly said indifferently, "By the way, on that secret trip a few years ago, I was attacked by a crystallization period powerhouse and several condensation period masters near the Wangjiao cliff. Fortunately, I used some life-saving methods to get out and escape safely to the Middle Sky continent." Fan Zheng and Chu Ling couldn't help looking at each other as if they didn't know why would the president say that. However, disaster can lead to good fortune. I found Qingyu in the Middle Sky continent by chance. It seems that it is our fate to meet again. Okay, let's not talk about the past. You two should get down and rest. We still need to work together for the affairs of our association. Feng Zhan then said with a hearty laughter again. When Fan and Chu heard this, their expressions looked a little eased, and they immediately stepped back. When the two of them walked away, Feng Zhan's smile slowly faded away. The teacup in his hand was heavily placed on the table, and it made a muffled noise. Shortly after, in a small hall in the apse of the Changfeng Association, Feng Zhan changed into a white robe and sat in the center. The girl and the young man in black shirt sat on both sides. At this time, Feng Kai had put on a gorgeous colorful dress. She looked even more charming. There were only 3 people in the room, and the maid who was serving had already retreated far away. Feng Zhan was tasting spiritual tea while talking to the two of them. With that say, Father, I suspected that the Crystallization period powerhouse that assaulted you back then was the leader of the Golden Jade League? The girl in colorful clothes said bitterly. Who else would there be if it wasn't him? The array that those people set up is the Qinxiang Pavilion's air trap water wave array. How can I not recognize Du Guyu's means? Changfeng Association and Golden Jade League have been hostile for so many years, and it is normal for them to want to get rid of me. If there is a chance, I will not let go of this chance either. Feng Zhan said coldly. However, according to Father's previous statement, you didn't tell anyone except the 2 vice presidents due to the importance of your trip. There are only a few people knowing about it. The girl in colorful clothes said thoughtfully. Feng Zhan's eyes looked cold and he said slowly, Yes, I only mentioned this matter to the 2 vice presidents. Senior Feng meant that one of them might be colluding with outsiders. The young man in black shirt on the side suddenly interjected. Mr. Wei really deserves to be an elite disciple from the major sect. You are thoughtful and knowledgeable, but I don't have any evidence for this at the moment, so I can only put it aside. Feng Zhan heard this and smiled. Senior Feng has praised me. The man black shirt in black said so, but his face couldn't help flashing a hint of pride. In addition, the match between our association and the Golden Jade League, I must rely on Mr. Wei to help us. Feng Zhan turned the thread of discussion and said solemnly. At the same time, he hinted Feng Kai at the side. Father, please rest assured, Senior Wei is the disciple of the lower house. Not only does he have a profound spiritual power, he also has a few superb spiritual weapons bestowed by the lower house elder. It is no effort to deal with the people of the Golden Jade League. Feng Kai pursed her lips and smiled. Her charming eyes looked at the young man in black shirt with a hint of affection in it. The young man in black shirt squared his chest as his heart was warmed. He immediately said generously as if to shoulder everything on his own, Senior Feng, please don't worry. Leave these trivial matters to me, Wei Zhong. Good, then I will have to trouble Mr. Wei. Mr. should be tired today. You can go get some rest. Seeing the young man promised, Feng Zhan's eyes suddenly brightened, and he couldn't help but laugh while clapping. Wei Zhong immediately got up and bowed his hands to leave. Before leaving, he didn't forget to look back at Feng Kai. Seeing this woman smile at him, he couldn't help being overjoyed and he walked out contentedly. However, as soon as the young man in black shirt stepped out of the small hall, Feng Kai's expression suddenly changed, and a look of disgust flashed in her eyes. Qingyu, although this Wei Zhong looks a little ugly, he is the disciple of the lower house's elder of the 5 Spirits sect. The lower house's elder is already an important identity in the 5 Spirits sect. If you can fascinate him, you will be able to develop smoothly in the 5 Spirits sect in the future. Feng Zhan sighed as he saw this and said slowly, Father, of course I know this. However, not only this person is ugly, his personality is arrogant. Although his cultivation is good, I really can't bear it sometimes. Feng Kai stomped her feet and said while biting her teeth. Her face was full of unwillingness. For us Cultivator, the appearance and personality of the dual cultivation partner are secondary. As long as you can get enough benefits from it, you will be able to promote to the crystallization period, or even when you rise to the real pellet state, you naturally don't need Wei Zhong anymore. This matter is about your future cultivation, you must not be arrogant. Feng Zhan said earnestly and comfortingly. The girl in Sai still looked reluctant but finally nodded. At the same time, in the outer hall of Lu Ming's cave house, Lu Ming and Xan Yuan were discussing something. The 2 maids in Dongfu had all been dispatched to the medicine garden. Brother Lu, what do you think about today's matters? Xian Yuan asked with a hesitated expression. The Changfeng Association situation is quite complicated. I'm afraid there will be a major change soon. Lu Ming said calmly. It seems that you and I have the same idea. Feng Zhan suddenly returned this time, and he is actually affiliated to the Five Spirit sect. At first glance, the Changfeng Association seems to get a powerful backer. But according to some news I inquired, the top 10 sects in the South Sea region shouldn't be messed around easily. They most likely share some interest with the major sects in the Middle Sky continent, and some of them are even the branches of the major sect in the South Sea region. Besides, the resources of the South Sea region have already been divided up. I'm afraid those sects will not sit back and watch the Changfeng Association get bigger. Xian Yuan sneered and said. It depends on Feng Zhan's methods. If he can persuade the Five Spirits sect to support him, maybe he can really develop in the future. Lu Ming said non-committal. Since the Changfeng Association has become the center of the storm at this moment, it is better for us to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise we will likely be used as cannon fodder in the future. Xian Yuan nodded as he suggested. I think so too, but before that we must find some ways to completely solve the poison of the Sea Emperor pill. In the past few months there are not many eggs left on me. I'm afraid Brother Xen is the same with me, right? After Lu Ming nodded, he suddenly mentioned about the detoxifying matter. I don't really have much in my body, and this poison is related to the lives of you and me. If we don't cure it, it will really make us feel sleepless and uneasy. Speaking of which, I have been inquiring about these days and found that there are a few detoxification pills in the Changfeng Association library. Maybe they are effective for the Sea Emperor pill. In addition, among the many guests of the Changfeng Association, I have heard that there is a person who is quite famous in medical knowledge. He once cured a lot of strange poisons. We can also visit him. However, this person isn't staying in Qingyu Island. Instead, he is staying on another nearby island for a long time. Xian Yuan nodded in agreement after hearing this, then he mentioned again the news he inquired about during these days. It's great. In order to save time, you and I should act separately. Lu Ming said slowly after hearing him. Xian Yuan naturally had no objections. After some discussions they quickly divided the work. In the early morning of the second day, Lu Ming left the cave house. After checking the direction, he flew out of Qingyu Island and flew all the way in a certain direction. He had learned from Xian Yuan that the guest was named Fang Yao, who was used to living alone, so he lived on a small island that was half a day distance. It was a pity that his flying boat, like other spiritual weapons, had all fallen into the guards of the underwater mineral vein, otherwise he could directly ride on the flying boat. Now he could only fly there on his own. However, in Lu Ming's heart, he had already decided to purchase another flying spiritual weapon once he had enough spirit stones in his hand. At the same time, Qingyu Island, in a prismatic building with a Gongda Hall, in the Changfeng Association's headquarters. The interior of this building was quite spacious. It was about 600 meters wide. There was a giant white jade pillar standing in the middle, with a layer of white light flowing slowly on the surface. Looking closely, one could see that some small silver characters were imprinted on the surface of the jade pillar. It was the missions that Changfeng Association set for the disciples and guests. There were all kinds of missions, including hunting beastkins, searching for spiritual herbs, medicinal materials, etc. Whether it was a guest or an ordinary disciple, they could accept the mission here. After completion, not only they could get the spirit stone as a reward, but they could also accumulate merit points to exchange for various resources in the meeting. It was very similar to the Savage Ghost Sects Deputy Hall. In fact, general sects would have such places with similar functions. Firstly, it could temper the disciples under the sect. Secondly, it could solve many problems in the sect. At this moment, in front of the huge jade pillar Xian Yuan was standing in front of it as his eyes flickered along with the jade pillar's rotation. After a while, he suddenly raised his hand. A white light blasted out of the surface of the jade pillar, and it went into a jade tablet in his hand. After a burst of white light on the surface of this jade tablet, a row of small characters appeared on it: 10 beastkin cores of the Gale Beast, 1,000 merit points. Chapter 441, Qingsan Pill. Chapter 441, Qingsan Pill. Xian Yuan put the jade tablet under his forehead and understood the mission situation. It turned out that this Fisher infant beast was a sea monster of the condensation period early stage. Although it was quite powerful in water element techniques, it was extremely afraid of the power of fire, and its monster core was an excellent alchemy material. Its sound was similar to the cry of the baby, so its name was named after this reason. This beast liked to live in coral colonies, and there was a coral island not far from the south of Qingyu Island. After thinking about it, Xan Yuan immediately stepped out of the merit hall. He threw the iron rod in front of him as his figure flashed, then the iron rod carried him and turned into a black light that flew to the south. Lu Ming's flight took half a day. He finally arrived at a small emerald island at noon. The area of the small island was not large, but the vegetation was lush. Many places had been developed up into medicinal fields, which were planted with all kinds of spiritual herbs. There were also hills of different sizes in many places of the island. This place could also be called a tranquil and elegant environment. Lu Ming hovered in the air for a while. After confirming that this was the destination of his trip, he slowly landed on the bottom of a beautiful mountain on the island. After scanning the surrounding situation with mental power, he stood in front of a green stone door after a few flashes. Before he could knock on the door, the stone door opened by itself with a creak. Lu Ming was startled when he saw this. A boy probed his head out, and after seeing Lu Ming, he immediately asked vigilantly, "Who are you?" "Changfeng Association's guest Lu Ming. I'm here to visit Fang Yao. Please let him know about that." Lu Ming replied with a smile after turning his mind. "There is no need for that. I never see anyone that doesn't belong to the Changfeng Association. Can you take out the guest token?" A vigorous voice suddenly came from the depths of the tunnel behind the boy. Lu Ming frowned. He flicked his sleeves and a cloud of blue light emerged. After the light condensed, it turned into a token with flashing green light. After the boy took the token, he immediately turned and walked in. It turned out to be Mr. "Oh, please come in." A moment later, the man's voice came from the cave house. The boy walked out and respectfully returned the token, then he quickly led Lu Ming in. This cave house looked inconspicuous on the outside, but inside, it was much larger than the cave house allocated to Lu Ming in Qingyu Island. A winding corridor connected many stone chambers. Not long after, under the guidance of the boy, Lu Ming came to a large stone hall at the end of the corridor. There were some simple wooden tables and chairs in the hall, and there was a stone door on the left and right side wall. They seemed to be connected to another two tunnels. "Mr. Lu, please drink some spiritual tea and wait a while. I'm refining a furnace of elixir. Sorry for the poor hospitality." The previous man's voice came from the left side door. "Mr. Fang doesn't have to be so polite. If you are busy, you can work on it first. It's me who disturbs you." Lu Ming replied loudly. When he stepped in this place, he suddenly felt a high temperature faintly coming from the tunnel on the left. It must be the alchemy site built by Fang Yao. At this time, the boy served a cup of spiritual tea after waiting for Lu Ming to sit down. Lu Ming bowed his head and glanced at the tea in his hand carefully. The tea was an emerald green in the crystal clear cup, and it exuded a faint fragrance. After he lifted his head and tasted it, he felt bitter at first. Then there was a sense of coolness after it went down his throat. Moreover, the coolness spread across the meridians throughout the body in an instant, and his body was soothing. This tea was so effective that Lu Ming could help but look forward to the owner of this place. Next, he was drinking tea slowly while waiting quietly. After an unknown period, his eyes flashed suddenly. He looked at a weird picture full of scarlet runes on one side of the wall with a hint of interest. "Oh, it turns out that Mr. Lu also knows the alchemy technique?" Just when Lu Ming was in a trance, a figure appeared on the left side door. A middle-aged man wearing a gray robe walked out from it. This person was more than 40 years old, tall and thin, with an elegant face. At the moment, he was twisting his beard with his hand while looking at Lu Ming with a smile. "You must be a fellow Mr. Fang. I did briefly study the alchemy technique in my early years, but it is not enough to compare with Mr. Fang," Lu Ming said in a humble voice while cupping his fist when he saw this. "Although I live outside the island for a long time, I have heard a little bit about it. A few months ago, 2 new guests joined the association. I think Mr. Lu, you should be one of them, right?" Fang Yao assessed Lu Ming and said with a smile, then he sat down at the master seat of the hall. "I did join the Changfeng Association not long ago. Actually, I have one request from Mr. Fang for visiting today." Lu Ming nodded and explained his intentions directly. "Oh, I'm considered to be quite skillful in terms of medical skills. Are you coming here to cure a disease or detoxify?" Fang Yao said without any surprise. "To be honest, I have gotten a strange poison. This poison is usually attached to my internal organs and it is not a major problem. However, I must consume an antidote every month. Otherwise it will be triggered. The poison will spread and erode my internal organs. The consequences will be unimaginable. Lu Ming didn't mean to hide it and said frankly. It can erode the internal organs and trigger regularly. This poison doesn't sound simple, but I can try to cure it. After the gray-robed middle-aged man heard the words, and his eyes were flickering while thinking for a while, he replied solemnly. You seem to be interested in it? Seeing Fang Yao promised it, Lu Ming was overjoyed. He immediately explained in detail the strange nature of the poison that could devour spiritual power and his own attempt to decipher. As for how did he got it, he just brushed it off, and the man in gray robe didn't ask much. After Fang Yao listened, hesitated for a while, then he took Lu Ming to another secret room next to the living room. There was a pale yellow circular array with the size of 10 meters inscribed on the ground. There was a futon in the middle, and there were more than 10 yellow crystal stones inlaid in the surrounding grooves. Fang Yao motioned Lu Ming to sit in the center of the circle. Seeing this, Lu Ming scanned with his mental power. After confirming that this was only a detecting array, he walked over and sat down cross-legged. After seeing Lu Ming sitting firmly, the middle-aged in gray robe took a deep breath and waved his hand, launching a dozen symbols at the array. Each symbol hit on the crystal stones of the yellow array accurately. Suddenly the whole array hummed. It was flashing in yellow light, then it slowly spun up. Fang Yao flipped his hand and took out a simple bronze mirror. After throwing it away, he chanted. After the bronze mirror flashed, it flew over Lu Ming's head. After it spun, it shot out a golden glow that covered Yang Ming in it. Then Fang Yao launched a series of symbols. From time to time, weird runes emerged from the bronze mirror. They were fluttering uncertainly. Activate. The middle-aged man in gray robe suddenly groaned. A yellow beam immediately shot out from the surface of the bronze mirror, turning into a light curtain that covered Lu Ming inside. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes, but he stood still, letting the yellow light curtain circulate around his body. Fang Yao made a gesture and attentively watched some strange scenes that emerged from the rolling bronze mirror. It didn't take long before he breathed out and launched a symbol at the array. The yellow array stopped abruptly and its light faded away. The bronze mirror also flew back into his hand as he waved his sleeve. Seeing this, Lu Ming immediately walked out of the circle, stood aside and waited quietly. Fang Yao was thinking on the spot in deep thought. After a while, he asked for Lu Ming's blood essence around his dantian. After putting into a spiritual disc, he extracted a strand of black silk from it. Then he tried a dozen different spiritual fluids to mix with the black silk, and he observed carefully. After a quarter of an hour, Fang Yao suddenly laughed and said, "Oh, I finally understand. This poison is really peculiar, but it is not impossible to cure it. I know that a detoxification pill can remove this poison." "Really? Brother Fang has this elixir here?" Lu Ming was naturally overjoyed when he heard this. "This elixir called Qingsan pill is rarely used and I don't have it in my hand. However, it is easy to refine this pill. It's just I'm still lacking one ingredient, and this ingredient..." Fang Yao hesitated after hearing this. "May I know what this ingredient is and how do I get it? As long as Brother Fang can refine this pill, after curing the poison, I will definitely repay you with generous gifts." Lu Ming heard the name Qingsan pill, he turned his mind. After confirming that he had never heard of it, he immediately cupped his fist and asked solemnly. "This medicine is a sea monster venom sac of the blood locust beast, and it must be a venom sac in the king beast of the condensation period. However, the blood locust beast is not strong individually, but it has always lived in groups. They are at least hundreds or even thousands, and they live on the bottom of the sea, which is very difficult to deal with." Fang Yao said so after hesitated. Lu Ming frowned upon hearing this. This was the first time he heard the name blood locust beast today, and listening to its description, it seemed that it was indeed not an easy task. Fang Yao saw the embarrassment on Lu Ming's face, but he suddenly smiled and said, "You don't have to rush, Mr. Oh. I just happen to know that there are a group of blood locust beasts in the nearby sea, and the king beasts among them have already reached the condensation period later stage. It is more than enough to cure the poison in your body." "Oh, there is such a coincidence." Lu Ming's expression moved slightly after hearing this. "Don't get me wrong, Mr. Oh. The reason I know about this is because whether it is their cores, flesh, and blood, they are of great value. My friends and I are also eyeing on this batch of sea beasts, and we have planned for it for a long time. That is why we know about their exact location. However, the number is so huge that we can't deal on our own. Thus the plan is delayed. However, if Mr. Lu is willing to join, we naturally have more chances. We can act immediately. If the plan is successful, not only it can cure Mr.'s poison, you can also get some benefits according to how much effort you put in. What does Mr. Lu think of it? The middle-aged man twisted his beard and spoke calmly. Chapter 442, Detoxification and the Letter of Challenge. Chapter 442, Detoxification and the Letter of Challenge. Lu Ming was a little surprised when he heard this. After he thought quickly, he slowly replied, "This matter is of great importance. Please allow me to think about it." Feng Yao smiled slightly, took out a communication disc array and handed it to Lu Ming, saying, "In fact, if I don't use the Blood Locust King Beast's poison sac, I can also blend other detoxification elixir for you. However, it takes too long and the time may not be enough. Besides, the detoxification effect of other elixirs may not work as intended. It is possible that they can't completely cure the poison in your body. According to my observation, the poison in your body has accumulated a lot, and it has been over a long time. Even if I blend another elixir to suppress it temporarily, it may not be that effective. Therefore, it is better to cure the poison as soon as possibly. If you can get the poison sac of the Blood Locust Beast, I still need time to refine the elixir. You should decide as early as possible. If you are willing to join in and wipe out the Blood Locust Beast, you can always inform me through this thing." After Lu Ming listened, his mind turned quickly, but his face remained calm. He took over the disc array from the other party, thanked and left the place. As soon as he flew away from the island, he did not return to Qingyu Island, but he turned and flew in another direction. Before coming to this island, he also specifically inquired about other cultivators who were well known in medical skills within the Changfeng Association's sphere of influence. With Lu Ming's character, he naturally didn't want to let go of any chance. 2 days later, on an island not far from Qingyu Island, Lu Ming walked out of a wooden house with a solemn expression, and there was an old man in sackcloth behind him. "The poison you have is peculiar, and I can't think of a safe way after thinking about it. However, the Blood Locust Beast mentioned by Mr. According to my years of experience, this kind of method of combating poison with poison is indeed doable when curing some strange poisons. However, the risk of it isn't small. If one doesn't have full confidence in it, it will easily make the situation worse." When Lu Ming heard this, his heart moved slightly. He immediately cupped his fist and thanked him. "Thank you for your advice. When it's really at stake, I naturally can't bother so much." "That's true. By the way, there is also another person of the Changfeng Association who has better medical skills than me. His name is Feng Yao. If he is willing, there may be a way. However, he likes to be alone and doesn't like to deal with the outsiders." The old man in sackcloth nodded. As he wanted to walk back into the house, he seemed to think of something and he said so suddenly. Lu Ming smiled bitterly as he heard the words, but he still thanked with a natural face. Then he rode on the cloud and flew away again. The direction he was going this time was Qingyu Island. In the past few days, he had visited several nearby cultivators who were good at medical skills. As a result, most of these people were helpless with the poison in Lu Ming's body. The detoxification method proposed by a handful of 2 or 3 people took longer, and they didn't have full confidence in curing it. In contrast, Feng Yao's method was more reliable. After all, he also verified from the other cultivators that it was possible to use Blood Locust Beast's poison sac to fight poison with poison. As he was helpless, he could only check out Yuan's situation first. Then he would discuss the future plan. As Lu Ming thought so, he flicked his finger and launched a talisman. It turned into a green light that went into the cloud under his feet. His flying speed was a little faster instantly. 1 day later, he saw the shadow of Qingyu Island in the distance. After Lu Ming flew into Qingyu Island, he went straight to Yuan's cave house. But after he knocked on the door, he learned from the maid who was staying in the cave house that Yuan had not returned after going out. After Lu Ming frowned, he returned to his cave house first. After half a day passed, Yuan came to Lu Ming excitedly. When he saw Lu Ming in the middle of the hall, he took out several colorful bottles from his body. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes flashed with joy. After a few minutes, in the secret room, Lu Ming and Yuan looked at the few empty bottles in front of them, and they couldn't help smiling bitterly at each other. They tried these Changfeng Association's detoxification spiritual medicines, but they weren't effective at all. In the meeting, those guests gave an extravagantly colorful description to this elixir, but they are still useless in the end. Yuan said with a depressed expression. Anyone would not have a good mood after putting in all his effort for a few days and making himself exhausted, but he finally found that all his effort was useless. This poison is refined by a real pellet state powerhouse after all. It is normal for the elixirs collected by Changfeng Association to be useless. Lu Ming frowned slightly and said lightly, "There is not much time left. It seems that for the present, we can only join Fang Yao's party to hunt down those blood locust beasts." Xan Yuan snorted and said. Lu Ming had already told about his experience of seeking medical experts before. "I have this intention, but this matter may be dangerous. You and I have to be a little more cautious." Lu Ming hesitated a moment later, but he could only nod with a wry smile. The two discussed again, and both agreed that regardless of whether Fang Yao's words were true or false, they decided to agree to Fang Yao's proposal first and work with others to eliminate the group of blood locust beasts. After all, with their strength, they naturally didn't have to be afraid that the other party would turn back on his words afterward. After making up his mind, Lu Ming immediately took out the communication disk array and contacted Fang Yao. For Xan Yuan recommended by Lu Ming, Fang Yao naturally did not object. After all, there were so many blood locust beasts over there, one more person could make the mission more secure. Afterwards, both parties agreed to meet on the island where Fang Yao was located in half a month. Then they set off together to eliminate the group of blood locust beasts in the deep sea. Lu Ming and Lu Ming naturally had to prepare for the fierce battle that they might face next. After a little discussion, they prepared separately. Just when Lu Ming and Xan Yuan were busy taking action, news came from the Changfeng Association's headquarters that the Golden Jade League finally sent someone to formally give the letter of challenge. 3 days later. In the main hall of the Changfeng Association, Feng Zhan was sitting in the middle, and 2 vice presidents, hall master and high-rank guests were all gathered here. They were sitting accordingly on the left side. After being notified, Lu Ming and Xan Yuan naturally came to the meeting and sat in the back positions. Wei Zhong and Feng Kai, dressed in colorful clothes, stood in an open space next to the main seat, talking and laughing as if there were no others. 2 men in golden robes were sitting opposite to the crowd. One had a white hair and a childlike face. He claimed that he was the deputy leader of the Golden Jade League, and the thin man sitting next to him looked dull. He was very quiet. In this way, President Feng has no opinion on sending 3 people from each side. But regarding the battle mode, our league hopes to follow the 6-person rotation battle system. That is, both sides will send out 3 persons. They can stay on the stage as long as they win. The battle ends until the 3 candidates of one side are all defeated. Only in this way can we reflect the true strength of both parties. The old man in white hair said slowly with a calm expression on his face. As soon as this remark came out, everyone of the Changfeng Association couldn't help being stunned. Feng Zhan above the main seat also couldn't help but flash a hint of surprise in his eyes. This kind of rotation battle system was slightly different from his previous expectations. The strength of the condensation period cultivator in the Golden Jade League was originally above the Changfeng Association. Now they proposed such a way to battle, they naturally had their ulterior motives. They must have something they can count on. Speaking of which, Changfeng Association's chance of winning was mostly relying on the young man in black of the 5 Spirits sect. Such a battle was exactly what Feng Zhan wanted. But he still glanced at Wei Zhong next to him, wanting to ask about his opinion. "Senior Feng, don't worry, this kind of battle mode is just what I want." Seeing this, the young man in black said with a grin. "Since the Dugu old fox has this courage, I will accompany him to the end. However, you have decided on the way of the battle. As usual, we have to decide the location of the battle. Let's just set in at the Valley of Fire. The valley is also quite famous in the South Sea region. I think the 2 noble envoys should know about it." After Feng Zhan thought about it for a while, he snorted and replied. "Okay, then let's set it at the Valley of Fire. 2 months later it will be the day of the match. I hope that the Changfeng Association will not let our league down." The old man in white hair just thought for a while and agreed on it. After hearing this, Wei Zhong showed a satisfied expression on his face. He whispered a few words in Feng Kai's ear. After Feng Kai listened, her beautiful eyes turned, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Since the matter has been discussed, we should leave as well." The old man in white hair stood up and said goodbye. "In that case, I will not see you off," Feng Zhan said indifferently. After the old man in white hair forced a laughter, he turned his eyes and looked at the young man in black besides Feng Zhan. His eyes flickered as he said with profound meaning, "This should Master Wei Zhong, a high-ranking disciple of the 5 Spirits sect. Senior Feng really has good means. After saying this, he turned and walked out with another person. Feng Zhan's face turned gloomy when he heard the words. When he glanced at the young man in black with the corner of his eyes, he found that the young man was chatting with his daughter happily. He didn't seem to put the old man's previous remarks into his heart, and Feng Zhan was slightly relieved. After the Changfeng Association's president waited for the Golden Jade League's envoy to leave the hall, he coughed lightly, got up and announced, "Well, now that the battle with the Golden Jade League has been set, I now announce that the senior apprentice of my daughter, Wei Zhong, has agreed to join our Changfeng Association, and he will be promoted to the high-rank guests. He is determined to have a good relationship with our association. He will become one of the representatives of this battle. As for the other two representatives of the battle, it will be Fan and Chu, two vice presidents. Does anyone have any opinions?" Everyone at the scene looked at each other. Naturally, no one would object to it. Fan Zheng and Chu Ling looked at each other, and they also remained silent. Naturally, Lu and Xian would not express any opinions. The two of them are busy with the deep-sea trip and detoxification that was half a month later. Of course, they couldn't voice out and make themselves distinguished now. So the matter was settled on the spot. After everyone discussed the specific matters related to battle for a while, Feng Zhan announced that the meeting would end here. Everyone immediately bade farewell and walked out from the main entrance. Lu Ming went out of the hall with everyone. After saying goodbye to Xian Yuan, he didn't immediately return to the cave house. Instead, he flew to the other side of the island. After a while, he landed in front of a seemingly desolate valley. The entire valley was built of crimson boulders. He could clearly sense the heat emanating from inside the door that was far away. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at the valley for a moment, then he strode over. If he inquired the right information, the guest living here was a condensation period early-stage cultivator. His cultivation wasn't high, but he was a well-known forging master here in the headquarters. Chapter 443, Huang Zhen and Spiritual Materials. Chapter 443, Huang Zhen and Spiritual Materials. Lu Ming flashed into the valley and walked slowly along a small path. Both sides were full of scarlet rocks that exuded hot air. After a while, he appeared in front of a gray stone door built on the hillside at the end of the valley. Several scarlet flame-like spirit patterns were imprinted on the surface of the gray stone door. After looking around for a few times, Lu Ming walked to the door in a few steps and knocked twice without hesitation. After 2 knocks, the stone door was opened for a little, revealing a young woman with a dark skin. When the woman saw Lu Ming, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, and she immediately noticed the high-grade guest mark on Lu Ming's clothing. "May I ask for Mr.'s name and why are you here?" the young woman asked suspiciously. "I'm Lu Ming, a new guest in the association. This time I came to visit Mr. Huang Zhen on purpose," Lu Ming said with a smile. "It turns out to be Senior Lu. This is really unfortunate. My father is forging a spiritual weapon in the forging room. Should I let him know?" The young woman hesitated and said truthfully after hearing this. "It turns out to be Miss Huang, please do so." Lu Ming cupped his fist. "Senior, please wait a moment, I will be back." As the young woman said, she closed the door and went to pass the message. After a while, the cave house door was opened again with a squeak. This time, a middle-aged man in his 40s and 50s walked out of it. He had dark skin and thick hands and feet. At first glance, he thought he was an ordinary farmer in the mortal world. "You must be Mr. Lu, right? I'm Huang Zhen. Please forgive my little girl's rudeness just now. Please come in and talk, Mr." After looking at Lu Ming, the dark-skinned man said politely. "Then I'll trouble you for a while." Lu Ming was a little surprised, but he didn't show it on his face. He thanked and walked into the stone door. As soon as he entered the gate, he passed a 100 meters long corridor. There was a 300 meters wide hall in it. The air was filled with hot air, and the ground and surrounding rock climbing wall showed a dark red color. After a while, Lu Ming came to another stone room that served the guest under the lead of the dark-skinned man. They sat down face to face and started to chat. "In that case, Mr. Lu wants to ask me to forge a spiritual weapon?" After a while, Huang Zhen looked at Lu Ming and asked with a serious face. "Yes. I heard that the best forger of the Changfeng Association is Brother Huang. But I don't know if I give you enough materials. How sure are you to be able to craft an intermediate-grade spiritual weapon for me?" Lu Ming said with a smile. "It depends on the quality of the materials and Mr.'s requirements. I have been involved in forging for a long time. For a normal intermediate spiritual weapon, I naturally can forge it without any problem. However, if the forging fails in any case, I will not compensate for any materials. Huang Zhen slowly replied after hesitated for a moment. Of course. As long as Brother Huang is willing to help me forge successfully, I will pay a high reward. Lu Ming replied without thinking, and at the same time, he took out a dozen pieces of light blue ore with one hand. Water Mystic Stone. Huang Zhen recognized what Lu Ming was holding at a glance, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. Although these precious ores were very common in underwater mines at that time, they were rare and excellent forging materials in the outside world. It's more than enough to use these as rewards. I don't know what kind of intermediate-grade spiritual weapon you want to forge? The dark-skinned man raised his eyes and asked directly without hesitation. Lu Ming heard the words. He didn't talk as he just took out a bean-sized black droplet that floated in the air. There were a few strands of black mist lingering on the surface. This is... The man looked at them carefully. A suspicious look flashed across his face. However, after Lu Ming smiled, he suddenly turned his palm and let this black droplet fall, and it hit on the seemingly solid stone slab heavily. With a boom, the entire stone chamber shook. On the stone slab in front of Lu Ming's feet, there was another deep hole with the thickness of a finger. First Yuan heavy water. Mr. actually has such a treasure. Huang Zhen exclaimed in shock. Mr. is really knowledgeable, Lu Ming said lightly, then he grabbed into the deep hole. As a result, after a swoosh sound, first Yuan heavy water flew out of the cave and fell into Lu Ming's palm again. This was also due to Lu Ming's strong physical body, which was far from comparable to when he advanced to the condensation period. Otherwise, he could never take it out from the ground so easily. You must be kidding. Since I'm a forger, how can I not know these materials? But it is my first time seeing an actual item. Huang Zhen looked at Lu Ming's objects without blinking. There was a hint of obsession on his face. Since Mr. Huang knows this item, then I will not beat around the bush. I want to ask Mr. to forge a heavy water droplet. Lu Ming said directly. Heavy water droplet? After hearing this, Huang Zhen finally awoke a bit from his obsessed look, and took a deep breath. Why? Is it that Mr. can't forge it? Lu Ming frowned slightly. Don't get me wrong, Mr. Oh. It's impossible to fail since it's me forging it. However, forging this into an intermediate-grade spiritual weapon would be wasting this material. If Mr. can find a water attribute material to support the forging, I'm confident in forging this heavy water droplet into a superb spiritual weapon. Huang Zhen waved his hand as he explained. Mr. must be kidding. How is it possible for me to have this spiritual material in my hands? Although I had heard people talk about such materials once in the past, I don't really know much about them. Can Brother Huang enlighten me? Lu Ming's heart moved, and he asked in an inquiring tone. Mr. Lu is not a forger, so it's normal for you to not know about spiritual materials. Spiritual materials are the best materials to forge superb spiritual weapons. The materials have spirits in them. If a normal superb spiritual weapon wants to be upgraded to 36 enchantments, which is a prototype of a magic weapon, it needs a spiritual material. For treasures like the first Yuan heavy water, if you add the corresponding spiritual material during the forge, it can naturally increase its grade. Therefore, even if a real pellet state master wants to find this type of materials, it is still extremely difficult. Huang Zhen slowly explained. So that's the case, I really gain a lot of knowledge. However, I don't have any spiritual material. How long do you need to forge an intermediate-grade heavy water droplet? Lu Ming nodded thoughtfully, and he suddenly turned the thread of discussion asked. 20 days later you can come and get it from me. In addition, forging heavy water droplets still needs some other auxiliary materials, but I can prepare them. It's just, Huang Zhen said after thinking about it. You can rest assured that the previous water mystic stone is just a reward, and I will pay for the auxiliary materials. Then I will come again after 20 days. Lu Ming nodded and said, thinking about the hunting of blood locust beast in half a month. It seems that I can only take it after the mission. Seeing Lu Ming promised so swiftly, the man also accepted forging the heavy water droplet without hesitation. Next, Lu Ming talked to him about the enchantments that needed to be incorporated into the heavy water droplet. Naturally, he still asked for the buff and increasing weight. Huang Zhen naturally had no objection to this, and he immediately worked on it. Lu Ming didn't stay here much either. After leaving first Yuan heavy water and some water mystic stones, he left directly. He went out of the valley and flew away. Soon he returned to his cave house. After informing Lian Air and Hong Air that he wouldn't see any visitors, he turned around and entered the secret room. After Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the secret room, he flicked his sleeves and a cloud of black gas flew out. After it condensed in front of him, it turned into a mini bone shield with 9 skulls printed on it. Lu Ming fell into contemplation while checking with what he was holding. After talking with Huang Zhen, he had determined that the flame cultivation scripture recorded some correct spiritual materials. If he wanted to forge a 36 enchantments magic weapon prototype, he really must use spiritual materials. 9 Skulls shield was already the superb spiritual weapon with the 35 enchantment. Now it was only one step away from the 36 enchantment. Once the forging was successful, it could be transformed into the prototype of a magic weapon. And he still had a lot of spiritual materials needed for this shield. It should be enough to complete the sacrificial refinement of the last enchantment. And if he had a bone shield with 36 enchantments, he believed it would be enough to protect himself against the ordinary crystallization period master. Lu Ming thought of this and his heart became hot. Real pellet state master like Siren King only had a prototype of magic weapon, Xianyi Needle, in his hand. Treasure with such grade should be extremely rare even in the cultivation world of the Middle Sky continent. However, if he really wanted to upgrade the 9 Skulls shield to 36 enchantment, he could only do it after the detoxification. And he might have to spend some time studying the method of forging. After all, he had never thought about giving the 9 Skulls shield and spiritual materials to other forging masters for sacrificial refining. In the next few days, Lu Ming sold some of the remaining or, together with some of the best spirit stones he had. He temporarily bought a low-tier flying sword spiritual weapon and some talisman that could be used in the deep sea. He had already decided in his heart that if necessary, he wouldn't touch the superb spiritual weapons Golden Fallen Sand and 9 Skulls shield, especially the latter. Otherwise, once he was being targeted by the powerhouse above the crystallization period, he would be in great trouble. After completing these preparations in the following days, he meditated and adjusted his breath all day in the cave house to recharge his spiritual power. 8 days later, Lu Ming and Xan Yuan left Qingyu Island together and flew all the way to the island where Feng Yao was located. Chapter 444, Fighting Beast Group. Chapter 444, Fighting Beast Group. After half a day, Lu Ming finally arrived at the agreed meeting place. On a clearing in front of Feng Yao's cave house, Feng Yao and the other 2 men and 1 woman are already waiting there. Mr. Lu, you are finally here. If you come a few hours later, I thought you had changed your mind. This must be the Xan Yuan you mentioned, right? Feng Yao saw Lu Ming and Xan Yuan and he immediately said with joy. I'm sorry for letting everyone wait. Brother Xan and I have some matters on the way, so we are late. Lu Ming said apologetically and he assessed the others. But on the clearing below, Feng Yao stood in the middle, and on both sides were a man, a woman and an elderly man. The old man had a white hair and a childlike face. He dressed in a green robe, holding a gray hasu in his hand. He looked at the Lu Ming and Xan Yuan with a smile. The man was dressed as a Confucian scholar. He was more than 30 years old and looked ordinary, holding a folding fan and gently fanning. As for the last enchanting woman, her dress was very bold. She was dressed in a tight red shirt that outlined her graceful figure. Looking at Lu Ming, she looked a little curious. These people were naturally Feng Yao's party members. With 2 friends joining, we will surely be successful for this trip. Maybe I should introduce my friends to you too. Feng Yao smiled at Lu Ming and Xan Yuan and said, Please. Lu Ming replied politely. This is the Taoist Shan Changfeng from the Phylian Temple. It was him who first discovered the blood locust beasts nearby. Feng Yao pointed at an old man in green robe and introduced. It turns out to be Mr. Shan. Lu Ming took a look at the old man and immediately cupped his fist. The old man in green robe nodded slightly at Lu Ming and Xan Yuan and said nothing. I'm Fan Lingzi, a casual cultivator from the Shanji Island. The fan-holding scholar did not wait for Feng Yao to speak, and he closed the paper fan and said lightly. Nice meeting you. This fairy Muwu. She is the Zhantai sect of Xiaokui Island. Feng Yao finally introduced the enchanting woman. Greetings to the 2 friends. The fairy Muwu smiled and bowed at the 2 of them. Lu Ming naturally chatted casually with them again. Xan Yuan just nodded beside him as if Lu Ming was the leader. Although the 2 have never heard of Xiaokui Island, and the Zhantai faction was even more unheard of. The enchanting woman in front of them as the head, had the weakest aura. It was similar to that of Fan Lingzi. However, the old man in green clothes looked dull. His gaze looked humble. His cultivation was the highest among them 4. Feng Yao introduced Lu Ming and Xan Yuan to the three. After a few people chatted for a while, they began to discuss the hunt for blood locust beasts. This group of blood locust beasts live on the bottom of the deep sea. Our action this time, Feng Yao, as the initiator of this hunting operation, first outlined the detailed plan. I went to investigate again half a month ago. At present, the number of blood locust beasts is about 300 or 400. Among them, the only one in the condensation period is still the king beast. The others are mostly spirit apostle class, and they don't have much intelligence at all. After Feng Yao finished the plan, the green-robed old man who had been silent suddenly added. The sea is vast. This group of blood locust beasts won't stay in one place. How can we determine their approximate location? Xan Yuan asked suddenly, frowning slightly. Feng Yao smiled slightly, then he took out a compass-like magical weapon and launched a symbol into it. The compass flashed and an inch-size pointer suddenly appeared in the middle. After it turned, it trembled and stopped in one direction. I specifically made this magical weapon, and it took me a lot of effort to collect the blood locust king beast's blood essence to refine it. Therefore it can trace the aura of this king beast. Does anyone have any questions? Feng Yao explained it again. After Lu Ming and Xan Yuan looked at each other, they both shook their heads. Very good. Then we'll depart now. Feng Yao said, holding the compass in his hand. Others naturally had no opinion. As a result, they flew into the air without using the flying spiritual weapon. They went into the direction of the pointer and left the island. After a few hours, they came to the sea that was 1,000 miles away from the island. The compass in Feng Yao's hand was flashed white light, and the pointer inside it was kept spinning. I got it. It's this area. The blood locust beast should be somewhere below. Feng Yao said with a refreshed after looking at the abnormality of the compass in his hand. I have 6 water-repelling beads. Although they are only one-time use, they are enough for this trip. Upon hearing this, the old man in green clothes immediately took out 6 light blue crystal balls and distributed them to everyone. Then he held the crystal ball and took the lead to fly to the sea below. In the next moment, a cluster blue light curtain spread from the crystal ball, and it instantly wrapped the old man in it. It separated the sea water from the old man. When everyone saw this, they all flew into the water one after another. The blue crystal balls emitted a light curtain that wrapped all of them. Not long after, everyone was already in the deep underwater. Under the guidance of Feng Yao's compass, they walked for a short distance. Feng Yao then suddenly stopped as his expression changed. Then he whispered caution to everyone. At this time the old man patted the crystal ball with one hand. Suddenly, the blue light curtain that surrounded the people around them turned dark at the same time. It actually obscured the figures of the people. Lu Ming was a little surprised to see this, but Feng Yao and others were not surprised. They all stared at the fuzzy light curtain and sneaked forward silently. As a result, after everyone walked a little further, there was a low coral reef in front of them. And across this underwater reef, everyone vaguely saw dense black figures on the other side of the open space like a huge seaweed. Under Lu Ming's gaze, he found that the black shadows were sea monsters next to each other through layers of sea water. These sea monsters were like sea snakes. The big ones were 10 meters long, the small one was only a few feet. Their body was covered with black and red scales, and the lower abdomen was bulged high. It was one size thicker than the other body parts. These were the blood locust beast group. As Feng Yao saw this, a fiery color flashed in his eyes. After he waved his hand, everyone stepped back silently. Soon after, everyone returned to the underwater they had originally started. Sure enough, it is this group of blood locust beasts. Everyone follow the plan. Feng Yao said solemnly after taking a long breath. The 3 others immediately nodded with a solemn expression. As soon as they stood with Feng Yao, they immediately started to channel their spiritual power and injected them into the blue crystal ball in their hands. As the crystal ball shone in blue light, the light curtain suddenly expanded rapidly, and the surrounding seawater was gradually forced away. Lu Ming and Xan Yuan were only watching silently by the side. After a few minutes, the 6 crystal balls echo each other, and the blue light curtains had been connected to form a large array. The seawater in the circle was forced out, forming a huge space. The blue light curtain had long been blended with the surrounding seawater. It looked normal from a distance. Feng Yao carefully took out a blood-red incense and lit it directly in the array. Suddenly, a bloody aura radiated from it. After he made a gesture, it spread out of the array and dispersed slowly toward the beast group in the sea. Seeing this, Lu Ming's expression remained unchanged, but he had already released a wisp of mental power, directly observing the group of blood locust beasts in the distance. There was a commotion around the beast group after a while. A small part of the blood locust beast did not hesitate to leave the beast group and swam straight to the array. Feng Yao and others were obviously also paying attention to the movement of the group. After a sound transmission, everyone burst out of the light curtain and cast in the nearby seawater to cover their body. This small part of the blood locust beast has more than 20. Under the lure of that bloody aurum, the blood locust beast became extremely manic. They swam faster and faster, and they were already closed in the blink of an eye. A wave of rippling water. These more than 10 blood locust beasts rushed into the array, and they fell to the open space in the light curtain one after another. Perhaps because they were out of the seawater all of a sudden. Their movement became slower after being in a panic. The old man in green robe flashed out of the nearby seawater. There was already a blue flag in his hand. When he waved it, a large blue ripple surged into the light curtain. Immediately, a few blood locust beasts, which were swept by the blue light, had frost on their body surface. They froze to death instantly. The white-robed scholar waved his paper fan at the back. With every fan swing, a white mist would fly out. After fanning for about 8 times, 8 blood locust beasts were being shrouded inside. After the white mist dissipated, these blood locust beasts had already fallen to the ground with blood coming out from their orifices. In contrast, a bright red ribbon used by Fairy Mu Wu looked extremely gorgeous. Under the sway of her beautiful posture, the ribbon transformed into waves of phantasms like a spirit snake that surged forward. Wherever the phantasms passed through, the blood locust beasts were shredded into pieces. On the other side, Xian Yuan had already rushed directly into the light curtain. As he swung the black giant rod in his hand, layers of black blurred shadows had already swept forward, instantly smashing blood locust beasts into meat sauce. As Lu Ming saw this, he flicked his sleeve. A silver little sword appeared in his hand. After it turned blurred, it transfigured dense sword shadows that blasted into the light curtain. A few blood locust beasts were pierced by the sword shadows immediately, and they fell to the ground instantly. Seeing this, Feng Yao and the others couldn't help flashing a hint of surprise on their faces. They did not expect that Lu Ming was actually a sword cultivator. Chapter 445, Battling the King Beas. Chapter 445, Battling the King Beas. After Lu Ming and the others used their killing moves, these 20 Spirit Apostle stage blood locust beasts were instantly eliminated. Without saying a word, the old man took out a green handkerchief and threw it to the front, turning it into a green glow that collected all the blood locust beast corpses. At this time, the bloody incense in the light curtain had long been ignited. Feng Yao quickly replaced it with another one. In this way they lured the low-rank blood locust beasts in the periphery by batch. It didn't take long for the 400 beast horde to reduce to 80. Roar! This action of everyone finally alarmed the blood locust king beast of condensation period in the innermost. As it made a deep roar, the seawater, where the beast horde were located, suddenly had a violent fluctuation. A huge black shadow with a length of more than 100 meters rushed out from the horde, and it quickly charged in the direction of them with a fierce look. After the dark shadow, there was a dense low-rank blood locust beasts. Not good. The king beast has found us. The enchanting woman's face changed and she whispered. There is no way, we can only fight it up front. Everyone, let's go according to the plan. Mr. Xian, please stop those low-rank blood locust beasts. Leave the king beast to us. Feng Yao saw this and he stopped channeling the bloody incense. He took out a green bamboo blade and said in a low tone to the other 3. The old man in green clothes, the scholar in white robe, and the enchanting woman looked at each other and put away the spiritual weapons in their hands. They each took out the same green bamboo blade that was the same in Feng Yao's hand. There were a total of 4. This set of special spiritual weapons was specially designed to deal with the blood locust king beast. Lu Ming and Xian Yuan naturally agreed with it. They immediately started channeling again and they hid in the seawater nearby. And a moment later, under the lead of the king beast, the remaining 80 blood locust beasts came not far away from the light curtain in a blink of an eye. At this time, Lu Ming finally saw clearly what this condensation period blood locust beast looked like. Its body was around 8 times bigger than the normal blood locust beast. Its scales were dark and shiny. It looked up with its hideous head. There was one blood-red single eye, and it was flashing with a strange green light. As soon as this king beast rushed out of the light curtain, it didn't rush in immediately. Instead, it suddenly made an ear-piercing shrill after circling a few times around the blue light curtain. The many low-rank blood locust beasts behind opened their mouth and shot blood-red light beams at the same time. All the beams hit the light curtain accurately. Immediately, the blue light curtain buzzed and it shattered under a few flickers. "Do it." At this moment, Feng Yao shouted in a low voice, and he immediately threw the green bamboo blade out of his hands with the other three. 4 green lights blasted straight to the king beast. The king beast emitted a purple-black evil gas as its scales opened and closed, and the gas condensed into black arrows that shot at the green lights. In an instant, after colliding with the 4 green lights, the arrows turned back into purple-black gas and burst open. Seeing this, the 4 chanted simultaneously. They extended one finger and pointed at the green blades in the air. The blades instantly emitted a strange scent that was similar to sandalwood. As soon as the blood locust king beast touched the sandalwood-like scent, its body suddenly trembled. Its single eye dimmed in green light, and its expression suddenly became wilted. Taking this opportunity, Feng Yao and the others flickered. They commanded 4 green lights 100 meters away, casting waves of green blade that trapped the condensation period blood locust king beast at the place. At the same time, after Lu Ming and Xan Yuan flicked, they had already rushed toward the dense beast horde behind. Lu Ming waved the little silver sword in one hand, and suddenly layers of sword shadows appeared out of thin air. They turned into waves of silver lights that surged at the beast horde. His other hand made a gesture. 8 green wind blades launched out with a whistling sound. The low-rank blood locust beasts on the opposite side opened their mouth at the same time, shooting out many blood-red light beams. After they connected, they turned into a light wall to resist the silver sword shadow and the green wind blades. Seeing this, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and changed his gesture. He pointed to the front and launched a fist-sized crimson fireball that crushed on the light wall, turning into fire clouds that burst open. After Xan Yuan laughed out loud, he took this opportunity to rush into the horde from the side. The iron rod in his hand suddenly turned into a black rod shadow that went at the blood locust beasts nearby. A few muffled sounds came. The dozen blood locust beasts closest to it were instantly knocked away. They slammed at the other blood locust beast and rolled into a ball. The entire horde was suddenly in chaos. Seeing this, Lu Ming jumped without hesitation and turned into a silver rainbow. Puff! The blood-red light wall that was going at Lu Ming was forcefully slashed into half by the silver light. The dozen blood locust beasts in the front were cut into half. Seeing this situation, the remaining dozens of small blood locust beasts split up, and amidst the unending roars, they shot out clouds of black gas that transformed into arrows. However, under the swift silver rainbow and the waves of rod shadows that rumbled uncertainly, the dense arrows couldn't get close at all. On the contrary, in an instant, they rushed into the horde and slaughtered the beast again. On the other side, the king beast of the condensation period later stage was also in a dire situation under the siege of the 4 people and the restraint of sandalwood scent. It was seriously wounded in just a while. However, this beast also felt that its life was at stake, so it resisted even more desperately. Suddenly, a trace of ferociousness flashed in its single eye. After it shook its groggy head, the scales on its body suddenly opened and closed. The purple-black evil gas rolled out and split into 2. One was protecting its whole body, the other turned into a dozen of black mist ropes that danced wildly. Feng Yao dodged the mist rope, then he threw out the green bamboo blade. It slashed at the giant beast's back in a green light. Njaya. Under the blue light, the blood locust king beast's dense evil gas was like a paper. It couldn't stop the attack at all. A few feet long wound was cut open, and its blood splashed around. Everyone, the king beast has fallen for the green bamboo and sandalwood. It's almost done for. We don't have to retain our strength. We can make this battle quick. Feng Yao shouted excitedly when he saw this. He reached out his hand to flick the green bamboo blade, and it turned into a green blade shadow again. When the other 3 witnessed this scene, they were equally overjoyed and channeled their spiritual power. In an instant, green light flickered everywhere in the nearby sea. The 4 bamboo blades transformed into a dense green blade net. In an instant, the blood locust king beast of the condensation period later stage had a few more wounds on its injured body. The blood was flowing out from its body like a river. This condensation period later stage sea monster desperately released body protection aura and madly cast a dozen mist ropes, otherwise it would be slashed into few chunks by the 4. With the skillful cooperation of Feng Yao and the other 3, they had gained the upper hand. This operation is surprisingly smooth. It seems that you and I are hopeful for detoxification. The king beast can't defend for long. Xan Yuan's iron rod shook. After bursting the brain of a blood locust beast that pounced on him, he glanced at the battle in the distance, and then looked at the few low-rank blood locust beasts nearby. He said in a sneer, "I hope so." Lu Ming nodded. At the same time he made a sword gesture, then a silver light surged out. The other two blood locust beasts were slashed into few pieces. However, at this moment a change happened. The condensation period blood locust king beast, that was at the verge of collapse, suddenly released a blood light in its single eye after its head was struck hard. It roared into the sky, and the purple-black evil gas around its body suddenly expanded. The scales on its body became dark red. Its wounds started to recover quickly after the bloody light flashed. Boom! A few green lights broke the body protection aura and slashed on the blood-colored scales, but it only left a white mark. It couldn't hurt deeper anymore. As the king beast groaned, its giant eye flashed a blood light. The wounds on its body quickly closed up, and there was an undercurrent in the nearby seawater. Dark red lights were released by the low-rank blood locust beast's corpse, condensing into clusters of blood essence that surged at the king beast. Be careful behind. This beast seems to be mad and mutated. Seeing that the king beast suddenly changed its wilted state, the green-robed old man shouted as he waved the blue flag in his hand, casting a few blue ripples to protect himself. The other people were shocked when they heard the words. Some immediately changed their gestures and wanted to call back the sharp blade, while some raised their hands to release other spiritual weapons. They wanted to protect themselves first. The formation that they formed immediately became chaos. At this moment, the blood locust king beast suddenly screamed. After some of the blood clusters condensed, it suddenly turned into bloody sharp blades. There were around 40 blades. After a blur, they disappeared in a flash. The next moment, the space around the scholar fluctuated together. The bloody blades appeared densely, and they blasted away from its body instantly. Fan Lingzi was shocked and wanted to avoid it again, but it was too late. He screamed horribly and the body protection aura was smashed by the bloody blades. His body had opened up countless holes. Fan Lingzi covered his chest, the vital part, with one hand, with an expression of disbelief in his eyes. After staggering for a few moments, his body fell down. Be careful, after this beast mutates, it can manipulate the blood of the same kind to attack. Fang Yao immediately shouted in shock and anger when seeing the situation. Chapter 446, Slayed the King Beas. Chapter 446, Slayed the King Beas. It happened in an instant. The king beast's body flashed in a bloody light. The surrounding blood mist rolled, and it turned into numerous bloody light blades in the next moment. They shrouded Fang Yao and the other two in a bloody vortex. Upon seeing this, the three of them panicked and tried their best to dodge, while using spiritual weapons and talismans to protect themselves. After the dense bloody light flashed, when the three people inside could be seen again, they were all covered in blood. Except for the old man in the green robe who was only slightly injured, Fang Yao and the enchanting woman were staggering, and their aura became extremely weak. The blood locust king beast screamed, and the blood mist rolled again in the nearby air, and it was about to rush to the three of them. The old man's face changed. He flicked his sleeves and a golden talisman flew out. It turned into a golden light that wrapped the three in it, then they retreated in a golden light cluster. After a few flashes, they broke through the blood mist and came to Lu Ming and Xan Yuan's location. Two friends, run now. We can no longer deal with this beast. The golden light cluster flashed past Lu Ming, and Fang Yao's frustrated voice could faintly be heard. At this moment, the blood locust king beast had already leaped and pursued together with the rolling blood mist. Lu Ming let out a cold snort. He simply waved the sword and turned into a silver arc that slashed the last two low-rank blood locust beasts. He then shook his wrist and launched a dense sword shadows. After they condensed, they turned in a giant sword shadow with 60 meters long, and it flashed and struck at the blood mist. There was a poof. The seemingly aggressive blood locust beast was knocked back by the silver giant sword. The thick blood mist blocking the blood locust beast was smashed away, and there was a deep wound on its shoulder immediately. The bones into the wound could be seen. But the blood locust beast let out an angry roar, and the blood mist that had spread out immediately rushed to the wound on the shoulder, and the wound quickly healed up again. But at this moment, a black rod shadow suddenly swept from one side silently. The blood locust beast instinctively dodged sideways, but a tremendous force came and knocked it out. It was Xian Yuan who made the strike. At the same time, Lu Ming made a sword gesture and pointed at the giant sword shadow. There was a clear sound. The sword shadow suddenly collapsed, and a small silver sword turned into a crystal rainbow that surged at the blood locust king beast. It opened up many blood holes on its body. A large amount of blood gushed out from it. The beast, which was staggering, could no longer stand firm anymore. It immediately and fell down with a whine. Fang Yao and others who were trying to escape were stunned when they saw this situation. At this moment, Xian Yuan had already smashed the iron rod in his hand against the blood locust king beast on the ground. He clearly wanted to smash this king beast into pieces. But at this moment, the blood locust king beast suddenly shook its head, and it seemed to have become crazy. It suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a ball of liquid-like thick black mist. It became the size of an acre to protect the body. At the same time, the scales on its skin stood up and shot out dense blood silk. They combined with the black mist and made the king beast extremely sturdy. The dense black rod shadows made a dull sound as it struck on top. His attack was bounced back. Xian Yuan was shocked by his own strength, and he involuntarily stepped back 2 steps. He exclaimed with shock. Lu Ming's eyes were cold and he made a gesture immediately. The silver little sword that penetrated the king beast hovered and turned into a silver rainbow that struck back. Poof! Sword controlling technique was really sharp. After the silver light flashed, an opening was smashed open on the hard shell, but a black liquid was shot out from it the next moment. As soon as the silver rainbow touched, a buzzing light condensed, and it turned into the silver little sword that dived down again. However, the flying sword at this moment had become dim and dull as if it had been damaged in an instant. Lu Ming was really surprised when he saw this. Without thinking, he suddenly grabbed in the air while flicking the sleeve of his other hand. With a whoosh, the silver little sword flew back under an invisible force. Another white light blasted out. As it flashed, it had already stabbed fiercely into the opening that was smashed open just now. It was the bone wind all that Lu Ming forged in the mine. With the power that this all once demonstrated, if it was stuck on the blood locust beast inside, Lu Ming was certain that the blood locust king beast would die on the spot. But at this moment, another black liquid spouted from the opening on the hard shell. After bone wind all was poured by it, it turned into a plume of blue smoke and disappeared. Seeing this situation, Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. Seeing this scene, Xian Yuan also took a deep breath. But at this moment, the hard shell in the distance suddenly cracked and broke apart on its own. The black liquid inside poured out. After another moment, the blood locust beast appeared immediately. At this time, the beast had recovered most of its injuries, and its body shape had shrunk by nearly half compared to the previous one. The scales on the body surface were even missing, and it was replaced by dense black demonic patterns. 2 friends, please be careful. This beast has already mutated. The voice of the old man in the green robe came solemnly at this time. Lu Ming took a quick glance. Fang Yao and the others had stopped at a place that was more than 1,000 meters away. Their figures reappeared again. While quickly consuming the elixir, they looked at this side nervously. Lu Ming was a little speechless, but after using mental power to check the mutated blood locust king beast, which was obviously more powerful than the previous one, he was stunned again. He immediately screamed at Xian Yuan without hesitation. Brother Xian, it seems that ordinary means cannot kill this beast quickly. You and I should use the real killing moves. Otherwise, if we let it get away, you and I will be in great trouble. Hee, I do have this intention even if Brother Lu didn't mention it. Xian Yuan's eyes flashed when he heard the words. He shook the iron rod instantly. The 2 ends of the rod stretched and bent into a pitch-black giant bow. Then he groaned and pulled the string, and a dazzling golden arrow appeared on the giant bow. Whoosh! A golden light shot out. After it trembled in the air, it turned into golden arrows that were all over the air, covering the king beast like a torrential rain. At the same time, Lu Ming flipped one hand and a little golden light appeared in his hand. After a throw, it suddenly turned into a dense golden sand that launched at the king beast. It was the golden fallen sand that he just refined sacrificially. At this time, the blood locust king beast on the opposite side had also channeled the black liquid to set off a wave of black waves that were more than 100 meters high. Bang! As soon as the golden light arrows and the black wave collided, the arrows burst into a golden halo, making the black giant wave pause a little. The blood locust king beast, which was channeling the black water behind, immediately groaned. Its body shook a few times. At this moment a hiss sounded. The golden sand came to the front of the black wave, and when it condensed and turned into a head-sized golden ball, it flashed into the black wave. When it rushed out from the other side, it had already turned into a golden spear. After another blur, it teleported on top of the Blood Locust King Beast's head and slammed down at an incredible speed. The Blood Locust King Beast was shocked, but it was too late to dodge. Lu Ming changed his gesture in the distance. At the tip of the golden spear, a dazzling golden glow burst out immediately, and the sea monster below couldn't open its eyes at all. After a painful scream, the golden spear went into the single eye in a flash. It forcefully pinned the king beast's head firmly on the ground through a huge force. The blood locust beast suffered such a severe injury, but it was still alive. Instead, its body kept struggling, and its head was almost freed from the pin. But at this moment, Lu Ming pointed in the air and said, "Explode." The next moment, the golden spear that nailed the blood locust beast's head flashed wildly for a few times, then it suddenly burst open. Countless crystal particles spread out in all directions in the golden light. Under such an astonishing attack, the blood locust king beast's head immediately disappeared into fragments. The remaining corpse only twisted a few times, then it was lying there motionless. After losing the master, the initially aggressive black wave collapsed instantly. It disappeared into the nearby sea. At this time, Yuan laughed in the distance, and the huge bow in his hand was changed back into a black iron rod. Even after this blood locust king beast mutated, its blood-controlling technique was amazing, and the black liquid that it spurted was extremely powerful, but how could it deal with the continuous attacks of Lu Ming and Yuan's secret spiritual weapons? Lu Ming chanted, and after he grabbed a few times in the air, the golden sand that scattered around turned into golden light that appeared in his hand again. Seeing this situation in the distance, Feng Yao and the three others were naturally surprised and delighted. They immediately flew over. Although the three of them had taken the healing elixir, their complexion was still very pale. It seemed that they needed some time to recover their vitality. This time it is all because of the amazing power of Mr. Lu and Mr. Xin that we can successfully eliminate this mutated blood locust beast. I didn't expect you two to be so powerful. Feng Yao cupped his fists and spoke politely. Lu Ming and Yuan's amazing strength shocked the three of them, and there was also fear in their minds. It's nothing. Since we have agreed to join this mission, we will naturally put in our effort. It's pity that Mr. Fan was dead by the blood locust king beast sneak attack. Lu Ming slowly replied. Chapter 447, Detoxification. Chapter 447, Detoxification. Mr. Fan has hundreds of years' experience in cultivation. It is indeed a pity that he was killed by this blood locust king beast, Feng Yao said with a long sigh, looking very regretful for Fan Lingxi's death. We cultivators are originally acting against the nature law, so it isn't surprising to die along the way. All we can do is to keep the body of Mr. Fan properly. The old man in green robe, Shan Changfeng, said indifferently. Fairy Mu Wu also looked sad. Although she didn't say anything, her sleeves flicked, and the ribbon in her hand rolled out and wrapped the corpse of the scholar. The Phylian island where fellow Fan Lingxi is located is not far from my Xiaokui island, and I have some friendships with him. I will take the body back to the island on my way back to let him be buried by his people. Fairy Mu Wu said faintly. Thanks, Fairy Mu Wu. Feng Yao nodded and said. Next, everyone immediately used a large number of storage talismans to keep all these blood locust beast corpses, while the king beast was stored with a storage talisman alone. After that was done, they left the seabed. After half an hour, several people flew out of the bottom of the sea and returned to the island where Feng Yao was located. Several people came to Feng Yao's cave house and immediately released dozens of storage talismans in the hall. After making a gesture, hundreds of blood locust beasts' corpses gushed the storage talismans. The bloody smell spread immediately. According to the distribution plan mentioned earlier, they divided up the low-tier blood locust beast corpses within just a while. Both Lu Ming and Yuan didn't bother about this. They just sold them directly to others. Each of them exchanged for more than 100,000 spirit stones. In this way, only the blood locust beast of the condensation period was left. How do we distribute this blood locust king beast? Feng Yao stared at the corpse of the blood locust king beast on the ground and asked. The blood locust beast of the condensation period could be said to be a treasure. Needless to say, its beastkin core was an excellent material for alchemy. As long as the spiritual power of its scale armor was not lost, it could be used to forge a spiritual weapon-level armor. According to what was decided beforehand, the materials in this king beast was completely allocated according to the contribution of each person. Although he was the initiator of this operation, the decision-making power at this time was obviously out of his hands. Upon hearing this, the old man and Fairy Mu Wu couldn't help looking nervously at Lu Ming and Xan Yuan. "We only need the poison sac and part of the blood essence," Lu Ming said without hesitation when he saw this. He had discussed the matter with Xan Yuan using voice transmission earlier on the way back. Hearing the words, the three others felt relax in their hearts. Although this beast's blood essence and poison sac were also of great value, they were nothing compared to Lu Ming and Xan Yuan's last contribution to turn the tide. Next, Fairy Mu Wu and Shan Changfeng stepped forward to select some materials such as beast horns and blood essence. As a result, Feng Yao naturally got the beastkin core in the blood locust beast as he wished. This time, apart from the one person who died, everyone got what they wanted. After Feng Yao asked them to stay, the old man in the green robe and the enchanting woman did not rush to leave. They stayed in the cave house temporarily with Lu Ming and Xan Yuan. After Feng Yao had seen the strength of Lu Ming and Xan Yuan, he didn't dare to have any other thoughts. He took a moment to deal with the injuries on his body and immediately started refining Qingsan pill. In a secret room in Feng Yao's cave house, Lu Ming and Xan Yuan sat cross-legged, adjusting their breath to restore spiritual power. The two of them were not injured during this trip. They just consumed a little spiritual power, and they could all recover within a short time. In the other stone chamber next door, Feng Yao in a gray robe sat in front of a white cauldron furnace of several 10 meters in size. His hands formed gestures, and from time to time he launched a series of symbols into the cauldron furnace, causing it to shake slightly. Suddenly he changed his gesture in one hand, and the cauldron's cover flew up. Feng Yao turned his right hand over without saying a word, and a small white jade bottle appeared in his hand. The bottle contained the venom extracted from the blood locust king beast's poison sac. After carefully pouring a little bit of the black liquid in the bottle into the white cauldron furnace, he quickly took out some other materials. He was calculating something while putting the materials into the cauldron furnace one by one. After a few hours, in a pothole at the bottom of the white cauldron furnace, wisps of crimson flames continued to gush out. After a while, the cauldron furnace began to emit a scent of medicine, which was a sign that many materials began to merge. At this moment, a black smoke burst out of the cauldron furnace. He immediately made a gesture to extinguish the fire at the bottom of the cauldron furnace. Feng Yao sighed lightly and frowned. Even with this blood locust beast venom as a drug, this Qingsan pill was not so easy to refine. This was the 5th time that he had failed and he could barely refine 9 Qingsan pills. It was only about 60% success rate. However, it was already excellent for an alchemist. However, these were far from enough to remove the poison in Lu Ming and Xan Yuan's body. Fortunately, the condensation period blood locust beast sac contained a lot of venom, which was enough to refine it. As Feng Yao thought about this, he formed gestures again. The flames around the cauldron furnace were ignited again, then he continued to refine pill. One day and one night later, Feng Yao finally walked out of the alchemy room and came to the secret room where Lu Ming and Xan Yuan rested, holding 2 bottles of Qingsan pill in his hand. "I finally successfully refined 32 Qingsan pills. These are enough to cure the poison in your body." Feng Yao twisted his beard with one hand and smiled and handed the medicine bottles to the two. Lu Ming was overjoyed when he heard the words. After thanking him, he hurriedly took the medicine bottle and scanned with his consciousness slightly. There were bean-sized emerald green pills in the bottle, and there was a hint of fishy smell. There was even blood-red spirit patterns on the surface. Lu Ming himself was also an alchemist. He could naturally notice the elixir's grade in front of him at a glance. Its grade was indeed not low. After licking the elixir on the tip of his tongue, he squinted his eyes and tasted it, then he revealed a look of satisfaction. He immediately threw the elixir into his mouth, then he sat down cross-legged on the spot. Xan Yuan immediately widened his eyes and watched Lu Ming's reaction. Lu Ming only felt a little bitterness in his mouth as he swallowed the pills. Then, Qingsan pill turned into a bloody aura that went into his body, wandering between the meridians and organs. Under Lu Ming's consciousness, he saw the bloody aura wandering in his meridians. It traveled through his internal organs in an instant. Once the black mist attached to his organs touched the bloody aura, the black mist went toward the bloody aura. At the same time, there was a sharp pain in his abdomen as if he was cut by knife. After a while, this bloody aura gradually turned black. Lu Ming suddenly inhaled and then opened his mouth, spouting a cloud of black blood cluster. At the same time, the black gas in his organs was really reduced a lot. Seeing this, Xan Yuan on the side was overjoyed, and he immediately took a pill. After Lu Ming let out a sigh of relief, he cupped his fist and thanked Feng Yao. "Thank you, Mr. Feng Daoist, for refining this Qingsan pill for me. These blood locust beast's blood essence is not of great use to me, so I will give it to Mr. Feng as a reward for this pill." As Lu Ming said, he took out a small gourd that contained the sea beast's blood essence he got a few days ago. Feng Yao was overjoyed when he saw this. After saying a few polite words, he kept the gourd. At the same time, he instructed the two of them that they had to consume this pill every once in a while until it finished if they want to completely cure the poison. Lu Ming naturally nodded. Soon after, when Xan Yuan also spewed a black blood cluster, and the poison was greatly reduced, they bade farewell to Feng Yao, left the cave house and headed back to Qingyu Island. It was just that their mood was different from when they came. At this moment, both Lu Ming and Xan Yuan felt relaxed. The troubles in their hearts were finally gone. Almost at the same time, on the west island of Qingyu Island, in a hill in a remote corner. The mountains were overgrown with weeds and shrubs. It seemed inaccessible and extremely desolate. In a hidden tunnel in the middle of the mountain, a tall man walked slowly inside. He had a square face and thick eyebrows. This person was Fan Zheng, the vice president of the Changfeng Association. At the end of the secret road, a cave entrance suddenly appeared. Suddenly, Fan Zheng looked around very carefully. After he found no abnormalities, he suddenly walked into the cave and came to a corner. He stretched out his hand and patted on the rock wall twice. The sound of ka-ka sounded. The originally flat stone wall suddenly sank several feet inward, revealing a small magic array the size of 10 meters. Without saying a word, Fan Zheng took out a jade slip and threw it into the circle. At the same time, he launched a symbol into the array. As the array flashed in white light, a buzz sounded. Jade slip disappeared in a flash while being wrapped by the runes. Fan Zheng sighed lightly and turned around. When he was about to leave, there was a middle-aged man with a white face and no beard looking at him indifferently. "President Feng, why are you here?" When Fan Zheng saw the visitor clearly, his face changed drastically. His voice trembled slightly. After Feng Zhan let out a cold snort, his sleeves flicked without saying a word, and a yellow sword light surged out. Fan Zheng was shocked. His figure suddenly jumped back. At the same time, he spouted a silver iron plate from his mouth. After it shook in the air, it turned into a silver shield that blocked in front of him. Puff! A clear sword light flashed, and it cut through the seemingly extraordinary shield like tofu. It even directly flashed past Fan Zheng's neck. Fan Zhenggao was still standing tall, but his skull was rolling down from his neck. His face had a look of horror. Then a blood fountain with a few feet high spewed out. A cloud of black gas rushed out from it, and it was trying to escape from the cave. Feng Zhan sneered. He waved his sleeves and another yellow sword light swept out. Not only did it shatter the black gas in the air, but it also cut the small array into half. Simultaneously, he waved and launched a fireball at Fan Zheng's corpse. After doing all this, Feng Zhan called back the spirit sword blankly. After a few flashes, he left the cave quietly. Chapter 448, Purple Night Temple and Golden Jade Alliance. Chapter 448, Purple Night Temple and Golden Jade Alliance. When the two returned to Qingyu Island, it was already the next morning. When they were about to fly back to their own cave house, a person flew toward them. After Lu Ming took a closer look, it was Guanyu, a guest who also recently joined the Changfeng Association. "Brother Lu, Brother Xen, it's been a long time." Guanyu stopped and asked with a smile when he saw the two of them. It turned out to be a Mr. Guan. "You are so in such a hurry, is there something urgent?" Lu Ming asked with a slight smile. "You two aren't in the island for these few days, so you don't know the major event happened in the association." Guanyu was startled when he heard the words, but he immediately said with a smile. "Oh, Brother Lu and I did go out recently." "What major event happened in the association? I hope Brother Guanyu can tell me about it." Xan Yuan couldn't help but directly asked. When Lu Ming heard this, there was also a hint of doubt. "It's like this," Guanyu illustrated the whole event. It turned out that when the two people were away from the island, the vice president, Fan Zheng, who was going to cultivate behind a closed door, suddenly disappeared without warning. You two don't know that there is a rumor in the association that the vice president actually met the Golden Jade League privately after accepting the challenge. There is also a rumor that Vice President Fan had already colluded with other forces when President Feng was missing. Now many people thought that he had betrayed our association and ran away. Guan Yu looked around and he lowered his voice after seeing that there was no one in the room. There is actually such a thing? Although Lu Ming and Xan Yuan had no intention of participating in the fight, they couldn't help but glance at each other in surprise after hearing the news. The reason why I rushed out of the cave house now is because I got the message of the president. He is summoning us to gather in the headquarters to discuss something. It is probably related to the fight and Vice President Fan. Since you have returned, we should go together. Guan Yu said with a smile. All right, since we already knew the news, I'm afraid it would be disrespectful to President Feng if we don't attend. Lu Ming finished listening, then he hesitated slightly before saying. Xan Yuan and Lu Ming naturally had no objection. So, the two changed their directions and immediately went to the headquarters with Guan Yu. An hour later, in the main hall of the Changfeng Association, the core members of the Condensation State Intermediate Stage and above of the Changfeng Association gathered again. Not only there were senior guests such as Lu Ming and Xan Yuan, but there were even some high-ranked deputies of the Changfeng Association. They also had the cultivation of the intermediate stage of the condensation period. Lu Ming glanced slightly. He discovered that apart from Fan Jing, Wei Zhong, the young man in black clothes of the Five Spirits sect, was also absent. But Chu Ling as the vice master looked calm instead. Today I summoned everyone because of the competition between our association and the Golden Jade League. Now that the agreed time is approaching, the vice president Fan suddenly disappeared. Therefore, I decide to choose one of you guys as the third participant. Feng Zhan did not beat around the bush and announced directly. As everyone heard that, they all looked at Feng Zhan who was sitting in the center. At the same time, on another island made up of purple corals that was not far away from Qingyu Island, a huge temple that almost occupied most of the island. Yang Xing, the messenger of the Purple Night Temple, respectfully stood in a room with his head down. On the chair in front of him, sat a white-haired old Taoist in purple robe. This person was Tian Guangzi, the temple master of the Purple Night Temple, the powerhouse of the intermediate stage of the crystallization period. Xinger, according to you, Feng Zhan's daughter actually joined the Five Spirits sect, and she went back to the Changfeng Association with another Five Spirits sect's disciple? With the Five Spirits sect's power in the Middle Sky continent, how do they know about Changfeng Association? The old Taoist in purple clothes said slowly as if he didn't believe it. Reporting to Master, although disciple does not have much contact with the two of them, Feng Zhan would never dare to lie about this matter. Yang Xing replied politely. With the prestige of the Five Spirits sect, the Changfeng Association dares not find anyone to pretend to be their disciple. However, most of the Five Spirits sect's disciples that are traveling outside are from the lower house. The true disciples will never interfere with such matters. I'm a little surprised. The Golden Jade League knows that the Changfeng Association is a subsidiary of our Purple Night Temple, and they still keep doing their dirty moves for these few years. If there is no support from the Tianxiang Pavilion, I'm afraid it's impossible for them to do that. If that's the case, this gambling fight is a bit intriguing. However, now your Grandmaster, his master's fellow apprentice, vowed to stay behind closed door until achieving his objective, so we must lay low even if there is a huge matter. Just in case, we don't have to rush interfering in this gambling fight and wait for the results quietly by the side. If there are any tricks in this fight, we will think of making a move again. For the following matters, leave them to your master's junior sure. Changfeng Association is the affiliated force brought by him to our temple. The old Taoist in purple clothes thought for a moment, then he instructed. Yes, disciple understands. Yang Xing lowered his head and replied respectfully. Okay, you go down first. The old Taoist said so and closed his eyes to rest again. Yes, master. Yang Xing immediately retreated. Another island far away from Qingyu Island, here was another major force which was the main hall of the Golden Jade League. The island had a radius of hundreds of miles. The buildings on the island had the Golden Palace theme. Looking from a distance, it gave people a special sense of luxury. In a large magnificent pavilion in the middle of the island, Golden Jade League's disciples in golden robes went in and out from time to time. In the forbidden secret room deep underground in the attic, a young man with a naked upper body was sitting cross-legged on the ground. This person looked like 20 years old, and there was a vaguely thick green python phantasm on his body surface which was wandering. His skin was covered with dense green spirit patterns which made him look very hideous and terrifying. Every time the green python phantasm roamed for one round, the green spirit patterns on the young man's body became brighter. At the same time, his muscles were bulging. His skin was revealing a bronze light. His bones vaguely made crackling sounds, showing that this person had extraordinary physical strength. And in a hall above the secret room, an elderly man with a long beard and a golden robe was talking with a beautiful woman in her 30s with a smile on his face. In this gambling fight, I heard that Changfeng Association will send a disciple of the Five Spirit Sect. I think Leader Dugu should have heard about it. The beautiful young woman played with the silk scarf in her hand, blinked her beautiful eyes and asked faintly. Fairy Xiao, please don't worry. This time we have a spiritual pill given by Tianxiang Pavilion. My disciple's green python will be complete. We can win this match easily. The old man in golden robe was the leader of the Golden Jade League, Dugu. Although he was a crystallization period powerhouse, he was very polite in front of this beautiful woman. Leader Dugu should underestimate your opponents. You should be very clear that this gambling fight can only be won but not lost. The pawn who was placed by you in the Changfeng Association for several years has now been removed, and the disciples of the Five Spirit Sect are involved now. Our pavilion can no longer interfere with this matter directly, the woman said in an indisputable tone, then snorted. As far as I know, the Five Spirit Sect disciple is just a lower house disciple, which is not a problem at all. As for Fan Zheng's matter, it won't be exposed. Now everyone in the Changfeng Association has their own considerations, so Feng Zhan can only rely on the Five Spirit Sect's disciple and Vice President Chu Ling. Moreover, I have done some preparations for Chu Ling. There will be no problem at all. I will surely offer the jade mineral vein to your honorable pavilion. Feeling the unkindness in the woman's tone, the old man was shocked and hurriedly said. The best jade mine was discovered by my Tianxiang Pavilion's disciple by chance in the Changfeng Association's territory a few years ago. It may contain the rumored spiritual material, 10,000 years chalcedony. It is not difficult to get hands on, but I believed easily your proposal to set up Feng Zhan and provoke conflict. This should be a plan that kills two birds with one stone. We can directly take over the mineral vein in the area, but we have delayed this for several years. If there are any more mistakes again, even I can't guarantee your safety from Pavilion Master. The beautiful young woman stared at the old man coldly with the hint of blaming him. Please forgive me, Fairy. I indeed took the wrong move previously. However, if Purple Knight Temple didn't intervene repeatedly, and the Pavilion Master instructed us to not make the matter big that would cause the suspicion of other sects, we have already gotten this jade mineral vein in our hands. The old man said with a pale face. He was obviously afraid of the Pavilion Master in the mouth of the beautiful woman, so he quickly respectfully. I don't want to hear any more reasons. You'd better prepare for next month's gambling fight, and don't let the Pavilion Master down again. The beautiful woman gave the old man a blank expression, then she turned and left the hall. Please watch your steps, Fairy. Seeing this, the old man in golden robe bowed and watched the woman leave. One day later, an amazing news came out of the Changfeng Association's headquarters. Because this gambling battle was of great importance, everyone who participated would not only get a large amount of contribution points in the association, but he would also get a heavy reward of 300,000 spirit stones. Of course, if he wins, the participants would be allowed to choose one treasure. It was normal to get contribution points and rewards for participating in gambling fight on behalf of their sect, but such a heavy reward was obviously far beyond the expectation of everyone else. 300,000 spirit stones were enough to make these condensation state casual cultivators who were not rich to be tempted. After all, it was just a gambling fight between the same level, it was not a real life and death fight. Even if they couldn't win against a strong enemy, their own safety was still guaranteed. As a result, the news spread throughout Qingyu Island after a few days. Everyone in the Changfeng Association knew about it. Those senior guests couldn't help but eager to try, even some condensation state high-rank members who had duties outside also returned back to the headquarters. Suddenly, the gambling fight attracted the attention of countless people. Everyone in the Changfeng Association who thought they were eligible to participate in it, also eager to participate in it. Chapter 449, Selective Trial. Chapter 449, Selective Trial. At this moment, another even more surprising news spread like wildfire. Another vice-chairman, Chu Ling, unexpectedly announced that he was hurt during cultivation, so he needed to recuperate behind closed door. Thus he quitted the gambling fight with initiative. As a result, there were 2 empty slots. Once this news came, the Changfeng Association was in an uproar once again. Many people in the association became more eager. Sure enough, not long after, the Changfeng Association host officially announced that a selective trial would be held on Qingyu Island. The 2 strongest persons in the association would be selected to represent the Changfeng Association in the gambling fight. This remark made many people who thought they were not weak eager to try, and they prepared to show their strength in this trial. In recent times, small exchange gatherings between the hall masters and guests had become more frequent. In order to gain a place, people with a little bit of strength naturally wanted to exchange some talismans and spiritual weapons from others. As for the people who with less strength and didn't want to participate in the trial, they also took the opportunity to make a fortune. In the living room of Lu Ming's cave house, Lu Ming and Xan Yuan were sitting opposite each other, tasting the spirit tea and talking about the selective trial of the gambling fight. In this way, brother Xan seems to be very interested in this gambling fight and is ready to sign up. Lu Ming took a sip of tea and said calmly, "I need some spirit stones urgently. In order to hunt the blood locust beasts and detoxify, I even invested the last bit of wealth. Now I really have nothing." Xan Yuan said helplessly with a bitter smile. This gambling battle involves the interest conflict of several major forces in the South Sea region. It is by no means as simple as it seems. You have to consider it carefully. Lu Ming glanced at Xan Yuan with his eyes flickering and he said, "He is just taking part in a gambling fight. I still have the confidence to retreat." Xan Yuan said with a smile upon hearing this. "I naturally know your strength, but the fight is dangerous after all. You should still be careful." Lu Ming saw that Xan Yuan was determined to be selected, so he no longer discouraged him. He just reminded him with a slight smile. "Brother Lu has overpraised me. You are stronger than me, don't you have the thought of participating in it?" Xan Yuan naturally said humbly, "I'm going to cultivate behind closed door for a while. I will have other plans after I completely get rid of the Sea Emperor Pill's poison." Lu Ming declined without hesitation. Although he was a little excited, he still had many treasures in his hands. If he really wanted to trade them for spirit stones, it was not too difficult for him. Moreover, he hadn't stayed in Qingyu Island for a long time, so he didn't know much about the situation of the Golden Jade League. He decided to not take the risk after thinking about it. Seeing this, Xan Yuan naturally stopped talking. After changing the topic and chatting with Lu Ming for a few more words, he got up and left. 2 days later, in a rather secret cave house near Qingyu Island's headquarters, after some hall masters and high-ranked guests did a smale trading, they didn't leave immediately. They started to chat casually. Lu Ming and Wei Yun, who introduced him to the association, were also in the meeting. Recently such small gatherings were frequent. Lu Ming also took the opportunity to sell some useless materials in his hand and exchange for spirit stones. He also got a lot of information from these unfamiliar deputy guests. At this moment, Lu Ming was chatting with Wei Yun and 2 other guests. He was also listening to others' conversations with his multitasking ability. Suddenly his heart was moved. He focused his attention on the conversation between the 2 sitting opposite. They were both in their 30s and 40s. One was wearing a green robe and had a square face and big ears. Another one was a takohatsu with long hair and a ferocious face. He was unfamiliar with these 2 people. They should be senior deputies who came from outside the island after hearing the news, so they had never appeared in the headquarters before. "Brother Li, this time I heard the president promised that there will not only be 300,000 spirit stone rewards, the winner can also choose one from the secret storehouse. You have once entered the Changfeng Association secret storehouse. Do you know what treasures are there in the secret storehouse?" The man in green robe asked the takohatsu curiously. His eyes were flashing with curiosity. When the middle-aged man heard this, he sneered and lowered his voice. He whispered to the man in green robe, "I was just helping the president previously, so I was fortunate enough to enter once. However, I didn't look at it as I was in a hurry at the time, and I left after I took the things. But even just a quick glance, what I saw really made me surprised. From my point of view, any treasure is worth no less than 100,000 spirit stones, and they are all valuable and non-marketable. Besides, there are several things in it, which I haven't been able to figure out their origin and purpose since I went back. Even a well-informed person like Brother Li can't identify such things. They are naturally good things. Quickly tell me, what are the treasures?" The man in the green robe couldn't help but be more interested, and he began to ask. I'm not that well informed, so there are countless items that I haven't seen before. However, for a few treasures in the treasury, even if I try to look for the relevant information in the ancient records, I can't find any clue. For example, a 5-color mineral stone and a 5-color silver bamboo, they are quite strange. Takahatsu couldn't help looking smug after being praised by his friend. After slightly thinking about it, he started to describe it. Although the conversation between the two was very soft, with Lu Ming's powerful mental power, he naturally heard it clearly. After the middle-aged man mentioned silver bamboo and its description, he was shocked. "Mr. Wei, the 2 hall masters, I have something to do, so I will leave first." Upon thinking of this, Lu Ming immediately found an excuse, left the building and headed straight toward the headquarters. Although Wei Yun and others felt a little surprised, they tried to hold him back with just a few words, then they gave up on it. After a while, when Lu Ming stepped into the cave house, he immediately entered the secret room without saying a word and sat down cross-legged. His eyes were closed tightly. As he was immersed in his thought, a golden light ball suddenly appeared in the sea of consciousness. After touching it with mental power, it turned into a light golden book. It was the Tai Gang Sword Tactics ancient book. Once it was opened, Lu Ming flipped it page by page to search carefully for the section about Sword Embryo Spirit. The first half of the Tai Gang Sword Tactics Classics was naturally the condensing method of Tai Gang Sword Embryo, while the second half was about some precautions related to Sword Embryo Spirit. It clearly pointed out that if the Sword Embryo Spirit was destroyed, the cultivator could no longer be able to condense ordinary sword embryos like Tai Gang Sword Embryo. However, there were some uncommon methods. Through some mystic arts, one could condense other types of sword embryo spirits. These types of sword embryo spirits were very different from ordinary sword embryo spirits because of their materials and cultivation methods, so they could make the cultivator condense the sword embryo a second time. It was just that the materials used in the sword embryo were rare in the world, and the cultivation was much more time-consuming and laborious than the ordinary sword embryo, so it was rarely cultivated. However, once it was cultivated successfully, it could grant a variety of incredible powers to the flying sword. And this Tai Gang Sword ancient book recorded the forging method of an uncommon sword embryo, Sumeru Void Sword. It was said that once it was planted into the real flying sword, it could make the flying sword partially hidden. It could kill the powerful enemy with an invisible force. As for the material used to condense the sword embryo, it was a special material called void bamboo. But he had never heard of such a material. The ancient book also depicted the portrait of this material. It was actually the same description as mentioned by the guest. Is that silver bamboo really void bamboo? Lu Ming had read the contents of Tai Gang Sword Tactics several times before. Now after verifying it, he was naturally happy. Previously, he had no choice but to sacrifice his Tai Gang Sword embryo to force back Siren King, causing his power and sword controlling technique to be greatly reduced. His way of sword almost ended there. He had Tai Gang Sword Ancient Book, the top-rank sword cultivation. If he couldn't cultivation it, his regret could be imagined. After all, Yi Tianmei only had the cultivation of the early stage of the crystallization period, but with just a silver-long sword, even the crystallization period later stage powerhouse didn't dare to fight head-on with her sharp and imposing aura, leaving a deep impression on them. Now that he had the opportunity to condense the sword embryo spirit again, although it was only a glimmer of hope, it had already made him overjoyed. After all, as long as he had the stronger strength, he could guarantee that he could go farther on the road of cultivation in the future. If I can condense this Sumeru Void Sword, it is worth taking some risks. After Lu Ming took a long breath, he finally decided to participate in this gambling fight. A few days later. In the past few days, the heated selective trial finally started. In a separate hall next to the Changfeng Association's headquarters, people who wanted to participate in the selective trial had come here to register. Brother Lu, I didn't expect you to come too. This is great. Didn't you say that you were going to cultivate behind closed door? Xan Yuan, who had just signed up, accidentally saw Lu Ming in the hall. He was startled, then he was surprised and happy. I initially didn't plan to participate, but I still couldn't resist the temptation of 300,000 spirit stones after all. Lu Ming naturally wouldn't tell the truth to Xan Yuan, so he answered vaguely. In that case the 2 slots in this gambling fight will naturally not escape from the hands of you and me. Xan Yuan smiled and didn't ask much about Lu Ming's casual answer. Next, after the two chatted for a few more words, Lu Ming cupped his fist and left. Half a month passed by naturally. On this day, on a small island near Qingyu Island, between 2 small mountain peaks, on a huge platform for martial arts competition, There were 2 arenas of several 10 meters in size. Feng Zhan, the president of the Changfeng Association, dressed in a green robe and a sapphire crown, was standing in the middle of the ring. Behind him were his daughter, Feng Kai, and the disciple of Five Spirits sect, Wei Zhong. Around the arena there were a lot of people standing west. Obviously, the internal selection not only attracted the guests from the Changfeng Association to see the grand occasion, but it also attracted a lot of low-ranked disciples in the association to widen their horizon. For a time the stage was crowded with people. It was very lively. Chapter 450, Qualified for the Gambling Figh. Chapter 450, Qualified for the Gambling Figh. The selective trial rules were very simple. For those who previously signed up for it, they would compete in the arena. The winner will take the stage and the loser leaves. In the end, those who had extraordinary ability could stay on the arena for an incense time and no one dared to challenge, then they would be qualified to represent the Changfeng Association to fight with the Golden Jade League. Feng Zhan personally presided over the selective trial. After briefly explaining the rules and asking everyone to learn from each other and not to kill the opponent, he took Feng Kai and Wei Zhong to a small high platform that was built for watching the battle. He then announced the start of the trial loudly. Not long after he announced, there were 4 people that were divided into 2 groups of 1-on-1. They couldn't wait to fly into the ring and fought right away. Naturally, there were people around the arena activating the magic array that was set. Layers of white curtain covered 2 arenas in them. The people that gathered here, although it was impossible for them to completely crowd the arena like mortals, they all looked from distance in the sky. All of them looked excited. Not long after there were commotions from the 2 arenas, the winners were decided. After that, there were more people going up on the arenas. Lu Ming and Xan Yuan were not in a hurry to make a move, they just watched the battle on the arena from a distance. There are 28 guests who are above the condensation period, and there are 10 hall masters in the association. Most of them are above the intermediate stage. Now most of the backbone of the association should be gathered here. Xan Yuan said slowly as he watched the duel on the arena. Oh, then these people are all here to participate in the competition? Lu Ming asked casually when he heard the words. When it comes to understanding the Changfeng Association, Lu Ming was far from Xan Yuan who had good social skills. That's not the case. I've inquired about it before. For the selective trial this time, there are only 18 people who participate in this trial. Most of the others are here to watch for fun. Xan Yuan glanced at the crowd around him, then he sneered and said, After half a day. At this moment, the battle between the 2 arenas was much fiercer than before. On the arena, Lu Ming was holding a silver spirit sword, fighting with a middle-aged Taoist in a gray robe. This Taoist had the same cultivation base as Lu Ming, the blood-colored spear in his hand. Suddenly, it turned into a scarlet blood python that sprayed a patch of blood. His mystic arts were so insidious and weird which made Lu Ming fluster for a while. The Taoist waved his hand, and the spear transformed into a giant python of several 10 meters in a bloody light. When it bit at Lu Ming, a bloody breath came to his face. As soon as Lu Ming smelled it, his mind was shaking. A feeling of dizziness struck him. He immediately snorted in his mind. He channeled his powerful mental power in the sea of consciousness, and the discomfort disappeared immediately. Then his hand shook, and there was an ear-piercing sound from the silver spirit sword in his hand. It turned into a sword shadow that blocked in front of him. With a bang, the scarlet python phantasm and the silver sword shadow disappeared at the same time. Then the scarlet spearhead was caught in Lu Ming's palm. A look of surprise flashed in the eyes of the Taoist in a gray robe. His arms trembled suddenly, trying to withdraw the long spear from his opponent's hand, but this long spear couldn't move as if it was rooted. Lu Ming flicked it with one hand and a huge force poured out. After staggering a few steps, the Taoist in a gray robe was immediately knocked back 4 feet away. At the same time, Lu Ming's sword flew out from his hand with a layer of silver light, turning into a silver rainbow that struck at the opponent. As soon as the Taoist in a gray robe stabilized his figure, he felt the silver light in front of him. As he was shocked, a bloody spirit pattern suddenly appeared on the surface of the blood-colored spear in his hand. As soon as the spirit pattern moved, it turned into a bloody light shield in an incredible speed that blocked in front of him. Bang! The round shield trembled suddenly, and the bloody light shone great. After it flashed and faded away, there was a hole on the center of the shield. The Taoist in a gray robe suddenly felt a cold on his cheek. A silver light flashed from one side, and the body protection aura on his body broke apart in an instant. It couldn't resist the sword light at all. Then a sword whistling from behind the Taoist. The Taoist turned his head abruptly, and he saw a silver rainbow sneaking by close to the ground of the arena, leaving a deep sword mark more than 100 meters long. The clothes behind the gray-robed Taoist priest suddenly sweated. At this moment, how could he not know that the other party was merciful? Otherwise, if the sword light swept past for half an inch closer, he would probably be dead. Mr. Lu's sword technique is really good. I'm really not as powerful as you. After the middle-aged Taoist cupping his fist, he kept the blood spear and walked out of the arena. Lu Ming calmly said, "Not at all," then he called back the flying sword with one hand. At the same time he glanced below the stage. High-rank guest Lu Ming win. Feng Zhan, who was not far on the high platform, faintly announced that, although Lu Ming's sword-controlling technique was amazing, it could not be put into the eyes of this crystallization period powerhouse. Who is this Lu Ming? Even Hall Master Li was defeated. He is one of the powerhouses second only to the two vice presidents in the association. I think it's because Hall Master Li didn't use all his strength. What do you know? Sword Cultivator is originally a very difficult character to deal with, so fighting with people who have higher rank is even more common. So that's the case. Some spectators with a little experience couldn't help discussing, but in this way no one dared to challenge the stage for a while. At the same time, on the other side of the ring, an earth-shattering noise. A big pit of several 10 meters deep suddenly appeared on the ring. As the scattered stones dispersed, a muscular man in a green robe with a green glow on his body appeared next to the big pit. A huge green mist curled up his arm in an unstable state, still maintaining the attacking posture. This person used some unknown mystic arts to increase his body size multiple times, and his skin was covered with a layer of sturdy scales. His every move could bring tremendous force. It was just that every time he punched, the thin man on the opposite side could dodge and advance as he predicted it. After a few rounds, the muscular man obviously felt the spiritual power in his body was about to run out. Not far from the giant pit, a figure flashed out, and it was Xen Yuan who could escape the blow of the muscular man in green robe. He just smiled at the muscular, then he suddenly groaned. The muscles on his arms expanded, sweeping the black rod in his hand at the muscular man. In an instant, there was a whistling sound. The black rod cast a large shadows that surged overwhelmingly at the muscular man. The muscular man in green robe felt that the black shadow blurred for a moment, then the rod shadows came from all direction toward him. Before the rod shadow hit, an invisible huge force appeared around, making the surrounding air tight. The muscular man was surprised. A green light flashed all over his skin, and a protective barrier emerged abruptly. After that, the barrier shook, and a huge force came from his right, heavily knocking him to the light curtain of the arena. After he screamed painfully, the protective light barrier suddenly burst open. At the same time, under the severe pain of the arm, the green light on the body surface also collapsed under the impact. The petrified sturdy skin that was as hard as iron actually bled, then his body shrank in size like a balloon that was leaking. He fell onto the ground and could no longer stand up. Mr. Xian's tremendous force is powerful, I admit defeat. The muscular man in green robe knew that he could no longer fight, so he smiled bitterly as he said, "High-rank guest, Xan Yuan win." Feng Zhan's voice came from a distance. "Father, although these two guests only have intermediate stage cultivation bases, their strength should not be underestimated. With the general standard of the condensation period later stage, those people may not be the opponent of a group of people. It seems that the results are out for this selective trial." Feng Kai in colorful clothes snuggled next to Feng Zhan. A hint of smile flashed in her beautiful eyes as she smiled and said softly. Feng Zhan didn't answer her directly, but just nodded slightly. On the other side, Wei Zhong, the five-spirit sect disciple, heard Feng Kai talking like this and couldn't help letting out a cold snort. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. Lu Ming and Xan Yuan, one had incredible physical strength, another one used sword-controlling technique. For a long time, no one dared to step into the arena. It was not until the time for an incense was approaching that someone who were not reconciled came up to challenge, but they were easily defeated by the two. After half an hour, no one dared to challenge the arena. Good, very good. I didn't expect the two new friends who just joined the association to have such profound strength. This time, our association will surely win the gambling fight against the Golden Jade League. By the time we still need to rely on two guests a lot. Feng Zhan glanced around the audience. Seeing this, he smiled and praised Lu Ming and Xan Yuan. President has overpraised me. I will surely do my best, Lu Ming said with a smile while cupping his fist. Xan Yuan also said a few polite words on the other arena. Ah, both of you are too modest. After the winning gambling fight, our association will definitely celebrate for 3 days. Feng Zhan said with a hearty laugh, then he waved his hand to silence the crowd. He then announced loudly, "Now, I officially announce that the 3 participating in the gambling fight on behalf of the Changfeng Association are Wei Zhong, Lu Ming and Xan Yuan." As soon as the announcement was made, some of the guests who had been friends with Xan Yuan suddenly came up to congratulate. "Brother Xan, Brother Lu, congratulations." Guan Yu looked at the 2 people in front of him, and his expression was a little unnatural. This time he also signed up to participate in the competition. But unfortunately he only won 1 match, then he was defeated by the muscular man in green robe who was at the condensation period later stage. Seeing that the matter had been settled, the rest of the people chatted casually with Lu Ming and Xan Yuan and left one after another after bidding farewell to Feng Zhan. "I hope you 2 can have a good rest during the next period of time to fully prepare for the gambling fight after the month. During this period, if there is anything that I can help, you can just say it. The association will support with all its resources." Feng Zhan, Feng Kai and Wei Zhong had already stepped down from the platform. He came to the side of Lu Ming and Xan Yuan and promised heartily, "I will definitely live up to President Feng's high expectations." Lu Ming and Xan Yuan naturally thanked President Feng greatly, then they left the island not long after. Chapter 451, Second Heavy Water Drople. Chapter 451, Second Heavy Water Drople. Seeing that everyone had left, Feng Zhan waved and released a silver flying boat, carrying Wei Zhong and Feng Kai along. With a whistling sound, the flying boat rose into the air under the silver light. It was blasting toward the Qingyu island. In this trial, the 2 could easily beat the others, especially Lu Ming. He is actually a sword cultivator. It was really unexpected. I don't know what Mr. Wei thinks about this. Feng Zhan in the cabin of the flying boat mentioned about the previous trial with interest even after the trial. He seemed to be casually asking about Wei Zhong's opinion. "Senior Feng, the reason why the 2 of them were able to win so easily this time is not because they are strong, but because the other people are too weak. If their opponent is me, I will make them admit defeat with less than 10 moves." Wei Zhong said disapprovingly upon hearing this. Of course, even if the 2 are really capable, how can they be compared with Mr. Wei? After all, this gambling fight still has to rely on Mr. Wei. Feng Zhan said casually. Although Lu Ming's performance was good, they didn't show their full strength. Therefore, it couldn't let Feng Zhan hold too much hope on them, and he still entrusted such an important task to Wei Zhong. "Senior Feng, rest assured, even if I'm dealing with the 3 members of the Golden Jade League on my own, it's still not a problem," Wei Zhong said while looking at Feng Kai with a proud look. "Father, the gambling fight this time should have no problem since Senior is here, but the 2 guests are worth training as well." Feng Kai saw this. She first complimented the young man in black shirt, then she changed the topic to Lu Ming and Xan Yuan again. She seemed to be interested in them. "I know what to do on this," Feng Zhan said thoughtfully after hearing this. The gambling fight agreed with the Golden Jade League was 1 month later. So in the following days, Lu Ming and Xan Yuan both focused on cultivating in their cave houses. At the same time, they also consumed the Qingsan pill to remove residual poison from the body. On this day, Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged in the secret room to adjust his breath. He suddenly remembered something. After raising his hand and calculating the date, he suddenly stood up and walked slowly outside the cave house. According to his calculation, it was time to meet Huang Zhen. Lu Ming flew all the way. Not long after, he appeared again in front of the stone gate of Huang Zhen's cave house. This time, it was still the same dark-skinned woman who opened the door. It was Huang Zhen's daughter. "Greetings to Senior Lu. Senior's spiritual weapon has been forged successfully a few days ago. My father had left to deal with some matters a few days ago. He informed me before he left that if Senior comes, I will bring Senior to collect the item." The dark-skinned woman spoke respectfully after seeing Lu Ming, then she opened the door. "Then I have to trouble Miss Huang." Hearing that the spiritual weapon had been successfully forged, Lu Ming was slightly delighted. He nodded and walked in, then he came to a stone chamber under the lead of the dark-skinned woman. The woman pointed to the golden jade box placed on a stone table in the room and said, "Senior Lu, the spiritual weapon my father forged for you is inside it." Lu Ming nodded, raised his hand and grabbed in the air. The box was sucked into his palm, then he opened the lid. A black bead in a thumb size was in the box. Its surface was crystal clear. A faint black gas appeared around it. From the appearance, it looked the same as the other heavy water droplet in his hand before the second sacrificial refining. It was just that the coolness it exuded was a bit more prosperous. With a thought, Lu Ming took the black bead into his hand with 2 fingers. After a little inspection, he found that this heavy water droplet was also an intermediate-grade spiritual weapon with 18 layers of enchantment. He immediately praised with joy, "Mr. Huang is indeed good at forging. He deserves to be the most famous forger in the Changfeng Association." After he finished speaking, he flipped his hand and took out a bag of water mystic stone. He handed it to the woman, saying that it was for the cost of supplementary materials, then he left. Half an hour later, Lu Ming had already flew for 100 miles away. He appeared on an inhibited mountain foot at the west island of the Qingyu island. As soon as he stood still, he flicked his sleeves and took out the newly forged heavy water droplet. With a slight pressure from his fingers, the heavy water droplet became flat and round as expected. He immediately began to inject spiritual power into it. A black light flashed on the surface of the black bead, and a dense mist gradually condensed around it. "Go!" Lu Ming groaned as he shook his wrist. Under the violent surge of force, the bead, which was already extremely heavy, suddenly flew out of his hand and smashed toward a small hill dozens of meters away. Bang! A burst of sand and rocks. A large crater with a diameter of 5 to 6 feet appeared on the surface of the mountain. As the gravel splashed, the surrounding rocks also cracked open. Gradually. With Lu Ming's arm strength at this moment, the heavy water droplet, which had not yet been sacrificial refined, naturally had more powerful force as compared to when he first got it. Lu Ming raised his hand again and grabbed it, and a cloud of black gas flew out of the big pit. It then turned into a spinning round bead. He took out another black round bead in the other hand. As he poured in his spiritual power, he rubbed both his hand and the 2 heavy water droplets actually merged together. The reason why Lu Ming wanted forging 2 heavy water droplets was because heavy water droplet was a spiritual weapon with special attribute, it could be merged and separated at will. He raised his brows and he shook his wrists. The combined heavy water droplet blasted out in a whistle, slamming ruthlessly toward the opposite hill. Boom boom, a mountain-shaking rumbling sound came. The dust and rubble were scattered like a hurricane. As the huge boulders rolled down, the 100 meters tall hill was erased by more than half. The surrounding ground was covered with rubbles. The combined heavy water droplet was so powerful. This made Lu Ming delighted in his mind. After he recalled the bead with one hand, he pointed in the air and it separated into 2. He carefully kept them away. Lu Ming didn't intend to stay for a long time again. After making a gesture, a black cloud formed under his feet which carried him toward his own cave house. A month's time was fleeting. During this period, Lu Ming only cultivated behind closed doors in the cave house. The toxic in his body had long been removed. There was no hidden danger in his body anymore. The second heavy water droplet had also been sacrificial refined. Afterward, he found a secluded place and tried the combined attack of the heavy water droplet. If looking only at its destructive power, it was comparable to the superb spiritual weapon. He was naturally satisfied with it. On an ordinary island that was under the jurisdiction of the Changfeng Association, but it was also near to the border of the Golden Jade League. This island was only 1/3 the size of Qingyu Island, and most of the area in the middle was occupied by a ring mountain range. There were not many densely packed buildings on the island. There were only some scattered old wood houses that were built down the hillside. Amidst the howling of the gust of wind, the building seemed like it was going to collapse. At the foot of an inconspicuous mountain peak in the mountain range, there was a huge dark cave. The entrance was supported by a wooden frame built by a few giant woods. This place was a mine. At this time, deep in an abandoned mine tunnel, a mysterious figure covered in a gray robe was walking through. The tunnels were crisscrossed here and there was a fork in almost every few steps, but this person seemed to be very familiar with this place. After walking around for a long time, the tunnel in front was suddenly blocked by a dusty stone wall. It seemed that there was a dead end ahead. But the mysterious figure pulled out a tattered map from his arms. After checking it for a while, he suddenly let out a sneer. With a flash of golden light on his arm, it went directly into the rock wall. After he withdrew his hand, there was a fist-size emerald jade stone in his hand. The surface was crystal clear and the inside was radiant. It was the top-quality spiritual jade. Sure enough, it is the top-grade jade mineral vein. It is indeed possible to have spiritual materials in the depths. No wonder even the Tianxiang Pavilion and other forces are tempted by it. The mysterious man murmured a few moments before having a glow on his arm. He was about to do something again. At this moment, a sigh came from behind the mysterious figure. The previous mysterious person was taken aback. He turned around like lightning and he suddenly found another figure out of thin air in front of him. After seeing the person in front of him, he immediately lost his voice. President Feng. The figure behind was Feng Zhan. And this mysterious man with his head hidden, the hood on his head also fell down as he retreated. It was actually Chu Ling, another vice president of the Changfeng Association. It was just that his face was full of panic at the moment. I didn't expect Brother Feng to actually know about the existence of this mine. It seems that you really made Fanjing disappear, but where is he now? After Chu Ling was surprised, he finally recovered a bit of calmness, but the terror in his eyes couldn't be concealed. What do you mean? I thought I treated you two very nicely, but you two actually betrayed me at the same time. One colluded with the Golden Jade League and the other colluded the Skybird sect. Feng Zhan said faintly with an expressionless face. Since you already know, why bother talking about these nonsense? Like this mineral vein, how can a force like ours and others monopolize it? I just want to find a good buyer for our association. But when did you know the whereabouts of this jade mine? Chu Ling looked dark, then he let out a sigh of relief as he said. As the owner of the Changfeng Association, how can I not know this kind of spiritual mine? Actually, I already knew about the existence of this mine a few years ago. It was just that there were too many scruples, so I didn't dare to mine and exposed any news about it. However, it was still discovered by others. The old thief Dugu even ambushed me directly. Although I was lucky enough to escape, I knew that I could no longer stay in the South Sea region under such circumstances. Therefore, I escaped to the Middle Sky continent and avoided the limelight for a while. Feng Zhan replied calmly. It was Fan Zheng who colluded with the Golden Jade League. The ambush was his idea, I didn't know anything about that day. Chu Ling replied with a wry smile. I have long suspected that he was collaborating with a foreign force as early as a few years ago, but I couldn't find out who was standing behind him, so I couldn't really kill him. Feng Zhan said as his expression turned gloomy. Oh, Brother Feng killed him now, aren't you worried about the force behind him? As Chu Ling was talking, he flicked his sleeve. Bang! A burst of green light blasted out. Then, at the same time, he instantly smashed a talisman that he had already taken out. A yellow light flashed on his body, and he disappeared into the underground. Chapter 452, Valley of Fire. Chapter 452, Valley of Fire. Feng Zhan saw this, but he was not surprised as he expected this. He just shook his sleeve with a blank face. Under a strong wind, these green lights were blown away. He opened his mouth and spurted out a golden bell. The small bell was only palm size, and its appearance was exquisite. Its surface was covered with mysterious golden spirit patterns. Feng Zhan waved his hand without saying a word. The small bell flew up. After spinning in front of him, it became a 30 meters high giant bell in an instant. A bell hum rang. There was a burst of golden light on the surface of the giant bell. Countless tiny golden runes appeared. They intertwined into a golden glow. Under Feng Zhan's command, it flashed into the ground. Chu Ling was using the power of talisman to flee deep underground. At the same time, his consciousness kept checking the situation behind him. After knowing that Feng Zhan wasn't pursuing him, he couldn't help but feel happy. But at the next moment, the extremely weak spatial fluctuation appeared behind him. A golden light rolled out and covered him in it. Chu Ling intuitively felt that his body was stiff, and he couldn't move anymore. He could no longer condense any spiritual power in his body. Mind-holding bell, he exclaimed. At this time, Feng Zhan in the mine tunnel above, launched a few symbols. The giant golden bell shook lightly, making a clear chime, then another golden light surged out and went into the ground. The moment Chu Ling heard the second bell ringing, his whole body was immediately enveloped in a suffocating sensation of heat, and the blood in his whole body boiled and flowed in a reverse direction in an instant. After spurting out the blood mixed with internal organs, there was no vitality in the eyes. The next moment, the golden light on the body surface tightened again. Chu Ling's body burst instantly and turned into a mass of minced meat, even his soul could not escape. Feng Zhan scanned with his consciousness. After confirming that Chu Ling was utterly dead, he calmly retrieved the little bell. Isn't it only the Qingsan Pavilion Skybird sect? The result of this gambling fight is already decided, what worry will I have? Feng Zhan muttered a few words to himself, then turned and left here. On this day Lu Ming, who was meditating in the cave house, had his sleeves trembled, emitting a burst of white light. His eyelids twitched. He opened his eyes and took out a white messaging disk array. A row of words appeared on it. It's finally time to move. Lu Ming muttered a few times after seeing it clearly, then he stood up and walked out of the cave house, and flew to the headquarters with the black gas. A moment later, when he rushed to the square in front of the headquarters, a huge flying boat had already been waiting there. Feng Zhan, her daughter Feng Kai, Wei Zhong, the young man in black, and Xan Yuan were already waiting there. Feng Zhan stood with his hands behind him. When he saw Lu Ming coming, he smiled at Lu Ming slightly. Lu Ming naturally stepped forward and bowed. The ugly young man in black standing on the other side of Feng Zhan still looked proud under the accompaniment of Feng Kai, while Xan Yuan waved at him with a smile on his face. Except for the three of them. Here were also a bunch of Changfeng Association ordinary disciples that were busy preparing. Okay, now that everyone has arrived, let's go now. As Feng Zhan commanded, everyone immediately boarded the giant boat. Then there was a sound of the huge boat flying through the air. It flew far away. Feng Zhan's giant boat was obviously also a flying spiritual weapon of high grade, and its traveling speed was far from comparable to that of Lu Ming's previous mechanical flying boat. As this flying spiritual weapon soared in the air, the spiritual array under it would condense clouds of white water vapor. Under the push of the white vapor, the flying boats could fly for 1,000 miles in an instant. Even so, it took 2 days for the giant boat to fly over an island at the border of the Changfeng Association and the Golden Jade League. The shape of this island was quite weird. There were dozens of large and small volcanic craters exposed to the surface of the sea. Some of them also emit black and red smoke from time to time. The hot air current kept rolling up, making the clouds in the sky red. The parts of these volcanoes that were extended out of the sea were all without grass. They were covered with red sandstone. They all appeared red under the refraction of light. Looking from a distance, the island in the middle seemed to be surrounded by masses of flames. This was where the famous Valley of Fire in the South Sea region was located. Under the protection of a blue light curtain, the giant flying boat flew steadily over the crater, directly accelerated into the center of the island, and slowly landed in a valley similar to a basin. At this time, another giant flying boat of more than 100 feet long had already stopped in the valley. The whole body of the flying boat was streamlined. There were dozens of fist-sized green crystal stones inlaid at both ends of the boat. On the front end of the boat stood a black giant flag with a huge golden character imprinted on the flag. And in the open space in front of the giant boat, several figures were standing there at this moment. The leader is an elderly man with long beards, wearing a golden robe. The person was the Golden Jade League's leader Qingyu. Behind him stood a golden robe old man with a white hair and a childish face. He was the deputy leader of the Golden Jade League who came to challenge Changfeng Association that day. As for the thin man who went with the deputy leader was standing with the other cultivators of the Golden Jade League. And one of them was a scarred, hideous young man. His body was wrapped by a green mist which was very eye-catching. Leader Qingyu, you came early enough. It seems that you are determined to win the gambling fight. Feng Zhan's face sank when he saw these people. He walked off the flying boat with a bunch of people and said coldly, "Hee, you have the 5 spirit sects disciple, mister? Wei joining, I don't dare to think about that. This time, I just want my disciples to get a bit more experience." Qingyu laughed and replied casually. Feng Zhan let out a cold snort in his mind. He naturally would not believe such nonsense. Then he took everyone down the flying boat, looked for a cleaner place and sat down cross-legged. Lu Ming then carefully looked at the surrounding environment. This basin was in the center of the island. There were towering volcanic craters as far as he could see, but the surrounding temperature was not as hot as when they flew past the crater before. There was some white mist coming out from the sand and gravel nearby, adding a sense of mystery to this place. When Lu Ming saw this, he took back his gaze and looked calmly at the people of the Golden Jade League. Not to mention crystallization period powerhouse like Qingyu, there was a majestic aura emitting from him as he just stood casually. But his attention was attracted by the scarred young man behind. In this person Lu Ming felt a faint breath of danger. If he guessed correctly, he should be the rumored powerful disciple under the Golden Jade League's leader, and he was also the biggest hope for the Golden Jade League to win this fight. The scarred young man seemed to feel Lu Ming's gaze and suddenly raised his head, staring coldly on Lu Ming like electricity. Suddenly Lu Ming felt a slight heat in his eyes. He was shocked in his mind. He then looked into the man's eyes and he looked away with a smile a few seconds later. When the scarred-faced young man saw this, a murderousness flashed across his face. In this way, after more than an hour, another white flying car slowly descended into the basin. After stopping, 3 women walked down from the car. The first one was a beautiful woman. The beautiful woman who was talking with leader Dugu of the Golden Jade League. The beautiful woman was wearing light green tulle and had a peacock-like hairpin on her sideburns. Her bright eyes were full of charm. The 2 young women who followed behind her were covered with white veils. One had white and delicate skin with a charming look between her brows, while the other had a graceful figure. The pair of clear eyes faintly revealed a trace of murderous intention. "Welcome, Fairy Xiao." Leader Dugu saw the woman coming, then he hurriedly greeted her with a fist and palm salute. "Leader Dugu, have the people from Purple Night Temple arrived yet?" The beautiful young woman raised her eyes and looked around, and she found that only the people of the Changfeng Association were here not far away. She asked indifferently. "Hehe, I don't dare to let Fairy Xiao wait for me." A cold voice came from a distance in the air. As soon as the voice sounded, a purple cloud flew out from the horizon. After a few flashes, it came to the sky above the basin and slowly descended. Several Taoists in purple clothes appeared. As their sleeves waved, a silver light was flickering. This gave them a sense of immortality. A middle-aged Taoist with a dull look waved his hand lightly after everyone landed, then the purple cloud under his feet disappeared. An object with cloud patterns appeared on his hand. Purple gas was coming out from the object. It should be a rare treasure at a glance. Behind the middle-aged Taoist stood several Purple Night Temple's disciples. Judging by their aura, they were all condensation state cultivators. At first glance, they were all the direct disciples of Purple Night Temple. "Brother Shi, I haven't seen you for a long time. I didn't expect Guanli to send you here this time." When Feng Zhan saw the middle-aged Taoist, he was overjoyed. He hurriedly greeted him as if he was an old acquaintance with this Taoist. It turned out to be Mr. Shi. "I haven't seen you for a few years. Your cultivation level seems to have become more refined. This time Purple Night Temple sent you out, it seems that they really think highly of this gambling fight." The beautiful woman glanced at the Taoist with surnamed Shi. After she frowned, she said with an ambiguous smile. "Even Fairy Xiao is willing to come here, so what's weird for me to come here? I see that the Changfeng Association and Golden Jade League people seem to have arrived, so let's start the gambling fight." The middle-aged Taoist nodded at Feng Zhan, then he replied the beautiful woman with a blank face. The beautiful woman surnamed Xiao snorted lightly, but she did not object to it. At this moment, there was a hoarse bird sound in the sky. Everyone was shocked. Lu Ming looked up and saw that in the distance, there was a huge spirit bird whistling from the horizon. The spirit bird was about 30 meters long. It was covered with blue feathers and a blood-red pointed crown was on its head. Its wings were rapidly flapping, causing gusts of wind. There were more than 10 people standing vaguely on it. "It's Skybird Sect." Seeing this, Dugu blurted out. Feng Zhan's eyes narrowed instantly. Another flying boat flew from behind the huge spirit bird. This boat was small in size. Its surface was light blue, and light gray transparent crystal stones were inlaid at both ends. Seeing this, the beautiful woman surnamed Xiao and the Taoist couldn't help feeling shocked. Chapter 453, Draw Low. Chapter 453, Draw Low. After the giant spirit bird flew over the basin, a man with an eagle nose floated down from above. Then the huge boat from behind also slowly landed on the ground. Several nuns in green robes also flew down together. The female leader nun wore a green robe and a gray hat. Her face was delicate, and she had a very gentle expression. It was the nun who took Jialan away from the island that day. "Qingshui Nunnery." Someone yelled. I thought who it was? It turned out to be Qingshui Nunnery Senior Nun Miao Xan and Skybird Sects disciples. "May I ask why are you all here?" After the beautiful woman smiled, she asked. "Fairy Xiao, I come here this time because I heard that Golden Jade League and Changfeng Association actually have a gambling fight privately. Do you forget that this area is also within the sphere of influence of Skybird Sect? Since it is about the redivision of this area, I think Skybird Sect is also eligible to participate in this gambling fight." The nun in green robe smiled slightly and said unhurriedly. Upon hearing this, Fairy Xiao's heart sank. Senior Nun Miao Xian, this place is the junction between Changfeng Association and Golden Jade League, so it is understandable for them to fight for it. However, this matter seems to have nothing to do with Skybird Sect, right? Isn't Senior Nun's reason too far-fetched? The middle-aged man silenced for a moment, then he said so. I don't think it's far-fetched at all. If you two don't agree with it, I'm afraid our Qingshui nunnery will not admit it regardless of the outcome of this private gambling fight. The nun coughed slightly. Her tone was still flat, but the threats revealed in the words were already clear. Do you think that I will agree if you say such words? The beautiful woman surnamed Xiao suddenly looked gloomy after hearing this. I'm afraid it's not up to your pavilion. Since our nunnery is the upper sect of the Skybird sect, we naturally have to seek justice for them. Do you really think that I will approve this matter without voicing out? With a faint smile on the nun, her words were extremely sharp. The beautiful woman's face became uncertain for a while, and she didn't dare to go against the nun for a while. She suddenly turned her head and asked the Taoist coldly, Mr. Shi, what do you think of this matter? I don't have any opinion on this, Fairy Xiao can decide on it. A strange expression flashed across the middle-aged Taoist's face, but he faintly replied. This old fox. The beautiful woman surnamed Xiao immediately muttered in her heart. The other side spoke so casually. It is equivalent to letting me face the pressure of Qingshui nunnery alone. When the nuns were allowed to join the gambling fight like this, it was adding one more strong opponent for no reason. Therefore she was very unwilling to do so. You can rest assured that as long as Skybird sect can participate in this gambling fight, I swear that I will not have any objections regardless of the results. Besides, to make this fair, Mr. Yuan from the Skybird sect is also willing to use 1/3 of their territory as gambling capital to send 3 people to join the gambling fight. The nun said calmly. Yes, just as Senior Nun said. If you two are really confident, you might as well take the deserted islands under my Skybird sect. The man with the hooked nose said with a smile. Since Senior Nun has said so, if I'm still unwilling, then I've failed as a villain. After thinking for a while, the beautiful woman finally agreed with it. The Taoist surnamed Shi in Purple Night Temple was not surprised. He also nodded silently. Even though Fengzhan and Duguyu were also Crystallization period powerhouses, in front of the top 10 sects in the South Sea region, they couldn't interfere with this decision at all. They looked at each other as if they were in the same situation. After the 3 people negotiated, the agreed gambling fight changed from a 2-party duel to a 3-round battle. Mr. Friend, who are 3 Skybird sect sending? Fengzhan suddenly smiled and asked. After the man with eagle nose sneered, he suddenly waved to the giant bird high in the air. Then a dozen or so disciples of men and women dressed in Skybird sect costumes jumped down from the sky, and he chose 2 men and 1 woman among them. One of the 2 male cultivators was a tall man with red hair, but the other was as thin as a wood and looked wretched. The woman was in a water blue shirt. She had a very beautiful appearance and a pair of beautiful eyes that were more clear and flawless. When Lu Ming and Xan Yuan saw clearly the face of the woman in the blue shirt, they were all surprised. The girl in front of me was no one else but Jialan, who was lost while crossing the space node. After months of absence, the appearance of this woman didn't change much, but the charm on her body seems to have faded a bit. On the contrary, there was a feeling of an innocent girl. Only her pair of beautiful eyes could still exude an irresistible temptation. What's the matter? Why is the woman that Siren King brought there? She even joined Skybird sect? Xan Yuan asked in a low voice in Lu Ming's ear. I'm not very clear. I thought that the time for this woman to travel through the space node was different from ours, so she should be teleported to a faraway location. I didn't expect to meet her so soon. Lu Ming glanced at Jialan, then he took back his gaze and replied. Xan Yuan was silent for a while when he heard the words. Suddenly his face changed as if he thought of something. It seems that Brother Xian thought about this too. Since Jialan has also been teleported to the South Sea region, Siren King is very likely to be somewhere in this region. If we really encounter him, I'm afraid it will be troublesome. Lu Ming saw Xan Yuan's expression change, then he replied with a solemn voice transmission. Jialan was also looking at the people of the Changfeng Association at this time. Her gaze glanced across Lu Ming and Xan Yuan, but she looked longer at the young man in black clothes. Lu Ming couldn't help being slightly surprised. Before he knew what was going on, he inadvertently glanced and found that not far away, Wei Zhong was also staring at the stunning girl in the opposing party with fiery eyes. Jialan's stunning appearance completely attracted this 5 spirit sect's disciple. He couldn't take his gaze back for a while. Seeing this, Feng Kai couldn't help but look a little ugly. Not only the young man in black clothes, the other disciples with lower cultivation couldn't help being attracted by Jialan's appearance. They couldn't refrain themselves from peeping. This succubus physique, for those with weaker cultivation or unprepared ones, indeed has an outstanding effect. As Lu Ming saw this, the corners of his mouth twitched. He muttered to himself. After the head of Skybird Sect announced that the disciples that were participating in the gambling fight, who were Jialan and 2 men, 1 fat and 1 thin. The 3 messengers of 3 sects, Taoist Shi, the beautiful woman surnamed Xiao, and the nun in green robe made an oath of the heart demon, stating that they wouldn't renege on the gambling fight results. Mr. Shi, Fairy Xiao, since we have made an oath, the participants have increased, so the rules for this gambling fight should be changed again. After thinking about it, the nun in green robe said so. Of course. Miss Miao Xian has any suggestions, just say it. Seeing that the beautiful woman surnamed Xiao had already made the vow, she was secretly relieved. She said with a sweet smile. The Taoist surnamed Shi did not say much when he heard the words. He just looked at the nun with a dull face. Since Fairy Xiao said so, I'll say my suggestion. I propose that all 9 people who participate in the gambling fight should draw lots. Unless they are from the same force, otherwise if 2 people draw the same number they will battle immediately. The loser will be eliminated and the winner will advance to the next round. Then the second round of draw lots will be carried out. If one draws an empty number, he can advance to the next round. The gambling fight will only end until the participants of the same force or 1 participant are left. The wonderful heart girl raised her voice slightly and said calmly, "This is a good way." The beautiful woman thought for a while and nodded immediately. The Taoist surnamed Shi had no opinion as well. Since both of you have no opinion, let's start. Nun Miao Xian instructed immediately. She ordered someone to make 9 identical bamboo sticks. 4 pairs of numbers, 1, 2, 3 and 4 were written on the bamboo sticks. The last one was blank. Then the nun shook her sleeves and took out a silver bowl full of spirit patterns, and put 9 bamboo sticks inside. This silver bowl can prevent mental power from intruding into it. Everything is determined by fate. Miao Xian slowly explained. After that, she made a gesture and pointed 1 finger at the silver bowl. The silver bowl shone in silver light abruptly. The beautiful woman surnamed Xiao and the Taoist surnamed Shi immediately released their mental power without holding back. After a trial, they found that they couldn't penetrate the silver bowl with their mental power, and they nodded to show that there was no problem. President Feng, Leader Dugu, Master Yuan, let your 3 disciples come forward to draw lots. Seeing this, the nun gently threw the silver bowl while speaking. The silver bowl suspended in midair without moving. After the 9 people participating in the gambling fight looked at each other, they came forward with different expressions. As Lu Ming walked, he couldn't help but glance in the direction of the Golden Jade League. 3 people walked out of the Golden Jade League's crowd. The first one was the scarred young man that Lu Ming had noticed earlier, and the remaining 2 were a tall, strong man and a scholar in golden robe. Lu Ming's mental power scanned at them. He realized that the scarred young man was at the intermediate stage of the condensation period just like him. As for the other 2, he couldn't read their cultivation. They should probably be at the condensation period later stage. Subsequently, under the arrangement of Nun Miao Xian, the 3 people from Skybird Sect drew first. The skinny man reached into the silver bowl with his right hand. After searching around, he took out a green bamboo stick with a 3 written on it. He sneered and walked aside. Then the man with red hair stretched out his hand and grabbed in. He took out a bamboo stick with 4 written on it, then he walked to the skinny man blankly. When it was Jialan's turn, her jade hand stretched out and took out a bamboo stick with 2 written on it. Number 2. Wei Zhong muttered softly. Although his voice was not loud, the cultivation level of everyone present was not weak, so they naturally heard him clearly. The expressions of Lu Ming and others did not change, but Feng Zhan's face was stagnant when he heard the words. The beautiful woman surnamed Xiao looked at Feng Zhan with a smile. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Seeing this, the nun's facial expression changed slightly. She looked at the young man in black shirts, then she announced faintly, "Next, it will be Changfeng Association's turn to draw." Dugu of the Golden Jade League saw the nun arrange the Golden Jade League at the end, and a trace of dissatisfaction appeared on his face, but he didn't say much. Chapter 454, Xian Yuan's Mighty Strength. Chapter 454, Xian Yuan's Mighty Strength. Next, under the command of Feng Zhan, Lu Ming and the other 2 also stepped forward to draw lots. Xan Yuan stepped forward and grabbed inside the silver bowl, then he took out a bamboo stick. Number 1. Xan Yuan just glanced at what was in his hand, then he said frankly. Although he still didn't know who his opponent was, it seemed that he was the one to fight. Lu Ming immediately reached out into the silver bowl, touched the few remaining bamboo sticks, and grabbed one with the word 3 written on it. He looked back casually, but he saw that the skinny man of Skybird sect was looking at him with malicious eyes. Lu Ming naturally didn't care about that person's gaze, but after a slight glance he walked to Xan Yuan's side with a slight smile. At this moment, a smug laugh came from behind. Haha, it really is number 2. Wei Zhong held a bamboo stick with 2 in his hand, and seemed quite satisfied with the result. After a hearty laugh, he looked at Jialan intentionally. Feng Zhan saw this move by the side. His brow furrowed and he looked quite embarrassed. At the same time there was a slight smile on Duguyu's face. Since the Golden Jade League was the last to draw, the remaining blank lottery was already in the bag. Having one person to advance for free would be beneficial to the latter situation. As a result, the muscular man in the golden robe drew 1. He was the first to fight with Xan Yuan. The scholar in golden robe drew 4, and his opponent was the muscular red-haired man. As for the blank lottery that had been drawn naturally belonged to the scarred young man. However, after the result of the round was out, the young man frowned slightly. He seemed to be a little bit dissatisfied, but he didn't say much as he walked behind Duguyu. Seeing this, Duguyu's face was overjoyed. The beautiful woman surnamed Xiao also giggled as she glanced at the scarred young man. She seemed to be satisfied with this result. The result of the first round of drawing lots has been determined. The nun waved her sleeves and took back the silver bowl, and she announced at the same time. The Taoist surnamed Shi nodded when he heard the words. He shook his sleeves and a few silver lights flew out of it. It was a dozen formation flags of a few feet. In a flash, the flags went to the center of the Valley of Fire. A circle with a diameter of more than 100 meters appeared. As he made a gesture, a silver light emitted from the formation flags, forming an invisible enchantment that surrounded the circle. The specific way of winning or losing will be decided by 2 sides. However, anyone who steps out from this circle is considered lost. If there is no objection, the participants who drew number 1 please start. After all this, he immediately said loudly. As he spoke, Xan Yuan appeared in the enchantment in a flash, carrying the black iron rod on his shoulder. He looked at the direction of the muscular man in the golden robe with a smile. The muscular man in the golden robe was also a physique cultivator. He was burly and formidable. Both his arms were covered with blue veins. All his muscles were twitching as if the enormous force in his body would surge out at any time. In contrast, Xan Yuan's thin figure was much weaker. Seeing his opponent enter the enchantment first, the muscular man in golden robe flew up with his arms outstretched after a cold snort. He landed firmly on the opposite side of Xan Yuan. As soon as he landed on the ground, he turned his hands immediately. A black light flashed in his palm, and 2 giant green hammers appeared in his hands. The surface of the giant hammers had a layer of green light, and they were covered with dense black spirit patterns. Then he shouted loudly, and suddenly a black gas appeared on the surface of his body. The spirit patterns on the giant hammers flashed, and layers of black gas appeared on it. As his figure flashed, the things in his hands smashed ruthlessly toward Xan Yuan. He was extremely proficient in this series of actions. This was obviously the fighting method used by this muscular man. A pair of giant hammers was suddenly blurred in mid-air, and the black gas surged, transforming into 10 identical giant hammer shadows. They struck down with an overwhelming momentum. When Xan Yuan saw this, his heart was slightly shook. Then he moved his mind and the black rod also revealed a black light. As his 2 arms moved slightly, layers of rod shadows appeared. At the next moment, a few tremendous forces surged over. The giant hammer shadows struck heavily on the iron rod shadows, making several extremely dull metallic sounds. Under the continuous bombardment of the hammer shadows, Xan Yuan took a few steps back. Only then he resolved the dozen of hammer shadows one by one. Lu Ming in the audience frowned slightly when he saw this. He knew Xan Yuan's ability. His physical strength alone was not much weaker than him, but he didn't expect the strength of the muscular man in the Golden Jade League to be so powerful. Leader Dugu, your league has produced a lot of talents in recent years. This person's black gang art should have a little achievement, right? The beautiful woman surnamed Xiao saw the weird black gas on the muscular and golden robe, then she said thoughtfully. The reason why this woman asked this question was that Black Gang art had an extraordinary origin. It was said to be the high-level martial art of the Haitian sect, a physique-cultivating sect, in the Middle Sky continent 1,000 years ago, but the sect had long since fallen. After that, the relevant martial arts only started to spread. Fairy has overpraised. Black Gang art is just a scrap discovered in the early years by my league. It is not complete. Only Jin Huan is cultivating this art in my league. He is still far from getting success in this art. Dugiyu replied with a chuckle. The beautiful woman surnamed Xiao stopped asking more when she heard this, and she turned her gaze to the fight between the two. There was a flash of black light on the field, and the strong man had once again appeared in front of Xan Yuan. The giant hammers once again turned into countless hammer shadows that slammed down. Xan Yuan had been prepared for a long time. His figure blurred and he dashed into the shadows strangely. At the same time, a black rod shadow actually swept from the side of the muscular man. The muscular man groaned as his arm moved, and another giant hammer went toward the rod shadow. Dang! The giant hammer and the iron rod separated immediately. The two of them retreated a few steps under a huge shock. Good, you are indeed quite strong, but I won't reserve my strength next. The muscular man sneered and said. The black gas on his body became thicker. As his figure flashed, the giant hammers once again turned into hammer shadows that struck toward Xan Yuan. The power of the aura was actually twice as strong as before, and it brought along a gust of wind. Xan Yuan's eyes flashed a hint of ruthlessness. He began chanting in his mouth. His arms had countless black spirit patterns on them. Under a crackling sound, his arms were one size bigger. After taking a deep breath, the iron rod doubled its range in a black light. As his arms shook, countless black rod shadows appeared. They formed a black whirlwind that went against the countless hammer shadows. There was an earth-shaking loud noise. The hammer shadows and rod shadows flickered interchangeably, and they collapsed and separated at the same time. Xan Yuan and the muscular man staggered back a few steps, but the muscular man took more steps before standing firm. The muscular man began to feel shocked in his mind. He was born with great physical strength, plus he had practiced the ancient physique cultivator technique that ordinary people couldn't bear. His strength was so powerful that he could tear apart a tiger. But now, his arms were a little numb under the one strike of the opponent. He felt like he couldn't take it. However, at this moment, the iron rod in Xan Yuan's hand instantly turned into an iron spear. The tip of the spear was glimmering in golden light. Under repeated swings, dense golden lights emerged, and the golden lights blasted like a torrential rain. The muscular man's expression changed and he waved the giant hammer again. As soon as golden lights touched the giant hammers, the lights disappeared in the sound of collision. Xan Yuan's expression remained unchanged. He waved the iron spear in his hand into a black light. The golden spear shadows kept surging at the muscular man in a loud whistling sound. As the muscular man wielded the giant hammers, he gradually felt a little strenuous. The spear shadows were extremely dazzling that he felt that the sky was full of golden light for a while. He could only defend with the giant hammers with all his might. Suddenly the muscular man chanted. The black gas on his body quickly condensed into a solid state, protecting him inside it. Suddenly, several golden lights pierced the black gas through the hammers and reached the black gas. The black protective aura only shook slightly, but it was still intact. The muscular man was relieved when he saw this, but the next moment, Xan Yuan's arm on the opposite side became blurred. He transfigured 8 arms to launch a barrage at the same time. The muscular man was shocked. He could only resist desperately, but when he finished defending the last wave of attacks, Xan Yuan was nowhere to be seen. Not good. The muscular man suddenly roared. He took out a talisman and broke it without hesitation, and a yellow light immediately enveloped his body. Go! But at this moment, Xan Yuan appeared from nowhere behind the muscular man in golden robe. The black runes flashed on his body surface, and a pitch-black giant bow appeared in his hand, launching a dazzling golden ray. The muscular man only heard a crisp sound. The yellow protective shield and the solid black gas on his body surface collapsed at the same time. The dazzling golden light instantly overwhelmed his figure. After a while, the golden light dissipated, and the muscular man's huge body had fallen unconscious to the ground. His body was covered with blood. Changfeng Association won the first match. Seeing this, Nun Miao Xian announced with a blank expression. Seeing this, Dugiyu, the leader of the Golden Jade League, couldn't help but look a little gloomy, and the beautiful woman surnamed Xiao beside him looked a little ugly as well. They didn't expect the Golden Jade League to lose in the match, and they were losing to an unknown guest of the Changfeng Association. The scarred young man glanced at Xan Yuan, and a fierce look flashed on his face. When he looked at the unconscious muscular man on the stage, he sneered again. Congratulations for Mr. Xan won the first match for our Changfeng Association. Please take these elixirs to restore spiritual power. Feng Zhan greeted him with a hearty laughter, and he immediately took out a bottle of top-grade elixir and handed it to Xan Yuan. Xan Yuan sneered and nodded. He didn't reject the elixirs that were given to him. He held the black rod on his shoulder and walked toward a corner, meditating and adjusting his breath on his own. At this time, not far away, Skybird Sects disciples also looked at Xan Yuan differently. Their eyes were full of fear. Chapter 455, Jialan's Battle. Chapter 455, Jialan's Battle. After a while, the unconscious muscular man was carried out of the enchantment by a few disciples of the Golden Jade League, and the second match was about to begin. In the Changfeng Association camp, Feng Zhan said with a smile on his face, I never expect guest Xian to be powerful. It seems that our Changfeng Association is really in an advantageous position. Wei Zhong on the side heard the words, but he snorted coldly. A resolute expression appeared on his face. Feng Zhan smiled and turned his head and said, Of course the stronger opponents are still behind. I will wait for Mr. Wei shows his magical powers. Mr. Feng, please wait for a moment, I will be back soon. Wei Zhong said coldly, then he flew into the enchantment. Not far away, Jialan in a yellow shirt walked slowly over and stood still in front of him. The second match, start. Senior Nun Miao Xan announced when both of them were ready. Although the battle had already begun, Wei Zhong didn't mean to rush to make a move. Instead, he looked at the glamorous woman in front of him with unscrupulous eyes. I really didn't expect Skybird Sect to actually have such a fairy-like woman. Being able to meet the fairy here today, it seems that fairy and I are tied by destiny. I'm Wei Zhong from the Five Spirits Sect. May I ask for fairy's name so that I can remember it? Wei Zhong said with a fiery face. Jialan looked at the young man in black shirt in front of her, and a hint of disgust revealed in her beautiful eyes. She turned a deaf ear to his flirts. Her jade hands were leisurely lying flat on her chest. Her 10 fingers bent and undulated, forming a strange gesture. The next moment, as the gesture was formed, Jialan's eyes began to glow with purple light. In an instant, the empty space where her fingers passed immediately set off ripples. The fluctuations spread to the surroundings. This woman is quite weird, mister. Wei should be careful. Feng Zhan vaguely had a bad hunch. The stunning beautiful girl of Skybird Sect was using a weird technique. He couldn't even recognize it for a while, and he quickly reminded Wei Zhong by voice transmission. Fairy don't have to be so nervous. Wei Zhong is a person who is kind to beauties. With the appearance of fairy, it is a pity to stay in such a small sect in South Sea region. If I win, why don't fairy follow me back to the Middle Sky continent? I can guarantee you to join the Five Spirits Sect. From then on, you will enjoy endless cultivation resources. Advancing to the crystallization period will soon be happening as well. Although the stunning woman in front of her had a strange and extraordinary technique, Wei Zhong had already discovered her cultivation was only at the condensation period intermediate stage. She shouldn't be able to make any surprising move, so he took Feng Zhan's words lightly. Instead, he was getting more excited the more he said. Jialan gave Wei Zhong a cold look after hearing the words. She still didn't bother him. Her both hands trembled slightly. Waves of symbols were launched endlessly. The purple light in her eyes was thicker than the beginning. Hee, since fairy doesn't speak, then I'll take it as you acquiesce in it. Wei Zhong smiled sinisterly. He was smug because he thought he could get a woman. However, he still didn't form a gesture as if he wanted to show his demeanor. Although Wei Zhong was a bit arrogant, he was still the disciple of the Five Spirits Sect's lower house. His cultivation wasn't weak at all. Together with the superb spiritual weapon that was granted to him by his elder, it was of course easy for him to deal with a condensation period intermediate stage woman. He believed that it wasn't hard for him to completely subdue her to let her follow him back to the Five Spirits Sect. This kind of pupil technique? This is actually a rare succubus physique. I didn't expect Skybird Sect to have such a disciple with a spiritual body. The Taoist surnamed Shi who was watching the battle saw the strange purple light in Jialan's eyes and thought for a long time. Suddenly he seemed to think of something. He said with a shocked expression. The beautiful woman surnamed Xiao and the leader of the Golden Jade League didn't change their expressions when they heard this, but they were secretly surprised. After hearing that the Taoist surnamed Shi had recognized Jiao Lan's spiritual body, Nun Miao Xan didn't deny it. She just laughed about it without talking. Mr. Wei, this is the succubus technique. It can take away one's soul without being noticed. Please be careful not to be confused by this woman. Feng Zhan was even more shocked when he heard the words, then he quickly sent another voice transmission. Wei Zhong looked intoxicated at this moment. His eyes were a little blurred. He was gradually attracted by the purple light of the succubus technique. Until Feng Zhan's voice sounded in his ears, he regained his thought as if he just woke up from a dream. He was shocked, trying to stabilize his mind, but he suddenly felt that the spirit of the sea of consciousness began to stagnate. There were countless phantasms swaying before his eyes, and his ugly face was distorted, starting to show a painful expression. Wei Zhong secretly thought that it was not good. He hurriedly channeled his mental strength madly, trying to resist the phantasms invading his sea of consciousness. He quickly took out a pale golden talisman in his hand and crushed it with a pinch without hesitation. A faint golden glow suddenly rolled up from it. It turned in the air and went into Wei Zhong's forehead, becoming a pale yellow rune. Under the rune's flash, the hideous young man suddenly recovered a bit of clarity in his consciousness. His move was only a temporary move. He did not completely expel the illusion that had invaded his sea of consciousness. To get rid of this illusion, he made the battle quick. Otherwise, once his mental power was emptied out, he might fall for the illusion forever. Wei Zhong was a disciple of a famous sect. Thinking of this, he spat out a red flag. As he made a gesture, the red flag became larger. It turned 10 meters long. There was an image of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix on the flag. Judging from the red patterns on the flag, it was a superb spiritual weapon. Wei Zhong clenched the flagpole in his hand and waved it. A red light flashed in front of him. A flame shield suddenly appeared and surrounded his body. He flipped his hand and a green light surged out, revealing a green short blade which was also a superb spiritual weapon. Five Spirit Sect is really rich and powerful. A condensation state disciple can have two superb spiritual weapons at the same time, while in the Yunchuan continent, even the Crystallization period cultivator generally only has one superb spiritual weapon. Lu Ming saw Wei Zhong actually use two superb spiritual weapons at the same time, and he couldn't help but be shocked secretly. Seeing this situation, Feng Zhan on the side finally showed a smile on his originally worried face. He apparently knew about Wei Zhong's trump card. He finally began to take it seriously. Wei Zhong waved the flag with one hand, and the surrounding red wind gathered together with traces of flame. The phoenix pattern on the flag trembled, and waves of fiery red blades splashed in all directions. The green short blade also blasted out of his hand at Jialan in a green light. Jialan raised her eyebrows. She flicked her sleeves and a golden light shot out. The light turned into a golden prayer beads in her hand. After pouring in spiritual power, there was a burst of Sanskrit sounds in the air. The beads were shining in a five-color light. Immediately, she raised her jade hand, and the prayer beads in her hand flew out and hovered on top of her head. This woman made a series of gestures in succession. All symbols fell accurately on the prayer beads in mid-air. The beads spun faster and faster, and the five-color light became dazzling, turning into a golden light curtain to protect her in it. At this time, the fiery wind blades hit the five-color light shield that surrounded Jialan, but the wind blades disappeared into the shield. The light shield only shone in five-color light, then it remained calm again. Clang! Wei Zhong's green short blade also turned into a cyan light that struck at the shield, causing the golden shield to tremble again. However, along with Jialan's chant, dense five-color Sanskrit characters quickly appeared on the light shield. It actually bounced off the green short blade once again. Wei Zhong saw that this five-color light curtain could not be shaken even by the attack of a superb spiritual weapon, and the illusion in his sea of consciousness was still not cleared. He needed to disperse part of the spiritual power to restrain the illusion forcefully. Finally, a trace of anxiety appeared on his face. As he groaned, he waved the red flag again. Every wave could set off a fire wave. As the surrounding temperature increased, a few fire waves circled in the air and went back at the flag. A clear chirping sound could be heard. A 50 meters long phoenix flew out from the red flag, and it flew straight at Jialan. At the same time, the green short blade, under the control of his other hand, also hacked at Jialan without stopping. The phoenix that was wrapped by flames charged at the light shield. Jialan's expression did not change at all, and she did not dodge. Instead, she chanted Sanskrit in her mouth. Her 10 fingers changed their gestures again. The light shield around her became dazzling. Countless 5-color Sanskrit even flew out from it, curling up the green short blade in phoenix. With the Sanskrit flashing, the short blade that was originally flashing with green light gradually lost its luster, and it suddenly lost control and fell to the ground. And the fire phoenix that flew over also collapsed under the Sanskrit sound. After making a painful cry, it turned into a few clouds of flames that dissipated into the air. Senior Nun Miao Xen, this woman is actually your Qingshui nunnery's disciple, right? Don't tell me that she is not using your Qingshui nunnery's Buddhist mystic arts. Seeing this, the Taoist surnamed Shi said with a frown. After the beautiful woman surnamed Xiao and Duguyu looked at each other, there was also a strange expression flashing on their faces, and Feng Zhan's expression was even more gloomy at this moment. You must be joking. Although I really like this woman, she is not the disciple of our nunnery. It is just that she has a destiny with Buddha, so she had the opportunity to stay in the library of our nunnery for a few days. She must have figured these amazing techniques by herself. It has nothing to do with my Qingshui nunnery. Moreover, this young man in black clothes must have joined the Changfeng Association halfway through, right? Senior Nun Miao Xan put her hands together and smiled slightly. How could other people believe such words? However, the nun denied that publicly, and they couldn't come up with real evidence, so they could only give up silently. In Lu Ming's eyes, Jialan's power was naturally very different from before, which made him feel a little shocked. While speaking, something happened in the enchantment. At some point, the golden Buddha beads in Jialan's hands appeared on Wei Zhong's head. After a turn, a burst of 5-color light appeared. It became several 10 meters in diameter, enclosing him in the middle. Wei Zhong was shocked. He desperately waved the red flag in his hand, setting off countless flame blades to try to break the beads. However, the flaming blades disappeared into the 5-color light in contact. It couldn't move the light at all. Chapter 456, Spirit Gathering Technique. Chapter 456, Spirit Gathering Technique. Then low and deep chants came out slowly from Jialan's mouth. Numerous golden Sanskrit surged out of the bead. It formed a golden array in the blink of an eye, trapping Wei Zhong abruptly. Amidst the buzzing Sanskrit sounds, Wei Zhong intuitively felt that his head was heavy. The pale yellow rune on his forehead trembled slightly, and it burst open with a pop. Ah! Wei Zhong's sea of consciousness suddenly sank. The illusion that he tried desperately to suppress burst out. He fell into a nightmare. All he saw in the illusion was Jialan, whose expressions were different. Some looked down thoughtfully, some frowned in anger, some smiled happily. Every phantasm was so tempting that people couldn't help feeling pitiful. The flag in Wei Zhong's hand dropped to the ground. His eyes were becoming dull. His face was twisting in pain due to the struggle. It was as if he was going to cry or smile along with the phantasms. The purple light in Jialan's eyes condensed, and the white jade fingers changed continuously. With the power of succubus technique, Wei Zhong struggled even more on his face. You this, woman, don't get carried away, ah. Wei Zhong's face was distorted and almost deformed. After letting out a beast-like groan, Wei Zhong suddenly raised his head. His eyes were bloodshot and his face was extremely hideous. He bit the tip of his tongue with determination and spit out a mass of blood. Finally, a trace of clearness appeared in his eyes. He took this opportunity to make a gesture. His body had a layer of crimson light. As the light spun wildly, it slowly formed a crimson vortex, gathering the hot air in the Valley of Fire as if they were summoned. The hot air gradually condensed on his body, making the air temperature increase abruptly. After a few breaths, the crimson vortex surrounding Wei Zhong skyrocketed several times, and it suddenly burst open when it expanded and contracted. In a flash, 2 fire spirits of 10 meters high floated in midair around him. Fire spirit looked like a human from a distance. Its whole body was made up of blazing flames, only revealing a ferocious face that was as dark as charcoal. It could emit some sparks when clawing in the air. The momentum was more powerful than the phoenix just now. Even the people watching around felt a scorching heat on their faces, and at the same time they stepped back to keep some distance. When Feng Zhan on the side saw this, he was happy. Others may not know it, but he knew in his heart that what Wei Zhong was using at this moment was the unique mystic art, spirit gathering technique, of the 5 spirits sect. As soon as the 2 fire spirits appeared, they kept waving their sharp claws at the golden array. The black and red billowing flames and the golden light curtain continued to collide, causing the golden light to tremble. In the middle, Wei Zhong channeled his spiritual power with a solemn expression. He wanted to breach the array circle before he lost his mind. As Jialan saw this, the purple light in her eyes did not diminish. Sanskrit words kept blasting out from her fingers into the golden array. Wei Zhong controlled the fire spirits to attack the magic circle while resisting the erosion of succubus technique. Most of his spiritual power was used to resist the illusions in the sea of consciousness. Knowing that he couldn't support it for too long, he suddenly gritted his teeth and changed his gesture. As he groaned, the two fire spirits actually shifted their target to him instead. Wei Zhong's body suddenly burst into flames under the collision of black and red flames. With just a few seconds, the flames turned from red to black, becoming raging black flames. Wei Zhong's figure also gradually became blurred and expanded in size. The next moment, a dozen meters high giant fire spirit appeared in the enchantment, but the only difference was that its face was changed to Wei Zhong's face. What mystic arts is this? Yuan was shocked. In this form, Wei Zhong's aura was almost stronger by more than half as before, and was infinitely close to the existence of the crystallization period. Lu Ming exclaimed in his mind as his eyes flashed. The Middle Sky Continent cultivation realm was really unfathomable. Their mystic arts were far beyond imagination. Even Lu Ming couldn't but feel a trace of yearning. At this time, the black fire spirit had rolled up the black flames that covered sky. It turned into a black shadow and rushed toward one corner inside the enchantment. Boom! A loud rumbling bang came out. Countless black sparks mixed with golden glows flying in all directions. After the golden array was punched by the black fire spirit, the golden light shook wildly. Although this golden array blocked Wei Zhong's dying blow, it was not as calm as before. As the fire spirit transformed by Wei Zhong noticed this, the giant arm of black flames smashed on the golden light curtain again. Upon seeing this, Jialan's eyes flashed with surprise. She suddenly took out a small wooden fish. As she made a gesture, the wooden fish made a long and clear "om" sound. The sound was very serene, making the black fire spirit shake. The giant arm that was lifted up even slowed for a moment. Wooden fish made the clear sound consecutively, and the Sanskrit sand in the golden array also increased in speed suddenly. Although the black fire spirit raised its arm a few times to try to resist, the discerning people had already seen that the flames on its body gradually dimmed. Its roar was also gradually overwhelmed by the Sanskrit sound. After a while, Wei Zhong finally couldn't maintain the fire spirit form. The black flames all over his body dissipated. His figure returned to his original appearance and fell unconscious to the ground. In this battle, Jialan won. Skybird Sect won the second match. Seeing Jialan won, the nun in green robe declared with joy. Feng Zhan's face at this time was extremely unsightly. In order to get Wei Zhong to participate in this gambling fight, he privately paid a great price. He chose Valley of Fire as the location of the gambling fight was also to match with Wei Zhong's mystic arts and spiritual weapons. He didn't expect Wei Zhong to lose in the first round. What made Feng Zhan even more distressed was that the bead spiritual weapon and the wooden fish used by this woman were obviously items related to the Buddhist, and their grade was definitely higher than the superb spiritual weapons that Wei Zhong owned. Her mystic arts were obviously related to the Buddhist as well. This was definitely related to the Qingshui nunnery. But Wei Zhong himself was also a five-spirit sect's disciple, so he couldn't really complain about it. The beautiful woman surnamed Xiao couldn't get happy after watching the battle between Jialan and Wei Zhong, and the face of the Taoist surnamed Shi became a little gloomy. The two of them knew that Jialan must be related to the Qingshui nunnery, but firstly they couldn't really offend this Qingshui nunnery. Secondly, they couldn't find any flaw on the surface. Therefore the anger in their mind could be imagined. After witnessing the second match, the Golden Jade League's scarred young man also showed solemnity for the first time. It was no wonder. Jialan's succubus technique could directly influence the opponent's spirit. No matter how powerful a physique cultivator was or a person was holding a superb spiritual weapon like Wei Zhong, once he was inflicted by this technique, he could only wait for his end. Feng Zhan, who had a sullen face, sent two disciples to bring Wei Zhong back. The painful expression had faded, but a white foam slowly flowed from the corner of his mouth. Feng Zhan snorted in his mind, but he still took out a blue pill to feed Wei Zhong. After that, he instructed Feng Kai, who looked unwilling, to take care of him. After clearing up the stage, the nun immediately announced the start of the third match. In the third game, Lu Ming of Changfeng Association fought against Zhu Hao of Skybird Sect. Zhu Hao was the Skybird Sect's skinny man who stared at Lu Ming during the previous drawing lots. Mr. Lu, please do your best. I, Feng Zhan, are the one who will do what I say. I will definitely fulfill my promise. Feng Zhan turned to Lu Ming and said word by word. With Wei Zhong's defeat, he could only pin his hopes on Lu Ming and Xan Yuan. Lu Ming heard the words, nodded to Feng Zhan, and stepped into the enchantment. Boy, you, as a condensation period intermediate stage cultivator, also dare to enter this ring? If you want to live, get down. I will not be merciful. The tall and thin man looked up and down Lu Ming and sneered. It was no wonder he said that. Regardless of Lu Ming's appearance, body shape and aura, he was really ordinary. At first glance, anyone would think of him as a nameless ordinary cultivator. Lu Ming just smiled while looking at the person in front of him. When the tall and thin man saw this, his face became ruthless. He stopped talking. He waved his sleeve and 2 green lights flickered in his hands. Chi-chi, a loud sound. A dozen green wind blades scattered and shot at Lu Ming. Wind blade technique, perfect stage. Lu Ming was very familiar with this technique. He had achieved the perfect stage in this technique when he was just at the Spirit Apostle stage. He was very clear about its characteristics. His figure blurred, and the dozen wind blades passed directly through his body. After another flash, Lu Ming reappeared in place. Seeing his opponent avoiding the wind blades so calmly, the tall and thin man was slightly surprised. He immediately waved his sleeves, condensing 8 green wind blades again, then he took out a green feather fan with one hand. The feather fan was glimmering in green light. As he fanned, the green light emitted by the wind blades in front of him was a bit more solid. This feather fan spiritual weapon had a certain buffing effect on the wind blade technique. The tall and thin man jumped up into the air. The feather fan in his hand flashed with a burst of green light as he fanned, casting a dozen of identical phantasms. They flew toward the green wind blades in the air, creating hundreds of wind blades of inch size. They were flickering in the air. For a time, in the air in front of Lu Ming, it was covered by a dozen phantasms and dense wind blades around him. At the next moment, the dozen tall and thin men phantasms all sneered at the same time. With a wave of the feather fans, numerous wind blades were flashing in green light and blasting toward Lu Ming overwhelmingly. In the face of other spell attacks, Lu Ming may be a little flustered, but his opponent insisted on using the wind blade technique that he was familiar with. This was exactly what he wanted. Lu Ming smiled. As he released his powerful mental power, he could see the 8 true wind blades and the actual body of the opponent in the sky full of green light. His hands immediately flashed in black light. Each hand was grabbing a heavy water droplet. Then he twisted his body in an incredible way to easily dodge the 8 true wind blades, and he flashed and appeared ghostly behind one of the phantasms of the tall and thin man. Chapter 457, Warming Up. Chapter 457, Warming Up. The tall and thin man was taken aback when he saw this. He never thought Lu Ming could see his true body so easily, and Lu Ming's speed was so fast that he wasn't ready for it. He used the feather fan to block in front of his chest in a fluster while chanting. A few green lights emitted from the feather fan which form a green shield. As the tall and thin man had just finished casting the spell, he saw a fist wrapping by black gas hit the green shield. An overwhelming force surged toward him. The green shield actually cracked and collapsed bit by bit. But the man's arm that was holding the feather fan was brushed through by this sudden force. With a hit, his whole arm was bent into a strange shape. His bones were broken into several pieces, and the feather fan was even flying out directly. Before the tall and thin man came back to his senses, another fist with the same black gas whistled toward him in the air. The tall and thin man cast a green protective aura as he was shocked. The green light covered all his body in a flash, but it was paper being punched by Lu Ming. After a dull sound, his body was knocked out for 100 meters more away. He felt unconscious to the ground. From the tall and thin man taking out the feather fan spiritual weapon and releasing the phantasms, to being knocked down by Lu Ming, it was just a few seconds. There was already a winner in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming's astonishing strength not only stunned everyone around watching the battle, even the nun in green robe and the beautiful woman surnamed Xiao flashed with surprise. Feng Zhan was delighted. The speed of this man is so fast, not only he is not affected by the Skybird Sect's disciple's phantasm, but his 2 punches also contain tens of thousands of kilograms of strength. I never thought Brother Feng has such a capable person in your association. The Taoist surnamed Shi looked at Feng Zhan and said with a deep meaning. Feng Zhan forced a laughter and he didn't reply. Changfeng Association won the third match. The Qingpao nun recovered from the surprise and announced. The Skybird Sects master looked at Lu Ming in the enchantment with a gloomy face. He waved his hand to let two disciples carry the tall and thin man out. After the eagle-nosed man checked the disciples slightly with his mental power, his face changed a lot. Almost all the bones in his disciple's body were broken, especially his sternum and right arm were even more serious. He hesitated slightly, then he fed a few elixirs to the tall and thin man and launched a few symbols at him to urge the elixirs to dissolve. Finally, the injury was under control. I didn't know that, Mr. Lu is not only good at sword cultivation, but your physical power is also powerful. It turned you have a dual cultivation. Feng Zhan saw Lu Ming coming and immediately greeted him with a smile. President Feng has overpraised, I just won by fluke. Lu Ming said modestly. Not far away, the Taoist surnamed Shi was assessing Lu Ming at this moment while stroking his beard. His eyes had a hint of doubt, not knowing what he was thinking. Brother Lu's move is really extraordinary. It seems that this gambling fight still has to rely on the two of us. Xan Yuan also smiled as he stepped forward. As he said, he still glanced at the unconscious young man in black clothes. This is also because the Skybird Sect's disciple underestimating the enemy, so I could only see through his moves. Lu Ming said lightly. At this point in the competition, Skybird Sect won match. Although Changfeng Association's Wei Zhong lost unexpectedly, Lu Ming and Xan Yuan had won 2 matches in a row. At present, only the Golden Jade League had 0 win. Soon after, the 4th match of the Golden Jade League against Skybird Sect also began with the announcement of the nun. The Golden Jade League sent out the scholar in golden robe who seemed to be a little thin, and Skybird Sect was represented by the red-haired burly man. When the two of them stepped into the circle, they didn't say any nonsense and took out their spiritual weapons to be ready for the fight. To everyone's surprise, the spiritual weapon used by the scholar of the Golden Jade League was a white jade spiritual pen. The red-haired burly man was also using a green bamboo pen. The two have the same level of cultivation and similar spiritual weapons. It depends on whose spiritual power is more profound. The Taoist surnamed Shi looked at the two people and spoke indifferently, then he closed his eyes as if he didn't care at all. In the enchantment, the red-haired man made a move first. He waved the bamboo pen in his hand to draw in the air as he chanted. He condensed a lively green swallow pattern. After making a few gestures, green swallow phantasms surged out from the pattern. They blasted at the scholar in golden robe. Seeing this, the scholar in golden robe didn't panic. He chanted and waved his jade pen. He also drew in the air. A golden lotus appeared in front of him with a golden flash, and it spun quickly under the command of the jade pen. Papa! Green swallow hit the golden lotus one after another, then they immediately turned into clusters of green light that exploded. The golden and blue light flashed wildly for a moment, and the golden lotus made a click sound and turned into little golden light spots that dissipated in the air. The face of the scholar in the golden robe still remained the same. With a wave of the jade pen, another golden lotus was condensed, and he didn't stop chanting. The jade pen turned into a cluster of phantasm in the air with a tremor. Golden lotuses surrounded all around him. The green swallow attacks were launched endlessly. Both sides were evenly powerful. These two people are fighting in this way. It seems that it depends on who has more profound spiritual power. Xan Yuan said with a hint of playfulness looking at the scene. In the enchantment, the two of them stayed in place while waving their pens. This didn't look like a fight at all. It looked more like two scholars showing off their literacy skills. It was no wonder Xan Yuan said so. Lu Ming smiled faintly and shook his head slightly. The red-haired burly man also seemed dissatisfied with the situation at this time. As he waved his bamboo pen, he drew a pattern in front of him, but it was a green flying bat pattern. Amid a screech, dense green bat phantasms gushed out from it. The scholar in golden robe frowned seeing this. The jade pen in his hand turned blurred, and a few golden lotuses swam to his front to block the green bat phantasms for him. The stalemate lasted for about a quarter of an hour. The red-haired burly man of the Skybird Sect drew a variety of green birds, swallows, bats, goshawk and so on. It was getting fiercer wave after another, which was eye-opening. The scholar of the Golden Jade League guarded all the attacks with his golden lotuses. However, there was still a difference between their spiritual power. Under the repeated attacks, the scholar in golden robe finally looked strenuous as his spiritual power was about to be finished. In the end, the two had fought each other for nearly half an hour before the Golden Jade League scholar admitted defeat as his spiritual power ran out. The red-haired burly man of the Sky Bird sect laughed proudly at this. He waved his hand to disperse the spell and put away the bamboo pen. However, Lu Ming could see clearly that this person's face was pale at the moment. He didn't have much spiritual power left. If the scholar in golden robe persisted for a while, it was still uncertain who would be the winner. The fourth match. Sky Bird Sect 1. The first round of gambling fight has ended. Everyone can rest for half a day to adjust your breath and recover your spiritual power. We will do the second round of drawing lots in the afternoon. The nun in green robe finally announced as the result was out. In the first round of gambling fight, there were wins and losses in these forces. Feng Zhan had pinned all his hopes on Wei Zhong, but he actually lost to Jia Lan in the first round. Luckily, Lu Ming and Xan Yuan won the next matches. This allowed the Changfeng Association president to say some encouraging words to Lu Ming and Xan Yuan. He even gave some pills to let them recover quickly. The Taoist surnamed Shi stood silently on the side as he didn't intend to speak at all. The face of Guili of the Golden Jade League was extremely ugly at this time. 2 disciples had been defeated. After whispering to the beautiful woman surnamed Xiao, and chatted with the scarred young man, his complexion temporarily recovered. The nun in green robe walked to the Sky Bird sect's eagle hook nose master and whispered a few sentences, then she brought a few disciples to meditate by the side. Half a day later, the spiritual power of Lu Ming and others had basically restored. The nun in green robe announced the start of the second round. Participants who were drawing in this round were Lu Ming, Xan Yuan, Jia Lan, the red-haired burly man of Sky Bird sect, and the scared young man of the Golden Jade League. There were 5 people. So after taking out the silver bowl, the nun took out the bamboo sticks with 3 and 4 written on them, then she asked the participants to step forward and draw. The red-haired burly man from the Sky Bird sect was the first to step forward. After groping for a while he took out a blank bamboo stick. This man was extremely lucky. He drew the empty bamboo stick immediately. The red-haired burly man laughed out loud. At this moment, all the remaining opponents weren't weak. If he could skip this round to retain his strength, it would be the best for him. Seeing this, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. Obviously, the two had to face the scarred young man and Jia Lan of the Golden Jade League respectively. Both of them were very clear in their minds. Although the red-haired burly man was at the condensation state later stage, so he had the highest cultivation level, but judging from Jia Lan's power, he was naturally far from comparable to her. As for the scarred man who hadn't fought yet, he naturally wasn't a weak character since the Golden Jade League put all its hope on him. After the red-haired burly man walked away, Jia Lan moved forward slowly. She gently tapped her jade hand, and a bamboo stick flew out of the silver bowl. The word 1 was written on the surface of the bamboo stick. Immediately afterward, Xan Yuan strode forward and grabbed it randomly. He found that the bamboo stick in his hand was also written with the number 1. Under such circumstances, Lu Ming and the scarred man naturally no longer had to draw lots. Nun Miaoxin waved her sleeve to retrieve the silver bowl and announced the results of the draw lots. Both Lu Ming and Xan Yuan were fighting against a strong enemy. Feng Zhan thought in his mind, then he walked over quickly and promised them seriously, in this gambling fight, if 2 guests can help our Changfeng Association to win until the end, I promise that each of you can choose 2 treasures from the association treasury as rewards. At this time, Feng Zhan could only lure them again by huge rewards to stimulate their fighting spirit. Don't worry, I will do my best. Feng Zhan's words lifted Xan Yuan's spirit. Lu Ming also nodded silently. Chapter 458, The Second Round. Chapter 458, The Second Round. The first match of the second round, Sky Bird Sect vs. Changfeng Association start. Nun Miao Xian immediately announced when the 2 players had entered the center of the ring. As soon as that was announced, Jia Lan's 10 fingers made a series of gestures rapidly. Waves of strange runes loomed on her body. The space in front of her had layers of ripples spreading out. Her eyes were gleaming with purple light. This woman used the succubus technique at the beginning of the fight. Xan Yuan did not look directly at her eyes as soon as he entered the ring, but at this moment he still felt heavy in his body. Numerous phantasms rushed toward him. He was shocked as he didn't know when he got afflicted. He acted decisively as he took out a golden talisman and stuck on his forehead. A golden light rushed into his sea of consciousness, dispelling the phantasms in front of him. This talisman was secretly handed to him by Feng Zhan before he went into the ring, saying it was quite effective in stabilizing his mind. Since Jialan has reached the condensation period intermediate stage, the terrifying power of succubus physique has gradually begun to show up. It is really hard for the opponent of the same level to defend against her technique. Lu Ming saw Xian Yuan use the talisman immediately, and he knew that Xian Yuan was afflicted by the succubus technique. He couldn't help sighing. Although Xian Yuan temporarily stabilized his mind through the talisman, he still needed to continuously use his spiritual power to maintain it. From the previous battle between Jialan and Wei Zhong, he had understood that facing this succubus technique, he must make the battle quick. He groaned as he picked up the iron rod and charged toward Jialan. When Jialan saw this, she wasn't anxious at all. She cast out the Buddha bead in her hand, and she threw it above her as she chanted. 5 color light spots gradually appeared around her. Xian Yuan frowned, knowing that once the shield was formed, even the superb spiritual weapon was unable to break through. He couldn't help speeding up his actions. His figure flashed out a dozen meters in front of her. He chanted in his mind, and countless dense pitch-black spirit patterns appeared on the iron rod. After a golden light flashed, a golden spearhead was condensed in front of the black iron rod. He charged his physical strength and threw out the spear with enormous force. As the spear passed, a golden trace was drawn out in the air, and at the same time, it made a sharp explosion of air mass. With a cracking sound, a hole cracked open on the 5-color light curtain that was still a rudiment. The spear flashed through Jialan's chest with a sharp whistling. Xian Yuan was delighted when he saw this, but in the next moment, a strange scene appeared. Jialan, who was pierced by the golden spear, her body turned blurred, and it burst apart and vanished like bubbles in the ripples. It was Jialan's phantasm that was pierced. Xian Yuan in the air looked gloomy. He waved and called back the golden spear. He released his mental power simultaneously. At this moment, there was a wave of fluctuations in the space tens of meters away, and Jialan showed up with a blank face. She made a soft sigh and flipped her hand. The Buddha bead appeared again in her hand. She threw it up and it turned into a golden light that flew at Xian Yuan. Xian Yuan had already seen the power of this spiritual weapon, so naturally he didn't dare to take it lightly. As he made a gesture, the long spear was launched at the Buddha bead. Boom, a loud noise. As soon as the golden spear touched the Buddhist bead, it was bounced off forcefully by the golden light. The Buddha bead was still flying at Xian Yuan without stopping. Xian Yuan furrowed his brows, and he instantly grabbed the spear that was bounced back. It shook in the air and turned into a giant black sword of tens of meters. The traces of sword qi enveloped the sword itself, stirring up waves of fluctuation in the nearby space. Cut! Xian Yuan screamed abruptly. The huge black sword rumbling through the air, and it struck at the golden Buddha bead with an astounding momentum. There was another violent explosion. Under the collision between the golden Buddha beads and the giant sword, both turned into a shocking rainbow that blasted back in the opposite direction. Xian Yuan's eyes flickered, and he recalled the giant sword with one hand. After it altered, a pitch-black giant bow appeared in his hand. He pulled the bow string with his great strength, and a dazzling golden arrow visualized on the string. When the golden arrow appeared, Jialan's expression changed. Her 10 fingers launched a series of symbols. The Buddha bead above her turned and cast a 5-color protective shield around her, and a Sanskrit buzzing sounded. At the same time, Xian Yuan's pupils flashed a fierce expression. He released the string and a golden light shot out at Jialan with a whistling sound. Clang, a breaking sound. The golden light hit the shield and tore apart a hole on it. It was about to pierce through the shield. Jialan finally showed a hint of panic on her pretty face. Her hands were holding at the shield while pouring out her spiritual power. She kept chanting simultaneously. After the golden arrow and the 5-color light curtain confronted for a while, the golden light finally dimmed down. It finally burst into golden light spots that dissipated in the air. Xian Yuan in the distance was already gasping for breath. This series of spell casting had consumed most of his spiritual power. The succubus phantasms that were originally suppressed by the talisman in the Sea of Consciousness were about to fight back. Seeing that Xian Yuan was already using up all his spiritual power, Jialan's eyes flashed in purple light. The Buddha bead launched out at an astounding speed. In the next moment, it appeared on top of Xian Yuan, who looked a little pale. A golden Buddha array appeared around Xian Yuan as it spun, trapping him inside. Seeing this situation, Lu Ming couldn't help but shook his head slightly. Xian Yuan's fate was sealed when he was trapped in this array. With Xian Yuan's current physical condition and spiritual power, he was unable to make a comeback. Sure enough, after a few seconds, even though Xian Yuan in the Buddha array fought hard, in the end he fell asleep with his eyes closed under the combined attack of succubus technique and the Sanskrit sounds. This fight, Skybird Sect wins. Nun Miao Xian announced faintly lightly. The atmosphere in the Changfeng Association's party became a little serious. The first fight of the second round was lost, now only Lu Ming was left. After the Changfeng Association's disciple lifted Xian Yuan out of the array, Lu Ming scanned him with his mental power. He found out that spiritual power was depleted badly. Together with the illusion, he was rendered unconscious. His symptoms were the same as the previous young man in black clothes. Well done. The nun in green robe not far away quietly spoke to Jialan with voice transmission. Her gaze was full of love. Jialan smiled when she heard the words. After keeping away the bead, she walked slowly to the Skybird Sect, sat down cross-legged, and meditated to adjust her breath. Next game, Changfeng Association will play against Golden Jade League. The nun spoke again. I can only entrust this gambling fight to guest Lu this time, Feng Zhan said with a solemn expression. His eyes slowly glanced over the unconscious young man in black and Xian Yuan not far away. Lu Ming just nodded when he heard the words and did not say much. He walked into the ring with his figure flashed. On the other side, the Golden Jade League's Duguyu cast a gaze at the scarred young man. The young man stood up immediately, turned and looked coldly at Lu Ming, then he jumped into the opposition position of Lu Ming. As soon as the scarred young man appeared in front of Lu Ming, he felt the chilly aura exuding from the young man's body. Although the opponent was cultivated for the condensation period intermediate stage, the spiritual pressure released from his body was comparable to the condensation period later stage. However, he could only obtain the void bamboo by winning in this gambling fight, so he would go all out. When Lu Ming thought of this, he shook his sleeves and a little silver sword appeared in his hand. He made a sword gesture with one hand, and the sword made a clear sound in a tremble. It cast a series of silver sword shadows. As he pointed in the air, the overwhelming shadows surged at the scarred young man with amazing momentum. Sword controlling technique. Someone exclaimed, and there was immediately a commotion in the crowd. The people present, except for the few people who had seen the selective trials in the Changfeng Association, thought that Lu Ming was just a physique cultivator, but they did not expect that he was also a sword cultivator. Although dual cultivation of physique and sword were rare, it was still a powerful force in some big sections. The scared young man was shocked when he saw this, but he was by no means an ordinary cultivator. He recovered his composure in a moment. He groaned, then he shook his hand suddenly. His body made a muffled sound, and his skin had layers of green spirit patterns. A green python was condensed and it was wandering around him quickly. The scarred young man already had a gloomy face. After the giant python phantasm appeared, the blue veins could be seen all over his body, which made him look even hideous and terrifying. Go! The scarred young man pointed in the air, and the green giant python charged at the silver sword shadows in a loud hissing sound. Tens of meters away from the sword shadow, the giant python flicked its giant tail at the overwhelming sword shadows. As they collided, a burst of light was flickering wildly. The sword shadows were actually swept away by brute force. The python's bloody pupils flashed, then it dived down at Lu Ming after circling in the air. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He channeled a sword gesture, then an enormous sword chi rushed into the air. The spiritual sword flew out in silver light and turned into a thick silver rainbow that dashed at the giant python. When the scarred young man saw this, he changed his gesture. The green giant python opened its mouth and bared its fang, spurting out a green light with powerful corrosive breath at the silver rainbow. After the silver light flashed, the green light was scattered by the silver rainbow. It went past the python without stopping, leaving an inch-deep wound. The bubbling green air splashed out of the giant python. At the same time, the scarred young man frowned, and a wound burst open on his shoulder. Blood was bleeding out from it. After the silver rainbow slashed the green light, its dazzling silver light also became dimmed. Chapter 459, Blue Python's 9-Turn Technique. Chapter 459, Blue Python's 9-Turn Technique. Lu Ming found that the flying sword itself had not suffered any damage through spiritual contact, but the spiritual power attached to the sword body was mostly corroded. He waved his hand, retracted the silver sword, and made a gesture to make it shine again. At the same time, the scarred young man changed his gesture, and the python retracted and wrapped around his body again. The green spirit patterns flashed on his body. Green filaments emerged from it, and the filaments wrapped around the wound for a moment. The wound on his body and the python healed quickly. His eyes flashed a hint of coldness. After he groaned, the green giant python split into two, and they pounced at Lu Ming once again. Lu Ming channeled his sword gesture with a calm expression, and the silver flying sword once again turned into a silver rainbow that went forward. The silver light and green gas burst apart into the void immediately. After the pythons and silver rainbow fought for a while, several deep and shallow wounds appeared on the surface of the scarred man again. Under Lu Ming's control, the silver flying sword had a variety of moves. Even if it fought with the two giant pythons, it still had a great advantage. The scarred man never expected the sword controlling technique to be so powerful. He looked dispirited as he couldn't defend against it. Seeing this situation, quiet discussion could be heard from the surrounding. The scarred man was a little overwhelmed. When he heard these insulting voices, he was immediately furious. He immediately took out an elixir and swallowed it, then he took out several blood-colored talismans in succession and tore them to pieces. In an instant, the young man's face burst into blue veins and his eyes became red. Bloody spirit patterns could be seen on his body. After the two green giant pythons made a hiss, they hovered back to the scarred man and attached themselves on the scarred young man. The next moment the young man shouted. His body surface was immediately shining in green light, and his entire body was immersed in it. Then the green light made a whine. When the green light condensed, the figure of the scared young man was once again revealed, but at this moment, there were 9 python head phantasms on his back. Each of the heads was about 10 meters big. Their mouths were fangs and their eyes were emitting green, blue, red and so on. A total of 9 color light. Your disciple really cultivated this blue python 9-turn technique. Seeing this vision, the beautiful woman surnamed Xiao felt relieved, and she said softly to Guili who was aside. Fairy is right. This is thanks to the condensing pill given by Shang Pavilion so that my disciple can have such an achievement. Guili replied respectfully, and a flash of joy flashed in his eyes. At this time, after the spirit sword in midair lost its opponent, it once again turned into a silver crystal rainbow and went toward the scared youth. The scarred youth didn't avoid it. The 18 giant eyes on the 9 heads behind him were beaming. 3 heads immediately shook, shooting a fireball, a green hurricane and a black lightning at the same time. The silver crystal rainbow was first overwhelmed under the burst of the fireball, then it was entangled by the electric light, and then swept by the hurricane. It immediately lost control. After the light dissipated, it returned to the small silver sword and fell straight down. Seeing this, Lu Ming's expression changed. If he guessed it correctly, the 9 heads with eyes of different colors should represent different attributes. They would launch 9 different attributes corresponding to the opponent's technique. Sword controlling technique was still fine to deal with 1 or 2 techniques, but under such a variety of stacked techniques, this inferior grade spiritual sword was a little weak. After Lu Ming thought quickly, he suddenly raised his sleeves, and a string of dazzling golden light flashed out. It swirled in the air and transformed into a golden sand. It was the superb spiritual weapon, Golden Fallen Sand. At this moment, his face was abnormally solemn. He changed his gestures as he chanted. The golden sands were whistling all over the sky, but after a flash they disappeared. In the next moment, the golden sand mist surged up in the space in front of the scarred man. Golden sands emerged in the air with a dazzling light. As they arranged densely, they formed an ever-changing sand array. Lu Ming wanted to end this quick, so he channeled the enchantment attached to Golden Fallen Sand. The scared man sneered when he saw this. He launched a series of symbols. Various spiritual lights flickered in the mouths of the 9 pythons. They all shot at the sand array, wanting to forcefully break through the sand array and defeat Lu Ming. There was a loud rumbling noise. The dense wind blades, golden light, flame, venom and other attacks hit the sand array. It burst apart in a colorful light cluster, then a gust of cold and hot alternating storms spread to the surrounding. Except for a few crystallization period powerhouses, the others who watched at tens of meters away couldn't help but retreat several steps in a row. Various spells burst open on the sand curtain, but it was like encountering a sturdy wall. The golden sand curtain trembled violently, then it restored to the initial state again. The face of the scarred young man changed sharply. It seemed that he did not expect that the sand was so strong that it was invulnerable. He quickly changed his gesture, then the blue pythons behind him opened their mouths. All spells were cast at once. The fireball was wrapped in the hurricane, then it combined with a blue water pillar and ice cone along the way, surging at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes flashed brightly. After his gesture changed quickly, he pointed at the golden sand in the air. Suddenly, there was a burst of golden light on the sand curtain. After resisting another round of combined spell, the sand wrapped up around the scarred young man and quickly rotated. It formed a shining golden cylinder that trapped the scarred young man inside. As the golden sand spun, sharp thorns emerged from inside from time to time, slashing at the scarred young man. The cylinder was even shrinking and tightening bit by bit. The golden fallen sand was so unpredictable and indestructible, it made the crystallization period powerhouse such as Feng Zhan, Guili and others who watched the battle moved. Even for these powerhouses, the superb spiritual weapon in their hands in terms of quality power alone, seemed to be not as domineering as the golden fallen sand in Lu Ming's hands. The scarred young man finally turned a little panicked. While controlling several blue pythons to keep firing various spells in their mouths, impacting the sand curtain to prevent it from approaching him. 3 blue pythons breathed out red, yellow and blue light that intertwined and formed a 3-color clear light curtain to protect him. However, the storm of golden spikes turned faster and faster, and the magic attacks fired by the blue pythons were shattered by the rapid rotating spikes. Finally, the golden spikes and the light wall began to violently collide. The collision between the two let out an ear-piercing shrill along with explosion sounds. The 3-color light wall flashed crazily under the slashing of the spikes. Under the continuous injection of the spiritual power of the scarred young man, it was not torn apart. When Lu Ming saw this, he no longer hesitated and made a gesture in another hand. As his sleeve shook, a silver rainbow surged out. After a wilt light burst out from the rainbow, it went into the golden sand curtain. The scarred young man found that the golden sand spikes could not break his shield for the time being, and his was slightly relieved. At this moment he was fully focused on channeling his spiritual power. He was controlling 3 blue pythons to continuously launch 3-color lights as his protective light curtain while he was using the other 6 to bombard the golden sand curtain. He wanted to find an opening to break through on the sand curtain. Because the golden sand was emitting a dazzling light, the scarred young man couldn't realize such imminent danger. Suddenly, a small gap was opened in the sand curtain in front of him, and the silver rainbow flashed in like lightning. Not good. The scarred young man wanted to try to defend, but it was too late. It was only a split second, then there was a crisp sound. The 3-color light curtain that was flickering under the attack of silver rainbow had a crack. After that, a white light hit on the same crack. As the white light condensed, it turned into a 4-inch long pale yellow bone spiritual weapon. It was Lu Ming's last bone wind, all that was forged using the evil beast bones in the underwater mineral vein. After seeing bone wind all revealing its original shape, it scattered into countless bone fragments. A tremendous force burst out instantly. The 3-color light curtain that was shaking immediately cracked open after a crisp sound. Then, amidst the raging golden sand, a gust of wind rolled, and a young man covered in black gas strode out without expression. It was Lu Ming. The scarred young man was shocked. He groaned, and the spirit patterns appeared on his body surface again as he wanted to use some kind of mystic art. But Lu Ming's eyes flashed, then he held one heavy water droplet in each hand. He strode forward and flashed out in front of the scarred young man suddenly, then he launched a punch. The scarred young man was caught off guard. His face changed abruptly. His revealed a murderous intention, then he launched a punch as well. There was a loud noise. The young man only felt that a majestic force surged in his arm. Although his physical body was far superior to the same level physique cultivator due to the mystic arts he cultivated, confronting this power that was not inferior to him, and there were heavy water droplets that had the gravity enchantment, so he couldn't rival Lu Ming in the end. There was a crisp bone-cracking sound. The scarred man's right arm was broken by Lu Ming's punch, and it drooped softly. Lu Ming moved his mind. He held his hands together with his 10 fingers crossed. After combining the 2 heavy water droplets into one, he slammed it at the scarred young man. A muffled sound could be heard. The scarred young man vomited out blood. His body was knocked back together with the 9 blue pythons behind him. Lu Ming moved his mind, and the golden sand curtain suddenly dispersed, letting the scarred youth flying out of it unobstructed. He fell heavily to the ground, vomited a few mouthfuls of blood, and then fainted. The 9 blue pythons behind him vanished into thin air after a flash of green light. At the same time, the golden sand curtain in the center of the ring dissipated and turned into a cloud of sand hovering in the air. It then returned to golden sand that flew into Lu Ming's sleeve robe. Chapter 460, Third Round. Chapter 460, Third Round. The reason why Lu Ming didn't take the life of the scarred man at the last moment was that he had no grievances with this person. He only wanted to get the void bamboo after winning. He didn't want to make enemies for no reason by fighting for Feng Zhan. Secondly, he always vaguely felt that this gambling battle was not as simple as it was on the surface, so he better be careful. Changfeng Association won this matchup. Seeing that the scarred young man had lost consciousness, the nun in green robe immediately announced the result of the match, and then she looked at Lu Ming with intention. Not only her, but the people who watched the battle at the moment, they all focused their eyes on the young man in gray robe who was slowly walking out of the circle. For a while the place couldn't help but become quiet. Previously, due to the blocking of the golden sand curtain, everyone did not know what happened inside. From Lu Ming's body black gas sinking into the golden sand curtain, to the scarred young man's weak body flying out of the hole on the sand curtain, it was only a few seconds. This naturally added a few mystical elements in it. Lu Ming naturally noticed the gazes of everyone. He couldn't help but smile wryly in his heart, but he walked toward the Changfeng Association without changing his appearance. On the other side, when Golden Jade League Guili saw his disciple fainted, his face was extremely pale. He thought he certainly got this win. After only 2 rounds, all his disciples ended in failure. In the case of his disciple successfully mastered the Blue Python 9-turn technique, he was defeated by an unknown new guest from the Changfeng Association. This made Guili feel very angry. The beautiful woman surnamed Xiao not far away, even started to look gloomy. The Taoist surnamed Shi also showed an unexpected look. He was apparently surprised by Lu Ming's endless methods. Feng Zhan greeted Lu Ming with surprise and joy. Guest Lu is really extraordinary. At the moment all 3 of the Golden Jade League are out, and only 2 of Skybird Sect are left. Feng Zhan laughed and praised Lu Ming. After Lu Ming heard the words, he replied with a few polite words. Guest Lu, this bottle contains several elixirs that Feng Zhan bought at a high price. It is quite effective in restoring spiritual power. Feng Zhan thought about it, then he took out another imperial jade bottle from the robe and handed it to Lu Ming. There still seemed to be a trace of distress in his eyes. Lu Ming didn't hold back and took over the jade bottle with thanks. He opened the stopper, and a strong and extremely delicate fragrance suddenly emanated from it. The smell was refreshing, and it really was not an ordinary elixir. He immediately took one and started meditating by the side. At this time, after 2 rounds of fierce battles, only Lu Ming of the Changfeng Association, Jialan of Skybird Sect and the red-haired burly man are left on the court. As for the Golden Jade League, after the scarred young man was defeated, it was eliminated early. However, although Guili and the beautiful woman surnamed Xiao had cold faces, they had no intention of leaving. They just watched coldly by the side as if they were waiting for the results of the gambling fights. After discussing with the Taoist surnamed Shi and the nun in green robe, they decided not to rest anymore. They began the 3rd round of drawing lots directly. After the nun in green robe made an announcement, the silver light bowl was suspended in front of her again. In the 3rd round of drawing lots, Lu Ming would be fighting one of the 2 Skybird Sect, so there were only 2 bamboo sticks, the number 1 and the blank one. Jialan was still the first who drew. Seeing her jade arm blurred, a bamboo stick appeared in her hand. Number 1. Jialan's eyes flickered looking at the bamboo stick, then she said softly. The red-haired burly man reached out and grabbed into the silver bowl. He also took 1 bamboo stick out of the last 2. As he looked clearly, he also drew the number 1, took one of the last 2 bamboo sticks and took a closer look. It was also number 1, so I could only smile bitterly. 2 disciples of the same clan got the same number. According to the rules, they would have to draw lots again. As a result, a weird scene appeared. 3 times in a row, the red-haired burly man and Jialan drew the same number. This made everyone dumbfounded. Jialan, who had been looking indifferent, wrinkled her brows slightly. Little friend Lu, why not you draw first? Seeing that the drawing lots result were the same multiple times, the nun in green robe turned around and spoke to Lu Ming helplessly. Lu Ming didn't mind. He put his hand into the silver bowl, grabbed it randomly and took out the bamboo stick. It was actually the blank bamboo stick. This 4th round of drawing lots was naturally invalid again, and the nun had to ask Lu Ming to take another one. Finally, for the 5th time, Lu Ming got the red-haired burly man as his opponent. Seeing this result, the red-haired burly man suddenly looked a little unsightly, knowing that against Lu Ming his chances of winning were not great. Although this man is strong, he used a lot of spiritual power in the previous battle. Don't be timid. If you can't rival him, make him use more spiritual power, then you can admit defeat. If you can force him to use other means, that will be even better. I'll be here to keep you safe. The nun in green robe noticed the frown on the red-haired burly man's face, and she spoke to him through voice transmission. After hearing this, the red-haired burly man gained some confidence. He took a deep breath and walked toward the center of the ring. Lu Ming was already waiting in the ring with a calm expression. The red-haired burly man walked to the opposite of Lu Ming. He flicked his sleeve and a crystal-clear green jade ruler appeared. He then launched a series of symbols. The ruler flew out of his hand and the green light spot around it started to condense. Puff. He crushed a silver talisman, then he patted the pieces onto himself. The talisman seemed to have the effect of stimulating spiritual power in a short time. The spiritual ruler spun faster and faster. After the dense green light condensed, it transformed into a giant green bird. As the giant bird's eyes flashed in green light, its wings spread out and gusts of wind rose from the ground. After making a shrill sound, it whizzed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming saw that the red-haired burly man started such a powerful offense with all his spiritual power at the start. His eyes narrowed slightly. He immediately stomped one leg, then his figure became blurred and he retreated for several feet to the rear. He barely avoided the series of green lights spitting out of the giant green bird. At the same time, he flicked his sleeve, and he was holding the small silver sword in his hand. He was pouring his spiritual power into it. A piercing sword sound. A silver rainbow was launched out and slashed at the green bird's one wing. With a flick of the giant bird's wings, it swiftly avoided the silver rainbow sideways. It shot out a cluster of green light again at the circling silver rainbow. There was a muffled noise. After the silver light and green light collided, the green light immediately dissipated. A silver rainbow that was a little dimmer than before passed through it, and it penetrated the green bird's wing instantly. The green giant bird wailed. It shook its body before suddenly spreading its wings and retreating. The sword gesture in Lu Ming's hand changed, and he pointed a finger toward the silver rainbow in the air. Immediately, the silver rainbow condensed a sword with a touch of faint silver light. It then became a giant sword shadow that blasted at the giant bird. Under the control of the red-haired burly man, the giant bird waved its wings desperately, and a green spirit pattern suddenly appeared on its wings. Gusts of hurricanes surged toward the silver rainbow. However, as soon as the silver rainbow shined greatly, it went through the hurricanes unimpeded, piercing the head of the giant green bird with one blow. The green bird fell straight down from the air with a mournful cry, and it gradually faded away in green light spots, turning back into a green jade ruler and falling to the ground. The red-haired burly man in the distance turned pale suddenly. At the same time, Lu Ming tapped in the air. The silver flying sword swirled in the air, then it blasted at the red-haired burly man once again. The red-haired burly man was shocked. He spat out a small black shield from his mouth, and then spat out a blood essence which turned into a cloud of blood mist. As he chanted, he pointed in the air with one hand. The light of the small shield flashed, and it turned into a pitch-black giant shield at an incredible speed. Its surface was flickering with bloody spirit patterns. Bang! A silver light flashed in front of him, and the seemingly sturdy black giant shield suddenly trembled. A small opening was cracked open at the center of the giant shield, but the hole was recovered as the blood mist rolled. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He channeled the sword gesture again. After the silver sword circled in the air, it made a whistling sound as it struck at the black shield. The next moment, a crisp sound. The bloody spirit patterns flashed wildly, then the shield shattered under the crisp sound. The red-haired burly man suddenly felt a huge surge of force, and he couldn't help taking a few steps back. Lu Ming, who was originally standing in the distance, suddenly flashed out in a blur in front of him. The astounding black gas already wrapped around his fist as he launched his fist. The protective aura of the red-haired burly man collapsed immediately. His body was immediately knocked back several steps away, then he stumbled and half-kneeled directly on the ground. His whole face was completely distorted due to the pain. Stop. Mister's power is amazing. I admit defeat. Just when Lu Ming appeared in front of the red-haired burly man again, his hands swayed quickly. He took the initiative to admit defeat. Lu Ming smiled slightly when he heard the words, then the black gas entangled in his hands disappeared. The red-haired burly man's expression looked relieved. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and he was completely wilted. Changfeng Association won. The nun in green robe, even though she felt unhappy, she could only announce it. Thanks you. Lu Ming calmly said to the big man, then he turned and walked toward the Changfeng Association. Feng Zhan naturally looked at Lu Ming with joy and gave him another encouragement. The red-haired burly man, who had long lost his combat power, was immediately carried to the side by the disciple of the Sky Bird sect. He even took a few elixirs to heal his injuries as he walked. It's getting late today. Both Mr. Lu of Changfeng Association and Jialan of Sky Bird sect have gone through several battles, and both of them consumed a lot of spiritual power. Since the last battle is important, it will be unfair to start the last fight today. Thus, I suggest that we should continue the last battle tomorrow. What does everyone think? The nun in green robe said everyone, but she only glanced at the Taoist surnamed Shi. Chapter 461, The Final Fight Part 1. Chapter 461, The Final Fight Part 1. Seeing this, the beautiful woman surnamed Xiao couldn't help but let out a cold snort, but she did not answer. That's very good. The Taoist surnamed Shi thought for a while, then he nodded with a smile and agreed to the proposal. Since you all have no opinion, let's find a place to rest tonight. The nun in green robe announced with a faint smile. After that, the nun no longer cared about others' gazes, walked directly to Jialan's side and whispered some words. Because it was too far away and the nun in green robe seemed to have initiated some kind of isolation enchantment, so Feng Zhan and others did not hear what they discussed. The nun with a benevolent face seemed to be teaching something, making the stunning woman nod slightly. After Feng Zhan had a brief conversation with the Taoist named Shi, he immediately raised his sleeves and released the silver flying boat. He instructed the association's members to carry the unconscious Wei Zhong and Xan Yuan to the flying boat, then he walked up with Lu Ming and Feng Kai. There was a whistling sound. The flying boat soared into the sky with a flash of silver light, blasting toward another small island near the Valley of Fire. Other people also boarded their own flying spiritual weapons one after another and went away under the lead of the Taoist surnamed Shi and the beautiful woman surnamed Xiao. After everyone left, the nun in green robe commanded the master of Sky Bird sect to station directly near the Valley of Fire. She cast out a green feather fan. She waved and cast a green barrier around the disciples and Qingshui nunnery to block the high-temperature flame from the surrounding. We don't have to leave here, just rest here. After all this, the nun in green robe faintly informed, then she sat down cross-legged. Affirmative. Jialan and the others replied in unison when they heard the words, then they sat on the ground and started to meditate. After the silver flying boat that carried the people of the Changfeng Association left the Valley of Flame, it flew for half an hour and landed slowly at the foot of an inconspicuous mountain on a nearby island. There was a naturally formed long trail in front of them. With the red stone gravel on both sides, it meandered and stretched forward, and at its end there was a stone cave. When everyone entered the cave they found that it didn't seem big on the outside, but it was spacious inside. There were about a few acres in size. There were cone-shaped red-brown stalactites on the surrounding. They were shiny and peculiar. Deep in the cave there were several independent caves. It was just like an abandoned cultivator cave house. It was more than enough to accommodate more than 10 people from the Changfeng Association. A look of satisfaction flashed past Feng Zhan's eyes. He waved his hand and set a simple array with a few small flags near the entrance of the stone cave, then he instructed the others to rest in their respective cave. An hour later. In a cave where the Changfeng Association was located, Wei Zhong in black clothes was lying flat on a black boulder with his brows furrowed. A trace of pain still flashed on his face from time to time. His divine consciousness was still trapped in the succubus technique, making him unconscious. At the same time, in another cave in the most remote location, 2 men and 1 woman were in it. The 2 young men were sitting cross-legged, seeming to be meditating. The female was wearing a colorful dress with a graceful figure, and she had a pretty face. At this moment, she was sitting by the side of a black stone with a smile. It was indeed Feng Kai, the daughter of Feng Zhang and Lu Ming and Xan Yuan. Xan Yuan was not deeply influenced by succubus technique, so he woke up not long ago, but his face was still a little pale. He was watching the 2 talking in front of him with an ambiguous smile. Feng Kai saw Lu Ming defeated powerful enemies consecutively today, and she seemed to be interested. Although she had previously learned that Lu Ming was a casual practitioner, and she also inquired Feng Zhan about his origin, she still took the initiative to come to Lu Ming and Xan Yuan's cave to chat with them casually. Brother Lu's performance was amazing today. Those people of the Golden Jade League today all looked so embarrassed. Right, Brother Lu's sword controlling technique is surprisingly powerful. May I ask which sect did you belong to? The woman in colorful clothes looked at Lu Ming and asked with a smile. Miss Feng, I'm just a casual cultivator. I just learned this sword controlling technique under a coincidence. After being instructed by a master, I just learned some basic techniques. It is really not worth mentioning. Facing the woman's question, Lu Ming replied calmly. Just some basic techniques can have such amazing powers. You even forced the Golden Jade League's Pei Ying to directly use the Blue Python 9-turn technique. I heard from my father that although this man only has the intermediate stage cultivation, he is still very powerful. In condensation state he has very few rivals. The master mentioned by Brother Lu must have a very high level of cultivation. I wonder if you can introduce me to this master? The woman in colorful clothes still didn't give. She even got closer to Lu Ming. The master always comes and goes without a trace. I only just saw him a few times. Right, Brother Xian, you are awake now. Do you still feel anything odd? As Lu Ming said, he turned and asked about Xian Yuan's condition. Fortunately, the illusion that I got wasn't too severe. I should be fine now. Xian Yuan was startled slightly, then he replied subconsciously. Thanks for your hard work today, Brother Xian. Feng Kai turned around and smiled at Xian Yuan again. Thank you, Miss Feng, for your concern. Unfortunately, Xian Yuan isn't as capable as the opponent. The succubus technique of the Skybird sect is so powerful, and it is even more difficult to deal with when it is combined with the Buddhist technique. I'm really ashamed. When Xian Yuan thought of the fight with Jialan, he replied with a solemn expression. Brother Xian doesn't need to blame yourself too much. The Skybird sect's girl is indeed extraordinary. Even my senior fellow apprentice Wei is still in a coma after the illusion, but Brother Xian is now sober instead, showing that your spiritual power is far better than him. Feng Kai's beautiful eyes turned, then she said with a touch of comfort in her tone. Xian Yuan couldn't help smiling wryly when he heard that, but for a moment he didn't know how to answer. Big Brother Lu, I heard that neither you nor Big Brother Xian are from the islands of the South Sea region. Where did you two come from? Can you tell me? Feng Kai blinked when she saw that Xian Yuan did not answer. Suddenly she turned her eyes and asked Lu Ming. Xian Yuan and I come from a small place called Sea Region. Compared to this Middle Sky continent, it is a very remote place. Lu Ming replied nonchalantly. Sea Region. Why haven't I heard of it? Is it the same as our South Sea region? Feng Kai was thoughtful as she heard about that. Lu Ming finally showed a trace of resignation. He looked at Xian Yuan, who was looking at him with a weird smile, then he vaguely said some information about the Yinchuan continent. There were some truth and lies among them, and he naturally wouldn't mention the important matter. It took about half an hour before Feng Kai finally bid farewell to Lu Ming and Xian Yuan left the cave. Later that night, Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged, restoring himself to the best possible state to prepare for the fight with Jialan tomorrow. Because he was in an unfamiliar place, he naturally didn't dare to really fully concentrate on meditation. Instead, he used his multitasking technique. He released his powerful mental power to pay attention to the surrounding conditions outside the cave as he adjusting his breath. Suddenly, his eyes moved slightly. He vaguely felt an inaudible movement in the cave next door, then a black shadow flashed out of it, leaving the cave silently. The person's aura was vague. If Lu Ming didn't use multitasking, he would really be discovered. The person who could do this was clearly Feng Zhan of the Crystallization period. Lu Ming's heart moved, although he was a little surprised after thinking about it, he just continued to meditate as if he didn't know anything. Early the next morning. When Lu Ming and Xian Yuan walked out of the cave, they found that Feng Zhan was waiting outside the cave with his hands on his back. His expression was the same as usual. At the same time, the disciples who came with them were also stepping out of the cave. Guest Lu, did you rest well last night? Today's fight still has to rely on Mr. Oh. When meeting Lu Ming, Feng Zhan smiled and greeted. I will try my best. Lu Ming replied in a deep voice. Seeing this, Feng Zhan showed satisfaction. He immediately released the silver flying boat with a flick of his sleeves, then he led everyone on board. After that, the flying boat soared into the sky and flew toward the direction of the Valley of Fire. On the flying boat, Lu Ming's eyes scanned on everyone, but he found that Wei Zhong, who was still unconscious, was strangely missing at this moment. Moreover, the one who disappeared together was the woman named Feng Kai. Although Lu Ming had doubts about this, it was none of his business, so naturally he would not ask more. An hour later, when Changfeng Association's flying boat appeared in the sky over the Valley of Fire, everyone discovered that at this moment, except for the Qingshui Nunnery Skybird sect who were still participating in the gambling battle today, and the sure surnamed Taoist of the Purple Night Temple, the beautiful women surnamed Xiao and the Golden Jade League also appeared here. After Lu Ming and others got off the flying boat, the people from the three forces once again gathered in the valley. The nun in green robe deliberately glanced at the beautiful woman surnamed Xiao, who was keeping quiet not far away. After she spoke a few polite words with the Taoist surnamed Shi, she let everyone except Lu Ming and Jialan settle down, emptying out the middle space for the final battle. Well, the last gambling fight can begin. The nun in green robe coughed lightly and announced. After the Taoist surnamed Shi once again released the formation flags to set up the final battle area, Lu Ming and Jialan walked into the center of the circle under the gaze of everyone in the valley. Jialan still didn't recognize Lu Ming, but after seeing Lu Ming's domineering strength yesterday, her face showed an unprecedented dignity. She immediately chanted as her gestures changed elusively, and her eyes were flickering in purple light. In an instant, waves of phantasms rushed toward Lu Ming in the ripples. Then, as she flipped her slender hand, the golden Buddha bead was thrown into midair by her. It was spinning above her head. Seeing this, Lu Ming closed his eyes as if he had prepared for it. While releasing his powerful mental power to serve as a barrier to protect his sea of consciousness, he flicked his sleeve, and the golden fallen sand surged out. As he made a gesture, it condensed into a golden long spear of tens of meters, and it blasted toward Jialan. Chapter 462, The Final Fight Part 2. Chapter 462, The Final Fight Part 2. The long spear broke through the air with a whiz. An astonishing cold glow appeared on the tip of the gun. It looked extremely sharp. With a loud explosion, it slammed into the colorful light curtain outside Jialan. After the light curtain flashed violently, there was a hint of instability. Jialan was slightly startled. She made a one-hand gesture, then she poured his spiritual power into the light curtain. The light curtain revealed a five-color glow. It was stabilized in an instant, and it naturally bounced off the golden long spear. On the other side, Lu Ming was entangled by countless phantasms nearby, only to feel that his head sank. His spiritual consciousness suddenly became a little sleepy. Even though he had taken precautions beforehand, his gesture still got slowed down for a moment. He became listless without him knowing. He didn't even want to move a finger, and his face revealed an extremely weird smile. Seeing this, Yuan, who was watching outside, couldn't help but feel a little shocked. The illusion cast by this woman at this time was astonishingly more powerful than when she was in the battle with him yesterday. With the same experience, he looked at Lu Ming with sympathy in his eyes. Feng Zhan, who was not far from Yuan, did not look anxious, but he looked around erratically, seeming to be absent-minded. Lu Ming was even more shocked in his mind. He suddenly bit his tongue to let his consciousness become sober, then he took out a small silver lock with layers of spirit patterns on it. It was the soul lock. As he channeled his spiritual power, the small lock's spirit patterns shone. Accompanied by the hissing sound, silver runes appeared and went into his body. In the next moment, Lu Ming felt a touch of coldness in his body. The coldness combined into an endless stream that flowed into his sea of consciousness. After getting energized suddenly, his eyes suddenly returned to the usual clarity. This soul lock had a strong restraint effect toward the succubus technique. It was completely beyond expectations. As Lu Ming was overjoyed, he waved his hand and called back the golden spear. It turned into the sand that swirled around him. Jialan kept channeling, but she realized that her phantasms could no longer shake Lu Ming's mind. She couldn't help but be surprised. With a thought, she made a gesture and pointed at Lu Ming. The golden Buddha beads immediately turned into a ball of golden light that lasered toward Lu Ming. Seeing this, Lu Ming raised his hands into the air and made a symbol on each of his hands. The golden sand in the sky condensed. A giant golden hand appeared out of the thin air, and it slammed on the Buddha beads with a strong impact. A loud collision. The Buddha beads shone in colorful light, and it actually resisted the golden punch in a tremble. The two were stagnated in the air at the same time. Both of them were equally powerful. Jialan changed her gesture abruptly, then she pointed in the air. After the Buddha beads turned blurred, it disappeared into the air. The next moment, a little golden light flashed above Lu Ming's head. The Buddha beads reappeared. With just a roll, it turned into a golden light and covered Lu Ming in it. Lu Ming was caught off guard. He felt an invisible pressure enveloped his whole body. A golden array was faintly visible under his feet, and golden runes were emerging from it. The runes spun along with the Sanskrit sound, making him feel dizzy. Not good. Lu Ming screamed in his mind. After his mind turned quickly again, he immediately made a gesture and controlled the golden sand giant punch. After it rotated in the air, it hammered on top of the golden array. At the same time, waves of black mist appeared on his body. After the mist split into two, it turned into a black dragon and a black giant tiger. After the two circled around, they began to wander on his body surface. At the same time, Lu Ming grabbed in the air with both his hands again, and two clusters of black gas loomed out. Each black gas turned into a black round bead which was exactly the heavy water droplets. He rubbed his hands together and combined the round bead into one. He smashed the golden light curtain with the bead abruptly. A dragon roar resounded across the sky, causing the surrounding ground to shake. Everyone watching the battle in the valley felt an impact in their ears. They vaguely saw a black dragon shadow with a black bead in its mouth bursting out of the array. The golden array collapsed inch by inch after being hit by the joint attack of the giant golden punch and the combined heavy water droplet that was buffed by the tiger dragon hell prison. Then a figure covered in black gas flashed out of the golden glow in a deafening tiger roar, and it pounced toward Jialan. On the way, the black dragon shadow hovered in the air and then merged with the human figure again. Jialan was shocked. Her figure blurred, and she immediately turned into countless phantasms as she retreated. Seeing this, Lu Ming, who was in midair, released a powerful mental power. With the buff of the soul lock, he found Jialan's true body very quickly. He appeared in a flash before Jialan's true body with just a second, then he launched a punch. Jialan seemed to be ready for it. She pointed at Lu Ming, and the golden Buddha beads appeared again on top of Lu Ming's head. It descended quickly to wrap Lu Ming. Upon closer inspection, a crack appeared on the surface of the Buddha beads. Under the previous huge bombardment, the seemingly indestructible superb spiritual weapon also appeared damaged. Back. Jialan pointed, and the Buddha beads with golden light shrank suddenly. However, Lu Ming's figure collapsed after a blur. It was actually a phantasm. The woman's complexion changed. She suddenly felt heavy on her shoulder. A palm wrapped in black gas was pressing on it silently. She made a dodge action as she was startled, but there was a poof on her shoulder. Then a strange shockwave produced an enchantment which restrained her figure. At this time, Lu Ming's figure appeared ghostly from behind the woman. Jialan was naturally frightened and angry. She kept channeling her gestures, but she couldn't stimulate her spiritual power at all. Lu Ming flicked his finger again, and another symbol fell into Jialan's body. This woman really couldn't move anymore. Mr. really has magical power. I have lost this match. Seeing that she had lost, she didn't struggle and admitted defeat. Her face had remained calm. Lu Ming smiled slightly. He made a gesture and removed the restraint on the woman, then he retrieved the golden fallen sand into his sleeve. Jialan gave the young man in front of her a weird expression. Then she turned and left the circle and walked toward where Qingshui Nunnery was. Lu Ming's victory obviously exceeded the expectations of most people in the audience. The nun in green robe also did not announce the result of the battle. She just put her hands together as she chanted the Buddhist scriptures in a low voice. Her face became a little cloudy and uncertain. The Taoist surnamed Shi frowned as he looked at Lu Ming's figure like he was thinking of something. The strange scene of black dragon and tiger that Lu Ming used to forcefully break Jialan's Buddha array, he seemed to have heard of it somewhere, but he couldn't remember it for a while. The beautiful woman surnamed Xiao of the Qianxiang Pavilion stood aside silently with a sneer on her face. The messengers of the three sects did not speak, and the rest of the audience couldn't help but look at each other a little. They all had different expressions but no one said anything for a while. The whole scene turned cold for a while. As for Feng Zhan, he was naturally overjoyed. Duguyu looked at Feng Zhan with jealousy. For him, he would prefer Skybird sect represented by Jialan to win. It was much better than Changfeng Association's old man who laughed until the end. After all, Golden Jade League and Skybird sect did not have much conflict of interest. If the Changfeng Association really won the Jade Vein Mine and 1/3 of the territories of the two sects, its power would surely rise. Under the circumstances, it was a problem whether the Golden Jade League could still survive. Very well, since the results of this gambling fight is out, it will follow the previous agreement. I think no one has any opinion on it. If that's the case, I announce that the Taoist surnamed Shi temporarily put down his doubts. Seeing the nun in green robe still didn't speak, he cooed lightly and immediately prepared to announce the result. I have an opinion. I'm afraid this jade vein mine, your sect can't occupy it alone. Before the Taoist surnamed Shi had finished speaking, a faint voice came from the air as if it was whispering in the ears of everyone. Who is it? The Taoist surnamed Shi was startled at first, but he immediately shouted fiercely. Purple Night Temple initially had no knowledge of the jade vein mine. It was not until the return of Feng Zhan some time ago that Purple Night Temple finally spent a lot of effort to find out the existence of jade vein. Therefore, Tian Guangzi had instructed the Taoist surnamed Shi to make decisions according to the changes. He must strive for the mineral vein. Now Wei Zhong, the Five Spirits Sect's disciple, has already lost, and Lu Ming, who represented the Changfeng Association, had won the final victory. This was naturally a good time for Purple Night Temple to intervene. Now the Taoist suddenly heard an unfamiliar voice saying so. He was of course extremely angry. There was a chuckle. The air above the Qingshui nunnery had a fluctuation, then a young with a jade-like face and dark eyes appeared slowly. This woman seemed to be only 27 or 28 years old. She had long hair over her shoulder. The white robe was fluttering in the wind, adding a hint of the immortal aura. As soon as she appeared, she looked at everyone present slowly. Greetings to Masters Junior Yu Qing. When Nun Miao Xan saw this woman, she was overjoyed and immediately leaned forward to greet. The Qingshui nunnery's disciples behind her hurriedly bowed on their knees. Everyone present was naturally taken aback. Even a crystallization period powerhouse like Nun Miao Xan had to bow after seeing this woman in the white robe. What was the identity and cultivation of this woman? Lu Ming was still in the center of the circle. He was a little closer to the woman in the white robe, but he could not find the slightest fluctuation of spiritual power in this person, as if she was just a mortal. But when the woman's gaze moved past him, Lu Ming's heart was alarming. He felt a strange feeling of breathlessness inexplicably. The woman in white robe withdrew her gaze and smiled at Nun Miao Xen. With a wave of her sleeve, a gentle breeze lifted everyone from Qingshui nunnery up. Then she turned her head and said lightly, "This fellow Taoist of the Five Spirits Sect, what do you think of my words?" Chapter 463, Yu Qing. Chapter 463, Yu Qing. This seemingly innocent young woman turned out to be a practitioner who submitted to Buddha while keeping her hair. As soon as this statement came out, everyone in the Changfeng Association was shocked again. Even the Taoist surnamed Shi was shocked. It turned out to be a member of the Miaoyin Academy. I was wondering why I can't discover your hiding place. The 10,000 spiritual silence technique of your sect is really amazing. A similarly surprised voice sounded. Above Feng Zhan and the others, a man in black robes suddenly appeared in the void. This person looked about 40 years old. His face was abnormally pale, and his lips glowed with purple fluorescence. He looked very strange. When Feng Zhan saw this person, he was overjoyed and greeted him as a junior. Lu Ming was shocked seeing this. This man in black robe also gave him the same unfathomable feeling. He was probably at the real pellet state. After the Taoist surnamed Shi and the beautiful woman surnamed Xiao looked at each other, they looked pale immediately and shut up. Facing the existence of the real pellet state of the Five Spirits Sect, which had the history of tens of thousands of years, how did they dare to speak? I'm Shui Kuei, temporarily serving as the elder of the lower house of Five Spirits Sect. You must be Miss Yu Qing from the Miaoyin Temple. I have heard so much about you. The man in black robe cupped his fist slightly. His voice didn't carry any emotion. It turns out to be Elder Shui. May I know why is Elder here in this small island in the South Sea region? Senior Nun Yu Qing returned a salute as she asked coldly. Haha, since the people of Miaoyin Temple can come here, why can't I from the Five Spirits Sect come here? To be frank, Feng Zhan, the master of Changfeng Association, has already offered this superb jade mineral vein that may contain spiritual materials to my Five Spirits Sect, and he also agreed to join our Five Spirits Sect's lower house. Now I'm a deputy in the sect. I just came here to inspect our sect property, the mineral vein. The man in black robe said with a light smile. This statement naturally caused a commotion among the crowd, but they didn't dare to talk out loud due to the existences of the two real pellet state powerhouses. Mr. Statement seems wrong. This jade mineral vein is the mine in the South Sea region. It was not originally owned by the Changfeng Association alone. Skybird sect is naturally eligible to get a portion of it. Besides, Qingshui Nunnery is their superior sect, and they are also the branch of our Miaoying Temple in the South Sea region. How can we give this mineral vein to others? The woman in white robe frowned and said word by word. The Taoist surnamed Shi and the beautiful woman surnamed Xiao were even more surprised with this statement. Although both Purple Night Temple and Tianxiang Pavilion knew that Qingshui Nunnery had a backer in the Middle Sky continent, they also vaguely knew that it was Miaoying Temple. They didn't expect them to have such a relationship. Miaoying Temple was the same as Five Spirits sect. Both of them were the major sect of tens of thousands of years in the Middle Sky continent. The Taoist surnamed Shi and the beautiful woman surnamed Xiao were naturally complaining secretly at this moment. It seemed that they really couldn't hope to get a portion of this jade mineral vein. Miss Yu Qing, on this matter, our juniors have agreed to decide their ownership by the gambling fight. Now the Changfeng Association has won. How can the Skybird sect still share the mineral vein? The middle-aged man in black robe shook his head and said with a cold face. These are just a farce stirred up by the juniors. How can it be treated seriously? Let's take a step back. Changfeng Association isn't representing your Five Spirits sect in this gambling fight, right? Senior Nun Yu Qing looked at the Taoist surnamed Shi below thoughtfully. She seemed to be hinting something. As the Taoist surnamed Shi heard this, he looked down with a change in his expression. The man in black robe was speechless. This sentence spoke of his soft spot. The Purple Night Temple was behind the Changfeng Association on the bright side. Although the man in black robe wouldn't put such a small Purple Night Temple in his eyes, there were still some forces behind it. If this matter dragged too long, those people might know about it and there would inevitably be some changes. My disciple Wei Zhong is also involved in this gambling fight. How can it not represent Five Spirits sect? The man in black robe hesitated for a moment, then he said. Did I just see the wrong thing? Wasn't your disciple defeated by the Skybird sect? The woman in white robe laughed, then she looked at the man in black robe with a hint of ridicule. Shui Kuei's face was slightly red, but he had been living for countless years after all, so he immediately remained calm. Mr. Shui, since this mineral vein is within the sphere of influence of the Changfeng Association and Skybird sect, you and I don't have to fight for it. A top-grade mineral vein isn't worth for both of our sects to have a fallout, so it's better to take a step back. How about dividing this mineral vein equally? Senior Nun Yu Qing sighed in the end. The man in black robe thought quickly after listening. After weighing the pros and cons, he nodded. Since Miss Yu Qing said so, I will give you the face. Okay, just do as Miss suggested. That's very good. Senior Nun Yu Qing finally revealed a smile when she heard this. The two real pellet state powerhouses arrogantly divided this top-quality jade mineral vein, and they didn't even mention Purple Night Temple in their discussion. The Taoist surnamed Shi was very depressed at this moment, but he still had a smile on his face. He dared not to show dissatisfaction. Next, the two bargained over the general division and mining of the mineral vein. As for the more detailed matters, they handed them over to Skybird sect and Changfeng Association to deal with. After the two parties had finished talking, Shui Kuei and Senior Nun Yu Qing both looked at Lu Ming, who was in the middle of the ring. This fellow friend, who are you? What is your relationship with the Tai Qing sect? If I'm right, the technique you used is the ghost technique that can only be learned by the Tai Qing sect's inner disciple, which is the Tiger Dragon Hell Prison, right? Senior Nun Yu Qing asked Lu Ming gently after a smile appeared on her face. The man in black robe of the Five Spirits sect also looked at Lu Ming thoughtfully. When Lu Ming heard this, he was shocked. He never expected that he would meet someone who could recognize the Tiger Dragon Hell Prison here. Two people recognized it at once, and they also had like real pellet state cultivation, so he secretly complained in his heart. According to the divine thought that Grandmaster Luin left, Tai Gang Sword Tactics and Tiger Dragon Hell Prison were both unusual techniques in Tai Qing sect, especially the former. It seemed that normal disciples in the Tai Qing sect couldn't practice it. Now listening to the two people in front of him, Tiger Dragon Hell Prison was actually Tai Qing sect's secret technique, and it was apparently very famous. He was just using the Dragon Tiger phantasms slightly, and it was recognized by them immediately. He didn't even know the relationship between the two people and the Tai Qing sect. If he made one wrong move, he might get himself killed. Lu Ming hesitated immediately, and a layer of sweat soon appeared on his forehead. Mister, don't have to be afraid. Our Miaoying Temple is actually one of the branches of the Tai Qing sect. If Mister really has any connection with the Tai Qing sect, I will definitely not trouble you. But if there is a problem with the origin of your cultivation, I as one of the elders in Miaoying Temple naturally can't let you leave simply. If Qing sect knows about this and for the problem the poor nun as one of the law enforcement elders of the Miaoying Academy, I'm afraid that you can't just leave you like this. Otherwise, if the Qing sect school learns about this and put the blame on me, I can't run away from it. Senior Nun Yu Qing seemed to notice Lu Ming's hesitation, so she said. Seeing that Lu Ming was still hesitating, the woman in the white robe said lightly, "You don't have to hesitate and don't think about concealing anything. I will have a way to identify whether you are telling the truth. Even if you aren't willing to say, I still have a lot of methods to easily make you speak." These words made Lu Ming's expression naturally change. "I can see that you aren't the disciple of the Qing sect by your look. Senior Nun Yu Qing is right. Although our sect is also considered as the sect of tens of thousands of years in the Middle Sky continent, it is insignificant as compared to the Qing sect that is among the 4 ancient sects of the human clans. However, you don't have to be too worried. If you really have a relationship with either one of the Qing sect's elder or inner disciple and learn this technique due to a special reason, you will most likely be fine. Instead, you may even have the opportunity to join the Qing sect. However, if you learn this technique through some sinister means such as scheming against the inner disciple of the Qing sect, I still have to congratulate you. Not anyone can experience the 5 mountains bipolar hell of the Qing sect." Shui Kuei spoke a few self-deprecating words, then he turned the thread of the discussions. When the beautiful woman surnamed Xiao, the Taoist and other people from the South Sea region's 10 sects heard that Lu Ming was related to the Qing sect, they were even more astounded. The Taoist surnamed Shi finally realized it. He finally remembered that he once saw the dragon tiger phantasms that Lu Ming used on the Qing sect's disciple when he was in the Middle Sky continent. However, the phantasm that the man used seemed to be different from Lu Ming, so the Taoist couldn't directly recognize it for a while. The expressions on Duguyu, Feng Zhan and others' faces were even more exaggerated. Xian Yuan was speechless. In his mind, the strength of the Changfeng Association was actually not weaker than that of some middle-rank human clans in the Sea region, but here, it was only a subsidiary force of the 10 major sects in the South Sea region. Among the 10 sects in the South Sea region, Qingshui Nunnery, which seemed to be very powerful, was only one of the branches of the Middle Sky continent's Miaoying Temple, and it was only the so-called branch of the Qing sect. He couldn't imagine what the 4 ancient sects of the human clans were like. Well, since Senior Nun is related to the Qing sect, then I have nothing to hide. I indeed learned this Tiger Dragon Hell prison from a senior of the Qing sect, and the identity of this senior is somewhat special. Lu Ming had various thoughts in his mind. When he thought that he couldn't conceal it, he could only admit it. Very well, everyone, Mr. Lu's origin is probably related to some matters of the Qing sect, so I hope everyone can stay away. Senior Nun Yu Qing nodded as she heard that, then she spoke to the others calmly. Upon hearing this, even Shui Kuei nodded solemnly. He turned and left. Seeing this situation, other people didn't dare to ask more than a word and flew away. When Xian Yuan was leaving, he glanced at Lu Ming with worries before flying away with resignation. Jia Lan seemed to have remembered something. Before leaving, she looked suspicious while looking at Lu Ming. Chapter 464, 4 Great Ancient Sects. Chapter 464, 4 Great Ancient Sects. Seeing that everyone had gone far, Master Yuqing unfolded his sleeves, and a magic circle emitting a pale yellow light opened in an instant, covering all the surrounding area of more than 10 meters. Well, I have placed an enchantment here and there is no one else within 1,000 meters range. You can tell me anything without worries. Master Yuqing said lightly. Lu Ming didn't conceal it immediately. He simply talked about Grandmaster Luin being stranded in the Sea region previous year and founded the Savage Ghost sect, but he couldn't return to the Middle Sky continent because of the long journey. Therefore he had no choice but to spend the rest of his life on Yunchuan Island. Of course, he also truthfully spoke about the trace of divine thought left by Grandmaster Luin, and the fact that he obtained the 2 ancient books from the Wall of Shadows. The only thing he concealed was the Tai Gang sword embryo that Grandmaster Luin explained back then. Otherwise, he could not explain everything about the demonic soul and the alternate mind in the mysterious bubble. Regarding the mysterious bubble, it was absolutely impossible for Lu Ming to reveal anything to outsiders. After Senior Nun Yu Qing heard that, a look of surprise appeared on her face. What Lu Ming said was really strange and special. She took out a green jade rui from her sleeve after a slight hesitation. There were countless silver runes looming on the surface. As her finger tapped the jade rui, a white light flashed immediately. A cat-like little beast phantasm appeared from the front end of the Jade Rui. There was a glimmer of light in the little beast's vague eyes. After taking a cold look at Lu Ming, it went back into the Jade Rui with a soft cry. Lu Ming felt cold for being glanced at by the little beast, as if all his secret was being seen through. At the same time, Lu Ming vaguely felt that the celestial tablet in his sea of consciousness seemed to flicker, but it returned to normal in an instant. After hearing the soft cry of the little beast, Senior Nun Yuqing glanced at Lu Ming with satisfaction on her face and nodded slightly. Senior Yuqing, what I said is true. There is absolutely no deception. What was that? Lu Ming felt a little bit of confusion in his mind at the moment. It's not a big deal. The little beast phantasm just now is the essence of a strange beast. It was sealed in Jade Rui by sacrificial refining. It can be used to distinguish the true and false statement of anyone. The woman in white robe put the Jade Rui into her sleeve and explained casually in a few words. Lu Ming felt relieved when he heard this. As for what you said, although I'm the elder of the Miaoing nunnery, I don't know much about the Tai Qing sect. I have never heard of the name Luin as well. Moreover, this matter is too strange, so I can't really make a decision. I can only send Mr. Lu to the Tai Qing sect to let the elders decide on this matter. It depends on you whether this is a blessing or disaster. As Senior Nun Yuqing said, she put her hands together and chanted Amitabha softly. Lu Ming smiled bitterly in his heart. How could he refuse this? He could only nod and accept this. 3 days later, all the guests and hall masters of the Changfeng Association were gathering in the headquarters. The scene looked very peaceful. They were obviously celebrating the victory in the gambling battle. At this moment, Feng Zhan was sitting in the main seat, and the two people at both sides were Lu Ming and Xian Yuan. Although some unexpected circumstances occurred in this gambling battle, it is an indisputable fact that Changfeng Association won in the end. The two guests, Lu Ming and Xian Yuan, contributed to the victory this time. I have promised to give 300,000 spirit stones to those who participate in it. If we win the gambling fight, the participants can even get a treasure from the treasury. Later you two can follow me to get it. Feng Zhan said with a hearty smile on his face, but he did not mention anything about Wei Zhong at all. He waved his sleeve and 2 bags of spirit stones flew to Lu Ming and Xian Yuan. Thank you, President Feng. Xian Yuan took the bag in one hand. He checked it with his mental power, then he immediately cupped his fist and replied delightedly. After Lu Ming took the bag, he also cupped his fist. Mr. Lu went through 4 rounds of competition this time and finally settled the victory. It was not easy. It was a great contribution, so Mr. Lu can choose 2 more treasures from the treasury. As soon as this statement came out, many deputies, disciples and high-rank guests around were startled. Then they all cast an envy gaze toward Lu Ming. This time Lu Ming's victory not only let the Changfeng Association assert dominance among many sects in the South Sea region, but also increased the reputation of Feng Zhan. Besides, the 5 Spirit sect was also quite satisfied with the result of this gambling battle. On the day of the gambling, Feng Zhan also secretly promised that if Lu Ming wins, he would give 2 more treasures. The public announcement at this time also showed his clear attitude of reward and punishment. Half an hour later, as soon as the main hall door opened, Feng Zhan walked out first, followed by Lu Ming and Xian Yuan behind him. The 3 of them then walked into a very quiet side hall not far away. The decoration in the hall was very elegant. A young woman in white robe was sitting in front of the door. It was the Miaoing nunnery's Senior Nun Yuqing that they saw at the Valley of Fire that day. Senior Yuqing, please wait a moment. I will take guest Lu to the treasury to choose a few treasures as a reward, then he can go with you. Feng Zhan stepped forward and said respectfully to the woman in white robe. The woman in white robe nodded softly when she heard the words, then she closed her eyes to rest. Feng Zhan then informed the maid to make tea for the nun, then he turned around and took Lu Ming and Xian Yuan out of the side hall, walking straight to the back of the main hall. The 3 of them passed a long corridor and came to a small door behind the main hall. After entering the door, they walked down a secret passage for a while before appearing in front of a carved jade door. President Feng, this treasury is just behind the main hall and it is unguarded. Don't you worry that something will go wrong? Xian Yuan asked with some doubts. Guest Xian doesn't know that this treasury is forged by a forge master. The treasury itself is an extremely sturdy spiritual weapon. If someone wants to break in, he will trigger the enchantment and get himself trapped. Feng Zhan replied with a smile. He patted his waist and a small crystal jade appeared in his hand. He then shot the jade into a groove in the carved jade door. He launched a symbol into the jade as well. The carved jade door suddenly began to vibrate, and a green light flashed on the gate, making a rumbling sound. After a few seconds, the door of the treasury slowly opened. Then Feng Zhan walked in with Lu Ming and Xan Yuan. As soon as the three of them stepped into the treasury, the door behind them closed on their own. Although the treasury wasn't huge, it had a width of several hundreds of meters. It was separated into 6 areas by light walls. Each area had a row of storage shelves. The shelves were stacked with jade boxes of different sizes and colors. Lu Ming roughly calculated that there were more than 300 to 400 treasures in the Changfeng Association's treasury. You two don't have to be polite. Just choose at will. The treasures suitable for physique cultivator are in that area. Feng Zhan saw that the faces of the two were awkward. They looked like they didn't know how to start, so he pointed to the area surrounded by the blue light wall. Thanks, President Feng. As soon as Xan Yuan thanked him, he walked quickly to the blue area and picked up a jade box. After opening it, he found that it was a small dark lock. After injecting a little spiritual power into it, the small lock transformed into a black armor. This is a black chain armor. It is made of thousands of years of black iron. It contains 19 layers of enchantment. It is an upper-grade spiritual weapon. Feng Zhan looked at the item in Xan Yuan's hands and explained. Xan Yuan nodded when he heard the words. He withdrew his spiritual power as if he wasn't satisfied with it, and he put back the item that returned to a small lock into the jade box. After that, he began to choose again. Lu Ming came here for a purpose. He was not here for spiritual weapons but to find the void bamboo. As he glanced around, his gaze stayed in the deepest part of the treasury surrounded by a colorful light wall. There were only 6 white jade boxes of different lengths in this area. Lu Ming walked to the storage shelf. He waved one hand and took one jade box in his hand. He opened it and a dazzling colorful light shone from the jade box. After the light disappeared, Lu Ming looked down at the jade box and found that it was a 5-color ore. The ore was crystal clear, and the 5 colors of red, yellow, blue, green and purple were emitted by the refraction of the light in the room. It looked very wonderful. Then Lu Ming opened the remaining jade boxes one by one. When he opened the 5th jade box, he suddenly found a section of silver bamboo covered with 5-color spirit patterns lying quietly in the box. Lu Ming was overjoyed, knowing that this object was the void bamboo, but he still remained calm as he closed the box and put it back. About half an hour later, when Lu Ming finally selected 2 more treasures, he returned to this area seemingly at random and took the box containing the void bamboo in his hand. When he returned to the door with 3 jade boxes in his hand, Xan Yuan was discussing something with Feng Zhan while holding a black jade box in his hand. Brother Lu has been picking for so long, what treasures did you find? Xan Yuan asked Lu Ming with a smile. I didn't find any suitable spiritual weapon, so I just picked a few seemingly extraordinary materials. I'm going to find someone to forge me a spiritual weapon when I get to the Middle Sky continent. Lu Ming naturally did not mention void bamboo, so he brushed it off. Xan Yuan didn't ask too much. After opening the jade box in his hand, it contained 3 black pills. I chose these 3 Husha pills. I heard President Feng said that this pill can not only improve physical fitness, but it also has the effect of enhancing the purity of spiritual power, which was of great benefit to the advancement of physique cultivator. When I go out, I will start cultivating behind closed doors to break through to the later stage. Xan Yuan smiled and said to Lu Ming like he got a precious treasure. Feng Zhan on the side just glanced at the jade box in Lu Ming's hand, then he nodded and said, since you two have finished choosing the treasures, then we should leave. As Feng Zhan said, he left the treasury with them. In a side hall of the Changfeng Association, Senior Nun Yu Qing was meditating with her eyes closed. She still didn't touch the spiritual tea beside her at all. Suddenly the door was opened. It was Feng Zhan bringing Lu Ming and Xan Yuan back to this place again. Lu Ming, since the matter here is over, you can leave with me. The woman in white robe opened her eyes and stood up as she said lightly. We have reviewed and lowered the benchmark of all of our Patreon community goals. Please do check it out. Party popper, party popper, party popper. Chapter 465, Temple Panruo. Chapter 465, Temple Panruo. Yes. Lu Ming said respectfully, then he turned to bid farewell to Feng Zhan and Xan Yuan. President Feng, thank you for your care in Changfeng Association. Lu Ming bowed while cupping his fist to Feng Zhan and said politely. Guest Lu, you don't have to be polite. It's you who contributed to the Changfeng Association. Since Guest Lu has a good relationship with the Middle Sky Continent's Taiqing sect, it might be a chance for you this time. I will naturally not keep Guest Lu here. Feng Zhan smiled slightly. Brother Lu still has a long way to go to the Middle Sky Continent this time. I don't know when I will see you next time. Take care. Xan Yuan said solemnly. Brother Xan, take care and goodbye. Lu Ming cupped his fist toward them. While talking, the woman in white robe had already walked to the door. She waved one hand to lift up Lu Ming, then they soared into the sky and went away. A month later, on a small island in the South Sea region, in a very secret mountain range. The place was surrounded by clouds and bushes. It was obviously a place that was off the beaten track. It was also rumored to be a forbidden place for a secret sect in the South Sea region. At the end of a winding path at the foot of the mountain, a group of 4 people were standing in the depths of a stone cave of 10 meters tall, in front of a giant door that was densely engraved with blue spirit patterns. 2 people in front were chatting. One was a young woman with long hair over her shoulder and a white robe. The other was a middle-aged man who wore a tall hat and white robe. The very young couple behind were Lu Ming and Jialan. Sect Master Li, this time I want to ask for your sect's help again to use this teleportation array. The woman in white robe saluted the middle-aged man and said, Miss Yu Qing, you don't have to be polite with me. Miaoying Nunnery has a close relationship with our Earth Spirit sect. 100 years ago, the 2 sects of you and I had an alliance agreement, so it is just an easy task to use this teleportation array. The middle-aged man revealed a smile. Sect Master Li is being polite. Activating this ancient teleportation array will cost you a lot of high-grade space crystal stone. I'll thank you again for helping us. The nun thanked the man in white robe again. The middle-aged man also smiled in return. He took out a token from his waist and shook it slightly. Puff. A blue light shot out from the token and flashed into the stone door. After the spirit patterns on the stone gate flashed wildly for a few times, it slowly opened amid the rumbling sound, and a dark corridor was faintly visible. There are a lot of enchantments here, please follow me closely, 2 little friends. If you take one step wrong and trigger the enchantments, it will be troublesome. The middle-aged man told Lu Ming and Jialan. He raised his hands and a white light shot out and brightened the cave. Thank you, Senior, for reminding. The 2 nodded hurriedly and followed up after hearing that. As soon as the 4 people entered, the stone door behind them immediately closed with a flash of the spirit patterns, recovering to its usual state. After walking through a 100 meters long corridor that sloped downward, the space in front of them became wide. There was a hall of a few acres in size. There were some unknown symbols engraved on the surrounding walls. These seemed to be the enchantments set by the Earth Spirit sect. In the corner of the hall, there was an array of 30 meters in size. The array was densely engraved with spirit patterns, and there were some strange ancient characters on it. There were several grooves around which should be used for the upper-grade crystal stone. Please. The middle-aged man motioned the 3 to walk into the array, then he took out a few black crystal stones and put them into the grooves around the array one by one. When this array is activated, there will be some spiritual power fluctuations. You 2 try to restrain your spiritual power to prevent accidents. The woman in white robe reminded Lu Ming and Jialan. The 2 were stunned hearing that and they nodded. After the middle-aged man placed the crystal stone, he took out a disc with one hand. He threw it out and it hovered above the ancient array. Then there was a humming sound from the ancient array, and a huge spiritual wave burst out, shooting out several dazzling green lights from it. Lu Ming closed his eyes subconsciously and concentrated his mental power desperately. He felt that a powerful spiritual force gathered around his body, and then he became hot. His vision became blurred, then he disappeared in the array. After a while, Lu Ming opened his eyes in dizziness and found that he had already appeared in another hall. The woman in white robe and Jialan were standing beside him. The main hall was quite spacious. The floor was made of gray boulders. A dozen stone pillars were densely embedded with shining gems, illuminating the hall clearly. But in such a spacious hall, there was only an old monk with white hair sitting on a futon at the exit. The monk was wearing a robe. His eyes were closed. As he was chanting, he kept counting the beads. Lu Ming couldn't sense the slightest spiritual power, and he couldn't help feeling a little surprised. At this time, Senior Nun Yu Qing stepped forward slowly. She put her hands together, bowed respectfully to the old monk and called Masters Junior. However, the old monk remained expressionless. He wasn't moving with his eyes closed, he was chanting Buddhist scriptures softly. Qing was not surprised at all. After another salute, she led Lu Ming and Jialan out of the hall from the old monk. At the same time, a few clear crisp bell sounds came from a distance. Looking around in the yellow courtyard wall, the simple gray-white stone steps were connected to several smaller temples. After Lu Ming quietly released a wisp of mental power, he was surprised to find that there were only a dozen monks in the entire temple, but they were all mortals without exception. When they walked out of the gate of the temple, Lu Ming couldn't help but look back. He saw a camphor wood plaque on the gate of the temple with the words, Temple Panruo written on it. But outside the temple, there was an endless black land. Senior Nun Qing raised her hand, released a light blue paper crane, and then launched a symbol. The paper crane uttered a clear chime. With a white light flashed on its body, it immediately increased in size. The inch-size paper crane became 100 meters long. It was a giant bird with a red cap and blue and white patterns. After the three of them jumped on the paper crane, Senior Nun Qing's figure flashed and landed on the head of the paper crane lightly, then she made a gesture. Hearing the chirping of the paper crane, it immediately flapped its wings. It cast a hurricane and soared into the sky, carrying them to a certain direction. Half a month later, over a miniature mountain range stretched by more than 10 emerald green peaks, a blue and white paper crane flashed by, leaving a white cloud mark in the sky. The paper crane didn't fly in a straight line. Maybe it was deliberately avoiding some sects or lively cities. Sometimes, it detoured to west and east to the deserted mountains and ridges that were inaccessible. Therefore, on the way, apart from occasionally encountering a few low-tier cultivators who were riding on their spiritual weapons on the way, they didn't encounter anyone. They didn't meet groups of cultivators that Lu Ming originally imagined. Obviously, even in the Middle Sky continent, cultivators were relatively rare as compared to mortals. Besides, this place wasn't so peaceful as it seemed on the surface. Otherwise, for a real pellet state powerhouse like Qing didn't have to be so cautious. Senior Nun Qing sat on the head of the paper crane with her eyes closed. She rarely talked to them along the journey. She was just meditating quietly most of the time. Jialan, dressed in a pale yellow shirt, sat cross-legged beside Lu Ming, silently looking at the scenery below. Whether it was the green hills and boulders that were stacked up below, or the clear and pleasant trickle, or the wild beasts and birds that foraged in the mountains and forests, they seemed to be able to attract her attention. Lu Ming's gaze swept over her delicate face, then he smelled the faint scent of the woman, and he couldn't help but smile a little bitterly. After he left Changfeng association with Senior Nun Qing that day, he went to Qingshui Nunnery to live for 2 days. During this period, Senior Nun Qing was actually very interested in Jialan. After testing her aptitude deliberately, she unexpectedly discovered that Jialan was not a pure succubus physique, but the sky succubus physique that was very similar to the succubus physique. Although the difference between the two was only one word, their function was worlds apart. Succubus physique could suppress people of the same or even low-tier cultivation level, but when facing a strong enemy of higher level, its effect would be greatly weakened. Therefore, although it was also an extremely rare spiritual body, it still had shortcomings. Although this sky succubus physique was very similar to the succubus physique on the surface, and it was easily mistaken for the later, it actually had a few incredible effects. If the person cultivates the suitable technique, he could maximize the power of illusion, killing the enemy with an invisible force. And this kind of spiritual body was extremely rare in the Middle Sky continent. Senior Nun Qing also learned from an ancient record. She also happened to know that a certain Qing sect's elder had a technique that has no successor, and this technique was suitable for this spiritual body. Later, after learning that Jialan did not formally become the disciple of any elders of Qingshui Nunnery, she directly took her from Nun Miao Xan and brought her to Qing sect along the way. Although the nun in green robe was very reluctant to give away Jialan, she knew that this was a rare opportunity for Jialan. After a conversation, she agreed and gave Jialan a few spiritual weapons. In this way, it became Senior Nun Qing set off with the two of them. While getting along on this road, Jialan never showed signs of remembering the past in front of Lu Ming, and she showed an indifferent attitude to Lu Ming. This naturally made Lu Ming helpless. 2 months later, in an uninhabited desert, a man and 2 women were walking forward. The desert in front was like an endless yellow sea. Under the sunlight, golden light spots could be seen. A strong wind would come sometimes, stirring up a yellow sand mist that could obscure the sky. This smoky sea sand area was set with a flight restriction enchantment due to some ancient seals, but we only have to walk for half a day to the place where the next long-distance ancient teleportation array is located. The woman in white robe walked in the forefront while explaining to the two of them. Lu Ming couldn't help but wonder where the teleportation array in the desert would lead, but he didn't ask much and followed behind silently. Jialan curiously asked the woman in white robe about the Middle Sky Continent. Chapter 466, Thousand Spirit Mountain. Chapter 466, Thousand Spirit Mountain. Middle Sky Continent is big and has many forces, but it is dominated by our human race. Among the human race's many sect forces, the four ancient sects are the head. Tai Qing sect is one of the four ancient sects, and its historical origin is said to be able to trace back to ancient times. The forces affiliated with it are countless. The branch of the thousands years ancient sect like my Miaoing nunnery has as much as 36 branches. Except for the human race, there are some places that are occupied by the Beastkin clan and some alien clans. Some of them are so powerful that they are close to the four ancient sections. They should not be underestimated, the woman in white robe said faintly to the two behind her. Lu Ming was shocked hearing that. There were as many as 4 powerful sects like the Tai Qing sect, and there were other alien forces that were not weaker than the 4 ancient sects. This was beyond his expectation. A few hours later, next to a low gray-white hill in the desert, the woman in white robe took out a compass. After launching a symbol at it, the pointer on the compass shook slightly and made a buzzing sound. Suddenly, a white beam of light shot out of the compass and sank into the hill. After a loud rumbling noise, the entire hill was shaken, and an entrance with 10 meters high emerged. Lu Ming and Jialan followed the woman in white robe into the cave. After passing through a tunnel of 1,000 meters long and layers of enchantment, they came to a seemingly dilapidated stone platform. In the center of the stone platform, a small pale silver teleportation array was inscribed on it. There was a thumb-sized groove in the center of the teleportation array, and there were some spirit patterns flashing around. After the woman in white robe motioned them to walk into the array, she took out a space crystal stone and threw it into the groove. With a flash of white light, the 3 of them disappeared on the spot. In this way they either flew or took the teleportation circle of a certain place. Under the circumstance that they weren't delayed by any matter, it still took them half a year to finally enter the hinterland of the Middle Sky Continent. They gradually approached the Thousand Spirit Mountain where the Tai Qing sect was located. This day, in the high sky not far from the Thousand Spirit Mountain, a blue and white paper crane was flying from the sky far away. At the front of the paper crane, a woman in a moon-white monk's robe was standing there. Her eyes looked dark while she was staring at the distant mountains. Behind him, there was a man and a woman sitting cross-legged, looking at the continuous mountain range far away. It was Yuqing, Lu Ming and Jialan who came here all the way from the South Sea region. Lu Ming could only see the connected mountain peaks of different heights within the 10 miles distance. It looked endless. Each mountain was vaguely wrapped with white mist. When passing through a seemingly ordinary space, suddenly a water-like ripple spread away. Lu Ming only felt that his eyes were blurred. When he came back to his senses, he realized that the scenery in front of him was completely different. The paper crane carried the 3 people into another world. He glanced in surprise, but he saw that all around him were mountains that were several times more majestic than before. In front of him was a huge mountain with a 10,000 meters tall on its peak. Several simple and vigorous green characters were engraved on the monument, Tai Qing sect. The stone monument was shining with silver light under the reflection of the sunlight. The 2 green characters on the surface gave people a solemn feeling. At this moment, 2 white giant eagles suddenly soared into the sky among this huge peak. A young man wearing a light blue robe was standing on each of the eagles. They already came to the front of the paper crane with just a second, blocking their way. "May I ask for your names? This is already the entrance of our sect. The people who don't belong to our sect can't go any further without permission." On the giant eagle on the left, a man in his 20s glanced at Senior Nun Yuqing, then he said with a slight bow immediately. The young man seemed to be a few years younger than Lu Ming, and his body exuded the aura of the condensation state, but he was neither humble nor arrogant facing Yuqing who had the real pellet state cultivation. This made Lu Ming's eyes flashed and took 2 more glances at this person. "I'm Yuqing, the elder of Miaoing Nunnery. This time I brought 2 juniors and wanted to meet senior fellow apprentice Feng of the Emerald Cloud Peak." After that, Senior Nun Yuqing took out a pale green jade pendant and threw it to the young man on the left. After the young man took the jade pendant with one hand, he launched a symbol at it. After a careful inspection for a while, he returned it to Senior Nun Yu Qing. "Do you still have any other credentials?" The young man on the left asked after a few simple voice transmissions with another young man. Senior Nun Yu Qing saw that the two people in front of her were so cautious, and she was not annoyed. She smiled faintly and made a gesture. She raised one hand and a green light shot out from her sleeve. It condensed into a palm-sized talisman needle in the air tens of meters away, and bursts of Sanskrit sounds came out from it. Green sound mystic art. It turned out to be the senior of Miaoying Nunnery. "Please forgive juniors for being rude. Junior fellow apprentice Zheng will take senior to the Emerald Cloud Peak, and I will continue patrolling here," the young man on the right giant eagle said. This boy who seemed to be only 15 or 16 years old actually had the cultivation base of the condensation period. "Junior is Jing Xiao, senior, please come with me." After the young man on the left went to patrol, the young man on the right introduced himself and led the way with the giant eagle. Senior Nun Yu Qing nodded slightly, and the paper crane uttered a clear chime under her feet, then they followed the eagle through the mountains. The so-called Thousand Spirit Mountain was actually a stretch of mountains with a radius of thousands of miles. Among them there were nearly 1,000 peaks. The large peaks were about tens of thousands of meters high. The peaks couldn't be seen at all. The small peak was about the height of 10,000 meters. Large and small rivers shuttled between the mountains, and lakes and the like were even more. Along the way, because most of the peaks were so high that they were above the cloud, Lu Ming could vaguely see some tall towers and pavilions in the white clouds. What surprised him even more was that among some mountain peaks, there were still some exquisite buildings suspended in the air. Some were just lifted by white clouds and they could be seen clearly, while some were hidden by various lights. They looked vague and unable to approach easily. Clusters of escaping light flew in and out of these mountain buildings. There were not only people who were riding spirit birds and stepping on the clouds, seeming like immortals, but there were those who rode flying cars and other strange flying magical weapons. Just as Lu Ming and Jialan were stunned looking all the way, they came to an antique pavilion under a mountain. The pavilion was more than 100 meters high. It was built next to the mountain. A camphor wood plaque was hung above the door of the pavilion. The three big golden characters of Yuan Lai Pavilion were written on it. The exquisite wood carving patterns all around gave it a unique charm. "These two friends can take a break in this Yuan Lai Pavilion for a while. Senior Yu Qing, please come with me. Emerald Cloud Peak is not far away." Zheng Xiao first said to Lu Ming and Jialan, then he turned to Senior Nun Yu Qing respectfully. "You two will stay here for the time being. I will make arrangements for the rest of the matter after I report to the Elder Tai Ching sect." Senior Nun Yu Qing nodded. After instructing them in a few words, she let them get down from the paper crane and left with Zheng Xiao. After Lu Ming and Jialan looked at each other, they could only walk to the pavilion honestly. As soon as they entered the gate, the first floor of the pavilion was a hall. It was 100 meters long. Some simple wood tables and chairs were placed in it. There were two middle-aged men in faint blue tight outfits. They were chatting softly. When one of them saw Lu Ming coming in, he immediately got up and motioned for the two to follow him upstairs. Obviously this person has been informed by Zheng Xiao's message. The rooms were on the second floor. The middle-aged man instructed Lu Ming and Jialan about things that they needed to pay attention to so that they wouldn't simply leave the pavilion, then he assigned a room to each of them. Lu Ming's room was arranged at the end of the corridor on the second floor. He opened the door and took a look. The design of the room was simple. Except for some furniture such as tables, chairs and a wooden bed, there were no other furnishings. Most of them were neatly packed. Lu Ming released his divine thought to scan the room. After discovering that there were some simply enchantments to isolate mental power, he sat cross-legged and meditated. That night, Lu Ming, who had regained his spirit, began to walk around in his room. He silently thought about the various experiences he had since coming out of the deadly island. It was like a dream. He couldn't help sighing with emotions. He suddenly remembered something and he immediately meditated again. He released mental power into his sea of consciousness and poured all spiritual power into the celestial tablet. After a short while, after the celestial tablet shined, he entered the mysterious space again. "Senior Luo Hu. Junior needs to ask for advice," Lu Ming said respectfully in the gray sky. As a result, after a few seconds, the space in front of him faintly fluctuated. After a green figure flashed out, a 13 or 14-year-old Lu Ming appeared silently. After looking at Lu Ming, he said blankly, "Speak then, why do you come here this time?" "Senior Luo Hu, you should be clear about what happened outside. A few months ago when Senior Nun Yu Qing took out her spiritual weapon to activate a mystic art to check whether I was lying, I faintly felt a movement on the celestial tablet. Was it that Senior helped me to conceal it? Lu Ming asked the young man in front of him slowly. Yes, it is true that I did do something. Otherwise, how can you conceal from the soul of Bian, a mythical beast that can distinguish right from wrong? The young man in green robe admitted without blinking his eyes. It turns out that Senior Luo Hu really helped me out. Thank you, Senior, for your help. If Junior faces a powerful enemy, can you? Lu Ming said with a hint of joy on his face, and he immediately wanted to say something. You'd better dispel this thought. If it weren't for the exposure of the prison itself the last time, I couldn't and wouldn't help. And even this time, the energy I accumulated over the years has been consumed. If I do it once more, I will inevitably fall into deep sleep again. The young man in green robe waved his hand and interrupted Lu Ming.